Somewhere in the residence, a voice calls out, "Young master, get your butt upstairs." And just like that, Honger is summoned to meet the new guest while her manager gives the rundown. These are her private quarters, so the manager pieces out to let the young master enjoy himself. The boy steps inside with a confident grin and introduces himself to the room as Chu Leang. Lounging on her bed, Honger skips the small talk. This kid, actually pretty interesting, she thinks. She remembers the messenger saying Leang wanted to see her natural straight out of bed. Spicy. He wanted to enjoy her raw beauty or whatever. Honestly, it sounded like a total power move. At first, Honger figured he was just another arrogant bully who liked intimidating women. But this introduction, it actually changed her perspective a little. Maybe he's not so bad. A total vibe shift. Now, our girl is finally ready to show him everything. Nickname? Gone. She's dropping the act and letting the young master see the real her. She whispers her real name, Nyan Hong. And honestly, it sounds way more intimate this way. Our boy, being the smooth talker he is, calls it elegant. Total charmer, right? She's absolutely loving the compliment. Without wasting another second, she lunges straight for him. Lean's a deer in headlights. He admits this is his first time in a place like this. His strict seniors kept him on a short leash because he was too young. Classic. But hey, Liang is 17 now. More than ready. Nyan Hong just smiles. She's got plans. This is it. After tonight, Lang is officially leaving his childhood behind to become a real man. And honestly, he's stunned. It's the first time he's ever seen a woman quite. Nyan Hong gets straight to business, turning up the heat and teasing that she's going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. But before the real action starts, Liang stops everything. He's got a confession to make. He admits he's a total beginner zero experience and he's terrified of messing things up. Talk about a buzzkill. Nan Hong is visibly annoyed, like, where's the passion? Where's the fire? To save the night, she suggests some drinks. Time to loosen up and get rid of that awkward tension. Once the liquid courage kicks in, they can finally move forward. Liang agrees it is time to dive in. He decides to go all out, but after a few rounds, the young master's personality takes a wild turn. The shy boy is gone. Now, he's not just confident, he's completely stopped apologizing for being a rookie. Forget asking for understanding. Now, he's promising to give Miss Hong an experience she will never see coming. The best experience of her life, at least, that's his claim. But the girl, she's totally skeptical. Is the young master actually for real? This sudden burst of confidence is a lot to handle. Our guy basically says skills are overrated. Who needs talent when you can just use accessories instead? Now, Nian Hong is genuinely worried. She's never had a client mention props before. Majorly embarrassed, she starts questioning everything. Is there something wrong with the room? Usually, her clients don't think twice, they just dive straight in without all this talking. But fine, she decides to roll with it, call it broadening her horizons or whatever. Still, she's convinced he's joking. No way he's serious. You're messing with me, right? She goes to look for these mysterious accessories, but Lang stops her. I'll show you, he says. And then he reaches straight into his pants. Yeah, right in there. Nian Hung is absolutely flustered. Her brain is basically short circuiting. But then, plot twist, what he pulls out is just a giant gold bar. Seriously. A literal. She's baffled. Why on earth would anyone use a gold bar as an accessory? It's way too thick. Nian Hung is officially irritated. That's it. I'm not playing along with this nonsense anymore. The protagonist just looks at her. So, you're rejecting my golden accessory? Your loss. Time for a subject change. He points outside the window. Look, a wild animal is coming. Curiosity wins. She looks away, and our boy takes the chance to leave the area. Zero hesitation. Lang just straight up clocks her over the head with a solid gold bar. Talk about a heavy handed approach. That is when things get weird. Green smoke starts pouring out of her skull as her true form begins to leak out. She is absolutely fuming. Realizing she got played, she rips off that human mask and finally stops the little charade. Transformation time! She turns into a massive, terrifying spider and swears she's going to end the kid who dared to cheap shot her. But our boy? He is not even sweating. He calmly argues that it did not even count as a sneak attack. See, it is his very first day as a demon exorcist, so he is still just a rookie learning the ropes. This Spider Girl is officially his toughest opponent yet, but he has a pretty weird sense of humor about it. He even reminds her that she gave him permission to use accessories. Yeah, like that gold bar he just used to dent her head. Obviously, demon logic does not work like that. She is just getting more and more ticked off by the second. She screams that she is going to shred him into pieces using her soul annihilation move. Uh, Sounds intense. Lang stays completely chill, though. He clarifies he is not just some random nerd. This kid has actual heat. He drops the big question: has she ever heard of the legendary sword cultivators from Mount Shu? Turns out, someone risked their life to snitch on a monster, pretending to be a lady in this house of pleasure. Because of that tip, our hero was sent by his sect on a mission to wipe out every single evil spirit in the area. No more games. He is here to purge the darkness and clean up these streets once and for all. Introducing himself as a true disciple of the Mountain Sect, he declares that mission success is his only option. The demon girl talks big, claiming she will not let him leave this place alive. But then it clicks. She stops mid threat as his words finally sink in and the gravity of the situation hits. Mount Shu? The legendary sect that eats demons for breakfast? Oh, she knows exactly who they are. Those guys are specialists in monster slaying, and she realizes she might be in way over her head here. Panic mode, engaged. She figures she needs a distraction, anything to buy her a few seconds to bolt. Without missing a beat, she sprays a massive glowing blue web straight at our protagonist. While the web closes in, she takes the chance to run for her life as fast as her 8 legs can carry her. But come on, did she really think a little silk would stop him? Our hero just sighs and preps his sword art. One strike. That is all it takes. A blinding beam of light erupts, punching a hole straight through her chest. Poor Nyan Hong. She had spent literally hundreds of years cultivating just to reach this powerful form. She had barely been in the human world for a year, and now everything is falling apart. As she wonders if this is really how it ends, our hero does not give her a single second to breathe. The fight gets wild, crashing right out of the room and into the main area of the brothel. The entire place witnesses the total carnage as the monster's body comes crashing down to the first floor. It is total chaos. Regular people are getting hurt, and the floor literally caves in from the impact. Then, the real horror is revealed: a massive pile of human bones hidden right under the floorboards. One guy in the crowd realizes their star attraction was actually a man eater, and everyone starts losing it. Women are screaming for the guards while the whole building turns into a total madhouse. Meanwhile, some kid mentions his brother was lucky because he had been dying to meet this monster. Close. Suddenly, a wave of energy flows through the air, and there is this overwhelming feeling of justice being served. It is so intense, it makes people never want to set foot in a place like this ever again. Everyone from every floor is leaning over the railings, desperate to see the remains of the fallen beast. But wait, the hero's energy is still humming, and the monster's spirit has not fully vanished yet. Her ghostly form starts floating upward, trying to pull a sneaky disappearing act while everyone is distracted. Not on his watch. He calls her out with a look that would make a god tremble, shattering her last bit of hope. He reaches out his hand, ready to snatch that fleeing demon spirit right out of the air. Nyan Hong is absolutely terrified, thinking this kid is actually going to absorb her soul. She starts crying about how unethical this is, begging and pleading for him to show some mercy. But does he care? Not even a little. He ignores her cries and prepares to end it. Loot secured. Our boy just finished his first real showdown against the same tier demon, and honestly, it was kind of a snooze fest. This spider demon's big move was some fancy illusion magic, but it didn't stand a chance against the hero's secret weapon. Luckily, he had that golden demon sealing block ready to go, shutting her down before things even got interesting. Now that he's trapped that demonic soul, it's finally time to process all that sweet, sweet power and level up. This part of the job requires a lot of deep focus and meditation, which, let's be real, is basically retreating into the quiet corners of his own mind. He heads straight for his personal mental sanctuary. The protagonist stands before the White Pagoda, a massive spiritual tower that serves as his ultimate training ground. Chu Leang always feels a rush of excitement whenever he visits this place, so he doesn't waste a second before stepping inside. He's managed to bag the soul of a third realm demon, but for the first time ever, he has no idea what he's actually going to get from it. Usually, even the tiny, useless scraps of demon souls he finds can be turned into something pretty cool. I mean, just look at that demon revealing block he's got that came from a soul that was basically trash. This time, our hero is crossing his fingers for a legendary drop that completely blows his old gear out of the water. He takes a deep breath, tries to keep his heart from jumping out of his chest, and gets ready for the big reveal. Finally, he slams that refinement button on the power forge and waits for the magic to happen. A few tense seconds later, the machine spits out a brand new item: the demon binding rope. When he pumps this thing full of true sky energy, it automatically hunts down the target and wraps them up tight. It doesn't just tie them up, though, it completely shuts down their ability to fight back while shattering their mental state. It can even force out a hidden personality. Yeah, it's as crazy as it sounds, don't ask. This is way better than anything he expected to pull today. Talk about a major win for the gotcha gods with his ceiling block and this new rope. Chu Leang is basically a one man demon hunting machine now. But of course, the universe can't let him be happy for too long. A sudden, distant voice starts pulling him back to reality. He's forced to snap out of his meditation when a carrier pigeon drops off a letter from his sect. He opens the message, and his eyes widen. The word urgent is written everywhere in massive, bold letters. The writer makes it clear that his master has a massive problem that needs fixing right now. This sends him into a total panic. His master is the definition of lazy, so if she's actually writing words, something is very wrong. As he rushes out of the local entertainment house, the staff starts showering him with thanks, which is a little awkward. At least he's relieved they didn't charge him for all the furniture that got smashed during the fight. He books it back to Shoe Mountain, flashes his sec token at the gate, and sprints straight to his master's room. He's out of breath, ready for a crisis, but he quickly realizes that things aren't exactly what they seemed. Looking at his master state, it's pretty clear she needs to start taking her health and her drinking habits a bit more seriously. Our main man's name is Chu Leang, and he's a rising sword cultivator here at the prestigious Shu Mountains. As he looks at the drifting clouds and the still lake, everything feels just a little bit different than usual. It hits him, then it's already been 6 whole months since he first woke up in this strange new world. Back then, he was just your typical high school kid in China, stressing about his future and final grades. That morning, his mom was teasing him, asking where the city's top scholar was heading off to so early. Chu told her to stop joking around and mentioned he was heading out to meet some friends since the exam results were finally out. His mom just gave him the classic parent talk, be careful out there on the streets. And he gave her the classic, yeah, yeah, I know. But as he walked away, he turned back to tell her he'd be staying out late for dinner. And in that split second, his mother's warning became the most ironic thing he'd ever hear. Because fate had a very different plan for him that day. Chu huffed, telling his mom to stop teasing him. He had to bail because the entrance exam results were finally out. Time to link up with his friends. His mom, she just gave him that classic be careful out there speech. He shrugged it off with yeah, yeah, I know. But as he headed out, fate decided to get involved. He turned back to tell her not to wait up for dinner. And that's when things started getting seriously weird. Right at that moment, her warning hit home in the most ironic way possible. Talk about some terrible timing. Dying was bad enough, but the most terrifying part, his soul had been warped into a strange, otherworldly freak show, a place where demons and ghosts were everywhere. And the power levels of the gods, absolutely insane. Luckily, though, the legendary immortal sex of the 9 heavens and 10 earths kept things suppressed. They managed to keep the peace. And all this because of one reckless idiot driver. That guy really held a grudge. Anyway, our hero's soul just drifted through the void until it finally snagged a body. At first, he panicked about a soul clash with whoever lived there before. Um, but then, in an instant, his consciousness just completely took over. He opened his eyes, and the original owner's memories hit him like a flood. Realizing he'd basically been transmigrated, Liang was mostly just confused. He wondered, did I just accidentally murder this guy to steal his body? But honestly, something about this entire situation felt first off, the alley by his old house was way too small for a truck. Second, nothing made sense. It felt like he'd ripped through space and time itself. One massive cosmic leap later, and Liang was getting seriously nervous about the possibilities. Reality check. Our hero suddenly felt this weird gnawing pain surging through his body, especially in his head. Then it happened. The original owner's tragic memories resurfaced. Turns out demons had slaughtered his entire family when he was just a kid. Brutal. One of those monsters killed the boy's father, then hunted for the child. He found the boy's hiding spot. The demon just grinned, ready to move in and devour him. The kid was terrified, crying his eyes out while the monster could barely contain its excitement. Fresh, tiny human snack? The demon was drooling. It kept thinking about how delicious the boy would taste, just pure evil, honestly. It was ready for a feast. But right when the hero was about to die, his future master arrived. Talk about perfect timing. She saved him right then. Her first words? Don't be afraid. Hearing that, the original owner finally broke down. He cried with pure relief. This powerful woman, who'd soon become his teacher, promised him he was safe now, but the poor kid just couldn't stop sobbing. Either way, she realized something: the boy had insane cultivation potential. One touch confirmed it. So she invited Liang to follow her. With no home and a burning need for revenge against those damn monsters, the little guy said yes. From that moment on, his cultivation journey officially began. He gave it his all. The original owner was obsessed with training, being dedicated from such a young age. Why? Because he realized his master wasn't actually going to be much help. She told him to take it easy, but he just kept pushing and practicing. He stayed hyper focused. The boy was desperate to hunt those monsters as soon as possible. And hey, the training actually worked. But being so young had its own risks. Those high level realm transitions made his heart unstable. At a certain point, Liang hit a crisis. His advancement failed and his spirit just broke. His soul dissipated, leaving the body wide open. Luckily for our hero, at least he wasn't the one who killed the poor kid. Still, though, after a quick sigh of relief, he panicked. This world was crawling with demons. Seeing those memories of the original owner, yeah, that really set the mood. Reality hit him like a truck. But hey, growing up back in modern China, uh, he knew one thing: fear only comes from a lack of serious firepower. More firepower. That was the goal. Liang needed to get strong and fast. Talk about luck. Our boy has the talent and landed in a top tier immortal sect. He started with top shelf recipes, but the real prize, an epic white tower in his soul. This tower was not part of the original body's memories, it was something extra, almost like it belonged to his soul specifically, a true cheat code. First time he saw it, boom, knowledge overload and rewards for every demon he slays. Initially, Liang was a bit of a scaredy cat. No hunting big demons for him yet. He stuck to lantern ghosts, basically the low level mobs of the cultivation world. These things are spirits born of pure resentment, but do not let that fool you. They just float around at night trying to bump into people. Kind of annoying, really. One hit and they vanish, leaving the victim feeling a bit under the weather. For a cultivator, these things are zero threat, a total joke. Honestly, it is almost cute watching them try to defend themselves. Bless them. But hey, refining them gives cultivation pills. It is basically free experience points. Then he ran into a stone spirit behaving badly. Things got a little messy. After breaking a bunch of swords, he finally cracked it. Time for the loot! The tower dropped a huge surprise: the demon sealing block, a literal demon detector. In this world, finding gear like this is like winning the lottery, super rare. While others struggle for pills and skills, our hero has a straight up cheat system. He just needs to keep hunting to get the good stuff. Total unfair advantage. So he entered a hilarious logic loop, killing demons because he is terrified of them. Logic, none. Effectiveness, 100%. His panic, totally gone. Funny enough, by just existing, he is already checking off the original owner's wishes. Back to the present. After flying all night, Liang finally makes it back to the sect. He looks down at Silver Sword Peak, Shu Mountain, home sweet home, I guess. Everything looks normal, but there is that weirdly urgent letter from his master. It was only 23 words. For a master this lazy, that is basically a novel. Liang figures it must be a life or death situation. Better look presentable. He tidies his robes, fixes his hair, total respect mode before walking in. He steps into his master's chamber, ready for anything, well, almost anything. It is just Master Ding Fang, drunk on the couch, complaining about the world. She is basically a mess, and now she is complaining about people being annoying. She is not exactly thrilled he showed up in the middle of the night. In response, Liang reminds her about that urgent origami message she sent. After thinking for a second, she remembers, oh, right, the sect leader meeting. Turns out the big boss summoned all peak masters to announce the next summit. We are talking the Shu Mountain Summit, an event that only happens every 10 years. But there is a huge catch. This tournament decides the next chief disciple. Disciples from every peak will be competing for that top tier title and position. And that is where the petty drama starts. Ding Fang is absolutely fuming. Ding Fang mentioned she just could not stand that guy Wang Shelling's arrogance. He claimed the chief disciple position was already reserved for his Jade Sword peak. This set Ding Fang off because that old man thinks he's the only one who matters. He actually believes that out of 36 peaks, only his Jade peak is superior. Naturally, our master was not going to let that slide. Cue the heated debate. These two masters basically turned a sacred competition into a massive gamble. If Jade Peak wins, she gets the legend. It's a high stakes trade, a top tier treasure for a seat of power. But the terms for the other side, those are even more insane. If Silver Sword Peak somehow snags the top spot, Wang Shuing has to surrender her entire position as peak leader. Talk about absolute madness. Our master was hunting for our boy, and once she laid it all out, the trap was set, she was ready to play. With the stakes on the table, she casually asked which disciple should even bother stepping up to represent their peak in this fight. That's when our hero points out the obvious Silver Sword peak literally only has one disciple. Him. Just him. No pressure, right? And honestly, that was exactly what she wanted to hear. She baited him perfectly just to force him into this suicidal competition. Ding Fang clapped her hands, acting all impressed by his initiative. Seriously, this lady is a master level manipulator. She's praising him like he's a hero, but Lon, yeah, he's not feeling it. He's about as confident as a sheep in a wolf pit. Facing total disaster, the protagonist starts sweating, desperately trying to find a loophole or some way out of this nightmare. He points out the reality check the Golden Core realm is packed with geniuses. Real monsters who are practically born. These guys are the elite of the elite, and here he is, just a regular guy trying not to get obliterated in the first round. He only hit the Divine Intention realm a few days ago. He's basically a baby compared to the powerhouses he's supposed to fight. But his master, she's playing 4D chess. Being a chief disciple isn't just a title, it's the literal face of the entire. We're talking about a level of competition that's beyond words. It's brutal, it's intense, then there's the peak leader position. That's the big one. It's held by the most prestigious, most terrifyingly powerful figures among all 36 peaks. If you're not one of the four legendary elders, being a peak leader makes you the number one candidate for sec leader, the absolute top. So, in this context, her plan is basically insane. She wants him a weak. Empress Fang isn't exactly known for being balanced. She's a god tier fighter with a temper that could set the entire mountain on fire. That volatile personality is exactly why no one ever let her take on disciples before. She's a ticking time bomb of pure power. She eventually had to hike down the mountain herself just to rescue an apprentice. Probably realized nobody taking on another student, way too much work. She's clearly a one and done kind of teacher when it involves actual effort. Anyway, Ding Fang tells him to relax. No big deal, right? He's only got 6 months to become a god tier. She adds a little sweetener to the deal, promising that if he actually wins, she'll make sure he's set for life. If I become the peak leader, there's nothing I can't give you, she says. Basically, she's offering him the keys to the kingdom. But while she's giving this epic speech about his future, our boy is, well, he's a bit distracted. Not a great look. She catches him, and let's just say she doesn't take disrespecting your master's orders very lightly. The protagonist has to fast talk his way out of that one. Misunderstanding! Total misunderstanding! Yeah, sure it was, buddy. Since that Spirit Phoenix Blood Jade is already part of the bet, he realizes he's backed into a corner. There's no escaping this. He finally accepts the mission, but begs her not to hold a grudge if he ends up getting his face kicked in. When she realizes he was actually just eyeing the jade she was wearing, she lets it slide. Oh, the treasure? No problem then. Regardless of his motives, she needs him to handle this. If they win, the resources they'll rake in will be absolutely astronomical. That's when she drops the bombshell, 70-30 split on the loot. 70% for her, 30 for the guy doing all the work. Our hero is definitely not thrilled. That is some serious highway robbery right there, but he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut. He leaves the chamber feeling completely drained. This opportunity is starting to look more like a death sentence every second. Even from several steps away, he can still hear Fang's laughter echoing behind him. She's definitely enjoying this way too much. He starts wondering, can he really bridge the gap? Can he actually take down top tier Golden Core cultivators in just 6 months? Most people would say it's impossible. But he's got a secret weapon, he's got the White Tower, and that changes everything. It's a massive gamble, but for rewards like this, it might actually be worth the risk. Time to start. For now, though, he's got business to handle. He heads straight for the Sword Exchange Pavilion to turn in his latest mission. That demon slaying task was no joke, and he's ready to collect his pay. Every little bit of strength counts when the clock is ticking. He walks with a new purpose. The world thinks he's just a weakling, but they have no idea what's coming their way. 6 months. That's all he has. to turn himself into a legend. It's either total victory or complete humiliation, and the path ahead is dangerous, but our protagonist is finally ready to step out of the shadows. The competition better be ready for him. As he enters the pavilion, he knows one thing for sure: the next few months are going to be absolutely legendary. Let the training begin. Yesterday, we went over how this sect works. Basically, if you want the good stuff, you got to earn it. Our boy Liang heads straight for the exchange pavilion to snag a new mission, and man, this place is popping. He joins the crowd outside the Supreme Palace, which honestly looks more like a high end mall for cultivators. This is the heart of the sect, the absolute busiest spot for disciples looking to level up or trade gear. Right at the entrance sits the Sword Exchange Pavilion. And no, they don't just trade actual swords there. The name comes from sword coins, the official currency they use within the Shushan sect. See, in the cultivation world, gold is basically pocket change. It's useless for the high level items. So they use spiritual stones as the real currency. It's the only thing with actual value to these guys. Back in the day, these stones were minted as Manda coins, which is a bit of a mouthful, honestly. Then they tried calling them butterfly coins, but finally they settled on something much cooler. They're now sword coins. They actually contain a tiny bit of unique sword aura. Talk about a flex. After cashing in his rewards, Liang hits the second floor where the big missions and the sect elders hang out. Now, Liang's own master is a total nightmare, so he tries to be extra charming with the other executives. He's playing the model disciple card, and honestly, it's working. He's got that charisma maxed out. After finishing a mission in record time, an elder starts singing his praises, but Liang is no amateur. He immediately gives all the credit to the elder's amazing instructions. Total teacher's pet move, right? But Elder Shen isn't letting him leave just yet. Not without a rematch in their favorite board game. Liang tries to play it cool. Oh, Elder, I only won last time because I got lucky, he says. But we all know he's just being humble. Shen, on the other hand, he's been losing sleep over that loss. The Elder's like, listen, kid, I've spent all night figuring out how to crush your strategy. He even calls him my boy before the game starts. The bet, if Liang wins again, he gets some juicy insider info. Fast forward 30 minutes, and uh, yep, history repeats itself. Liang absolutely wipes the. Elder Shen is sitting there staring at the board like his dog just died. He cannot believe his luck is this bad. Poor guy, he lost again. But hey, to his credit, the Elder isn't a total sore loser about it. He takes the defeat like a champ, but he does have one observation that hits the nail on the head. He points out that while Liang looks like a sweet, innocent kid, his personality on the board is terrifying. Shen admits he can't keep up with these scary young people anymore. Liang just gives him that who me look. Pure luck, Elder, I swear. Yeah, okay, Liang, we definitely believe you. Narrator note: we don't. Anyway, enough flattery. Liang finally gets to the real reason he's there. He needs a fresh mission. He tells the elder he wants something specifically involving the spiritual realm, nothing basic. He's looking for guidance on which path to take, um, because when you're this talented, you can afford to be picked. Since Liang has a thing for hunting down monsters, Shen points him toward a special scroll on the third floor. Using a little bit of that elder tier magic, Shen floats the mission scroll right down to the table. Liang opens it up and sees the target: an exorcism in Jew City at the Manor of Wei. Time for a quick lore dump on how this world is built. Pay attention, because this part is key. You've got the three realms. At the top is the divine realm, then the earthly, and finally the human realm. In the human realm, it's all about the basics, refining your body, and condensing your inner energy. It's basically the tutorial stage where you try not to get killed while building up your spiritual foundation. Once you hit the earthly realm, things get wild. We're talking golden elixirs and mastering the five elements. This is where you start tapping into the psychic side of the Tao. This is where the real power starts. Then there's the divine realm. That's the end game. It's all about celestial essence and ultimate understanding. Basically, that's where you become a literal god. No big deal, right? Just casual immortality. You've got your classic schools of thought: Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, plus the occasional demon sect. But here at the Shu Mountain sect, things are simple. You want the resources, you got to do the work. And for Liang, the work is about to get a lot more interesting. Jew City, here he comes. Look, this training is no joke. It's built specifically to turn noobs into legends, but there's a catch. If you haven't reached the spiritual intent realm yet, forget it. You aren't allowed to take missions outside the mountain. You're stuck doing chores for the high level pros. Out in the world, these guys might look like masters. But inside the sect, they're basically background characters, just another face in the crowd. But here's the thing: the missions these disciples actually love. demon slang for the ultra rich. Mysterious incidents, wealthy families, that's the jackpot. Why? Because demons are actually pretty. Plus, these missions come with some serious perks, like getting to visit the massive, bustling city centers. Wealthy families are basically walking ATMs, so it's obvious Shen did our boy a huge favor with this choice. When Liang finally arrives, the patriarch of the family is all smiles, greeting him like he's a long lost friend. The guy starts acting all humble, claiming he's just a simple servant of the people. Yeah, okay, buddy. As they walk to the main hall, our hero starts chatting with the family to get the lay of the land. Inside the massive residence, one of the patriarch's daughters serves some tea to Liang. He gives her a polite nod of thanks, but they've got business to attend to, no time for a tea party. The patriarch starts buttering him up, saying that with a young talent like him from Shoe Mountain, everything is bound to be just fine. Classic flattery, right? Liang just shrugs it off and tells Ming not to sweat it. He's seen it all before. Our boy suggests they stop with the small talk and dive into the actual problem. Ming explains that for generations, the Ming family has been known for being total saints. He claims he has no idea why these creepy events are happening to him. So, 3 days ago, eerie, bone chilling cat screams started echoing outside the mansion. It sounded like something from a nightmare. 2 days ago, the screams moved inside right into the family garden. Then, a servant saw it. A demonic creature with an aura so bloodthirsty, it would make your skin crawl. By yesterday, the screams reached the courtyard. Now, everyone in the house is in total despair. Ming is convinced that if they don't stop this monster now, it's coming inside tonight to start a killing spree. Liang, on the other hand, is impressed by how fast the old man moved. By the second day, he was already at the temple begging for help. Smart move. See, these rich temples usually have a direct line to the powerful sects. This Taoist temple outside Singu City has deep ties with Shu Mountain, which is why the request got fast tracked. The exchange pavilion didn't waste any time. Now, looking at the facts Mr. Ming gave him, this thing only shows up at night and moves closer step by step. Doesn't really sound like a demon, but it could definitely be a ghost. And if a ghost cultivates long enough, it can actually become as smart as a human. That's a terrifying thought. Low level ghosts are usually just driven by pure resentment and the trauma of how they died. They don't have wisdom, just a grudge. Liang figures this monstrous cat is exactly that. Probably the spirit of a dead cat looking for some serious payback. So, our hero asks the one question that matters: has anyone here killed a cat lately? Ming looks offended. Absolutely not, he says. We love animals. We even take care of all. Right, sure. In that case, Liang asks for permission to scout the mansion before he starts the exorcism. Naturally, the patriarch is incredibly grateful, practically bowing down to him. Liang just plays it cool, saying he's only doing the bare minimum for now. Our hero spends the entire afternoon checking every nook and cranny of the Ming mansion. He's looking for anything out of place, any hidden secrets the family might be hiding. Later that evening, the patriarch thanks the boy again for his hard work. Liang appreciates the hospitality, but he's still on high alert. Right at that moment, the doors fly open and a girl rushes into the room. What now? A maid rushes into the room, apologizing for the drama, and tells Ming his wife is in bad shape. She begs him not to blame Master Chu. It's not his fault. Ming doesn't wait around for explanations. He drops everything, mutters a quick excuse, and bolts to check on her. Talk about a devoted husband. He follows the girl at top speed, leaving our hero actually pretty touched by how much Ming cares. One of the servants nearby starts spilling the tea. Turns out these two have been married for 10 years, and they're still totally head over heels. Another girl chimes in, saying it's honestly a tragedy that they can't have kids, even with a line of women offering to be his concubines every single time. The girls are practically tearing up now, agreeing that only a woman as kind and beautiful as the matriarch deserves that kind of crazy, loyal love. Absolute respect for the man. A bit later, Ming finally makes it back, feeling bad for leaving our protagonist hanging like that. Our hero asks how the wife is doing, and Ming's face goes serious. It's not looking good. He explains that it's not a normal sickness. She's being haunted by some nasty, malevolent spirits. Hearing that, our boy vows to handle it. Time to take out the trash and kill that monster. Suddenly, bam! A massive gust of wind slams the banquet doors open, scaring the absolute life out of everyone. Ming turns pale. It's back, he warns. The monster has returned for round two. Our hero doesn't hesitate. He steps out into the night and starts tapping into his hidden powers. He feels it immediately, a heavy, freezing yin energy. Something ghostly is definitely lurking here. But wait, there's more. It's mixed with a thick demonic aura. Liang realizes this isn't some low level spook. He turns to tell everyone to run for cover, but uh, the place is already a ghost town. Everyone had vanished into thin air. Liang's actually relieved, man. Those people can move when they're scared. He figures they'll be fine even if the whole city gets invaded at the rate they were running. Now, back to business. Our protagonist starts channeling energy straight through his glowing bracelet. With a flick of his wrist, he forms a magical sword of light and points it at the roof. And there it is, a creepy, malevolent spirit perched right on top of the tiles, watching them. Looking closer, Liang realizes this thing is weird, like really weird and totally. It looks like the spirit of a child, but it's twisted into a demonic beast. Talk about a nightmare. Usually these things are dangerous enough on their own, but this creature, it's different. Standing before our hero is a freak of nature, a spirit fused with 3 layers of pure resentment. It's basically a high tier monster with multiple power ups stacked on top. This is going to be a fight. The spirit was making a massive racket, but once it spotted our hero, it totally panicked. It tried to bolt, but Liang wasn't about to let this cat get away that easily. Not on his watch. He summons his light sword and hurls it like a guided missile straight at the escaping spirit. The cat demon barely dodges, and instead of running, it decides to lunge straight for Liang's throat. Its claws are like razors. The little monster actually manages to land a scratch on our protagonist. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He's already busy controlling his aura sword from a distance. The spirit was so focused on its attack that it didn't see the sword coming back for a second pass. Direct hit, precision at its finest. The sword slashes right across the cat demon's belly. It starts bleeding out, screaming in absolute agony. But that only makes things worse. The spirit glares at Liang with pure hatred, and our hero realizes, uh-oh, this isn't good. Because of that child spirit trait, the more damage this thing takes, the more it powers up. It's basically a berserk buff. The more it bleeds, the stronger and more violent it gets. Since that last attack didn't finish the job, the cat is now twice as dangerous as before. Its speed is already off the charts. To counter a monster this fast, our hero needs an edge. He reaches into a spatial rift, a literal hole in reality, to pull out his secret weapon. This is the real deal, and it's exactly what he needs to shut this monster down for good. Just like a whip with a mind of its own, the weapon coiled tight knot after knot until that cat was completely gift wrapped. Let's be real, the only way to handle these fast, twitchy enemies is total control. It took everything Chu Leang had to secure the win. Luckily, he had his secret weapon, the spirit binding rope from the White Tower. But don't get it twisted, this thing isn't a win button. Far from it. It's a high risk tool made strictly for close quarters combat, and if your aim is even an inch off, you're done. One wrong move, and the spirit would have ended him right then and there with a nasty counterattack. Plus, if our boy didn't keep his cool, that cat could have shredded those bindings in a heartbeat. But here's where it gets wild. Chu Leang figured he needed a real confidence boost for the big battles ahead. So, what does he do? He lets the cat go. Yeah, he actually untied it just to face it one on one again. Total madman move, right? But Chu Leang was locked in now. The second that spirit lunged, he read the move, countered like a pro, and finally put an end to the chaos. Game over. Battle finished. But looking back, he couldn't help but compare this to his first mission against that spider demon. And honestly, this buff cat spirit was way more of a headache than the spider ever was. But there was no time for a victory lap. Suddenly, and I mean out of nowhere, the entire mansion staff appeared to celebrate. Talk about a jump scare. He was legit impressed by how this family could just vanish and reappear like ninjas whenever they felt like it. The next morning, a servant girl showed up with a message. The master was throwing a massive celebratory banquet. Since he'd crashed at the mansion for the night, she even offered to help him get dressed. Our protagonist? He shut that down immediately. I can handle my own clothes, thanks, he said, leaving. Once she scurried off, Chu Leang got back to business. There was one big thing he had to confirm before hitting that party. We're talking about Lady Ming. She'd been a total no-show this whole time, and that felt off. He headed to her room and gave the door a knock. When she asked who was there, he kept it professional. He introduced himself as the hero from Shu Mountain and said he was just there to check on her health. Lady Ming seemed happy the legendary hero was outside her door, but she wasn't exactly rushing to open it. She claimed she wasn't ready for visitors, which immediately set off alarm bells for Chu Lian. Why was her vibe so different from the rest of the family? It felt like she was actively dodging him. Not taking no for an answer, he mentioned her mysterious illness. He played his trump card, Shu Mountain's secret techniques. He told her he might actually be able to cure her. He even offered to wait as long as it took until she was ready to see him. Feeling guilty for making the family savior stand in the hallway, she finally gave in and opened the door. She invited him inside, telling him that from this moment on, she'd put her full trust in him. As soon as he stepped in, the mood shifted. She dimmed the lights and started preparing some tea for her guest. She claimed she was just a bit startled, but then dropped a bombshell. Ever since he handled that monster the night before, she already felt 1,000 times better. Chu Leang didn't miss a beat. He told her straight up that he wanted to talk about that specific cat spirit from last night that caught her off guard, but he played it cool, saying it was all just speculation on his part. Still, that spirit was just too weird to ignore, and it left him with one burning question. Why would a malevolent spirit like that specifically target this residence? You could feel the pressure in the room. Lady Ming hesitated, then gave a classic non answer. It was just a ghost, she claimed. And ghosts do what ghosts do, they torment people. Nice try, Lady Ming. But something tells me there's a much darker secret hidden behind those teacups. Anyway, our boy shifted gears. He needed to talk about that creepy cat spirit that showed up last night. That caught the lady off guard for sure, but Lean kept it cool, trying to play it down a bit. He told her it was just a hunch, but let's be real, that spirit was way too bizarre to ignore. The whole encounter left him spiraling in thought. He looked her in the eye and finally asked the big question. Why did that nasty spirit target their home specifically? The lady started looking pretty stressed, dodging the whole thing. She claimed ghosts just do what ghosts do, the usual haunting and tormenting. Sounds pretty suspicious, right? But wait, our hero wasn't buying it. If this was some vengeful ghost, it would have gone for its enemies first. And if it was just a lonely child's spirit, it would have been crying out for its mother immediately. Instead, this cat ghost just hung around the house for 3 whole days without hurting a single soul. Lean's big takeaway? This spirit wasn't looking for blood, it was on a mission to find someone. This theory, it seriously rubbed the lady of the house the wrong way. You could see her getting irritated. Our boy Ling wasn't done yet. He'd been piecing this together since the head of the house started talking. See, the patriarch kept bragging about how the Ming family was famous for being incredibly kind hearted. He even claimed they'd never harmed a single animal in their lives. Everything seemed way too perfect. So Ling drops the bombshell: the spirit is looking for its mother. But here's the kicker: since it's a demonic spirit, that means its mother has to be a demon too. Logic, right? And ever since that cat showed up, Lady Ming had been acting suspicious and hiding away. He basically called her out in front of everyone. Lady Ming just laughed it off like it was a joke. She mocked the idea of her being some infiltrating demon, like, who, me, a monster? But Ling stayed cool. No sweating, just a cold look. He knew the truth would eventually come out. At this point, she'd had enough. She stood up, absolutely fuming, unable to take the accusations anymore. Usually, when a demon drops the act, they start leaking that dark, nasty energy everywhere. Still, Lean calmly asked her to sit back down so they could talk like civilized people. Meanwhile, she was internally panicking. No way this low-level cultivator has a demon-revealing tool, right? She sized him up and decided he wasn't really a threat, just some kid playing hero. She knew those famous Shoe Mountain guys had powerful artifacts, but she doubted they'd give one to him. Why would a top-tier sect let a junior disciple carry around something that valuable? It made zero sense. She mockingly asked if he had a magic mirror to reveal her true form. Lang, he straight up honesty, but then he added a however he had something that worked, pretty much the same. The tension in the room, off the charts. They just stared each other down in complete silence. Ling was just about to pull a sneaky distraction move to catch her off guard, when suddenly she tried to do the exact same thing. It was honestly a bit awkward for both of them. Total facepalm moment. Regardless, she decided she was done playing games and wasting her time. Plot twist! She revealed that the candle she lit earlier was actually laced with a deadly poison. Want the antidote? Then get out of my house and stop causing trouble, she threatened him. But Ling? He just smirked. He explained that he'd been prepared for an ambush before he even walked in. He'd been suppressing his breathing and internal energy this entire time. Talk about being 5 steps ahead. So that illusionary poison she was bragging about, yeah, it didn't do a single thing to him. Lady Ming was actually impressed. This kid was way more cautious than he looked. Seeing the direct approach failed, she changed tactics. She claimed she'd never hurt anyone and just wanted a peaceful life. She just wanted to be with her husband. But Liang wasn't budging. Duty is duty after all. As a Shoe Mountain apprentice, he couldn't just look the other way once he'd spotted a demon. No more talking. She lunged at him with the power of a serpent, complaining that he pushed her too far. Our hero didn't even flinch. He easily parried her strike with his sword like it was nothing. But things got weird. Her serpent energy started coiling around his blade like a living thing. It was a total power struggle. She asked him one last time if he'd just drop it and leave. When he stayed silent, she went all in. This time, she came at him with razor sharp claws. Leang stood his ground until the very last second before dodging her lethal slash. Time to get serious. He reached into his gear and pulled out his secret weapon, a sealing whip. With one smooth motion, he lashed out at the demon, aiming right for her back. She barely dodged it by a hair, but she could tell this whip was definitely not ordinary. Something was off. She realized way too late that this glowing cord chasing her wasn't just some ordinary rope. Boom. No time to dodge. The whip was already snaking through the air, coiling around her like a hungry predator. Caught! Within seconds, she was wrapped tighter than a holiday gift, completely paralyzed by the mysterious binding. Just like the cat spirit before her, she was trapped. She burst into tears, terrified of what this kid. But Liang, he stayed silent, just stood there looking all imposing with the whip in his hand like a total boss. Terrified, the lady begged him to just end it. Make it quick, she sobbed. Don't make me suffer. Our hero was actually internally panicking. He had zero intention of hurting her, and her reaction was making. This is where it gets weird. Since he wasn't killing her, she started getting flustered, thinking he had some other reasons for time. And right on cue, enter Mr. Ming. He heard some strange thumping noises and came to check on his wife. He walks in and yikes. The scene was beyond awkward. His wife, the hero, and a whole lot of rope. He stood there, brain buffering, trying to process why his wife was tied up like a human pretzel by their guest. The poor patriarch looked like his soul was leaving his body. He figured he just walked in on something private. It's not what it looks like! Liang shouted, immediately jumping into damage control mode. Total misunderstanding, I swear! Despite the massive embarrassment, Liang begged Mr. Ming to stay put so he could actually explain the situation. But Mr. Ming? Oh, he was already wallowing in a pit of sadness. The man was practically weeping over what he thought he saw. Then he says the craziest thing. If this arrangement makes you happy, my dear, then I guess I'll be happy too. Wait, what? Our hero nearly lost it. No! Sir, you arrived at exactly the right moment to see the truth. But Mr. Ming's brain went even further into the gutter. He actually thought Liang wanted both of them as his secret lovers. That was the final straw. Liang couldn't take the cringe anymore and yelled for everyone to just shut up and calm down. Look at me, he barked. I have zero bad intentions here. To prove it, he literally handed. Even though he was still super confused, the patriarch immediately asked Liang to just let his wife go. But Liang stood his ground. Sir, you need to listen to me first. Every word I'm about to say is the literal truth. You dropped the bombshell. I can't untie her yet. Why? Because the woman you love is actually a demon in disguise. The patriarch started shaking. Impossible, he stammered. You're making things up. That's my wife. Liang didn't blink. If you don't believe me, I've got a way to prove it right here, right now. The lady saw the writing on the wall. She didn't want a forced reveal, so she decided to come clean on her own terms. She looked at her husband with teary eyes. I've been so afraid to tell you. So scared of how you'd look at me. Right there in the middle of the room, she started to transform, letting her true demonic form show for the first time. You'd expect the husband to scream or run, right? Nope, he didn't condemn her at all. Instead, he stepped forward and pulled her into a massive hug. I don't care what you are, he whispered. I love you. Seeing this, Mrs. Ming realized that maybe the world was wrong. Not all demons are the monsters people claim they are. She started explaining her past. She grew up in the mountains far outside the city with her parents and her big brother. Even though she was a demon, she had a heart of gold. She'd never harmed a single human soul in her entire life. She lived peacefully that way for 100 years until the day her world changed because of a man. She figured Mr. Ming probably wouldn't even remember it. After all, saving a stray cat in the woods 20 years ago was a small thing. But the patriarch's eyes widened. He remembered that day like it happened yesterday. Back then, she was just a young spirit with weak cultivation. She'd run right into a pack of starving, ferocious wolves. It was a fight for her life. She barely made it out of their claws, but her luck was about to get even worse. While she was fleeing, she stepped right into a jagged hunter's trap. She was pinned, bleeding, and just as she closed her eyes to accept her fate, a young man appeared through the trees. That man was Mr. Ming. He didn't see a monster, he just saw a creature in pain and decided to help. He freed her from the cold steel of the trap and tended to her wounds with such gentleness it broke her heart. From that moment on, she knew. She didn't want the mountain life anymore. She wanted to be by his side forever. Liang watched the two of them, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. This wasn't a monster hunt, it was a love story. But the question remained, how would a demon and a human survive in a world that wanted them apart? She thought she would never see her family again, but then a little boy happens to walk by. This kid saves her with the kind of pure heart you only see in movies. The patriarch realizes the truth. He actually planned to keep that stray kitten way back then. But once she healed, she vanished. Little did he know she was busy training like crazy. She spent years cultivating nonstop just to master the art of looking human. Too scared to tell her own brother the truth, she did what any runaway would. She snuck off the mountain to see the big city. Talk about a massive coincidence. She bumps into her savior almost immediately. Fate definitely has a weird sense of humor. That little boy was all grown up now. Different height, but those eyes, exactly the same. The patriarch is floored. He legit thought their wedding day was the very first meeting. Never guessed it was actually round two. The whole thing felt like a fever dream. They fell hard for each other. And fast forward, and the two are finally tying the knot. Lang was living her best human life, pure bliss, right up until she got pregnant. That news, absolute bombshell. The patriarch was stunned because he thought she was sterile. He believed she could never have kids, but the truth was way darker and more complicated. She could conceive, sure, but she was terrified. Childbirth would force her to giving birth to a demon baby. Too risky. So she fed him a desperate lie, told him she was visiting her parents. Instead, she retreated deep into the cold mountains. She went through a secret abortion alone. Just heartbreaking stuff, honestly. Mr. Ming is absolutely wrecked. He is literally sobbing, asking why she did not just tell him. Years of love do not just vanish. He did not care about labels or ancient secrets. He was never going to throw their life away just because his wife was a demon. She is just grateful for the time they had. But she knows she cannot run anymore. Fate always catches up, right? She decides to face the music once and for all. She walks straight up to our hero, tells him to torture or kill her right now. Hardcore, right? But Mr. Ming is not having it. He starts screaming for her to stop. He begs to take the hit instead. If someone has to pay, let it be him. He throws himself in front of her, blocking the protagonist and begging for mercy. Now, our hero is thinking, in this world, humans and demons living together, society would totally celebrate him for wiping them both out right here and now. Plus, killing demons gets him major points with the White Tower. It is a win win. But wait, if he shows mercy, he might get a massive reward from the family. We are talking serious generational wealth here, the kind of money you can't just find. Even for a rich guy, this kind of fortune is a once in a lifetime haul. From a cold, logical standpoint, both options are actually pretty profitable for him. But looking at the hero's face, the couple is convinced their time is officially up. Then the protagonist speaks up. You guys are totally getting this wrong, he says. He is not some crazy fanatic monk from the dragon cult. He has his own rules. The couple is confused, like, what is this guy's angle? But then he shows them. Lan quickly unties her. No more ropes. He is actually letting her go for a second. He explains the rope was just a last resort because that poison was hitting hard. If she is really innocent and has not hurt anyone, he is willing to listen to reason. He tells them to follow him to the mountain gate, but he is not being mean. He is trying to fix this mess properly. If she just sits around doing nothing, she is just going to watch her husband lose every single thing he has ever worked for. She's taken the plunge and heading back to Mount Shu with our hero. He's promised her the one thing she needs, a title. Just hearing that word, it's a total game changer. Her whole vibe shifts instantly. She's vibrating with excitement now, looking at him like, wait, are you for real? Is this actually happening? Meanwhile, poor Mr. Ming is having a midlife crisis, thinking he's losing his wife to our young protagonist. Talk about insecure. Honestly, she has zero clue why her husband is acting so weird. Like, read the room, man. She can tell he's totally misreading the situation, and it's getting on her last nerve. Annoyance level, maximum. But look, this isn't just some nickname. She explains that for a creature like her, a title is a matter of life or death. It's something a regular human like her husband just wouldn't get. It's way deeper than simple paperwork. Forget the fairy tales you hear in the village. Real monsters and spirits don't just want a title for the prestige. See, giving a monster a title isn't just some ancient ritual to make them feel special. It's not about some old school legitimacy nonsense. It's much more practical than that. It's the official stamp of approval. It says, this monster is chill. They can live among humans without, think of it like supernatural citizenship. But watch out, the authorities have ways of sniffing out the fakes. An undocumented monster, that's a one-way ticket to trouble. You're basically an illegal resident in a world of high-tier warriors. And the penalty for getting caught? Brutal. We're talking end-of-the-line level consequences. Word on the street is a wild monster once tried to sneak into a cultivator city. It didn't end well. They took him out right then and there. No trial, no nothing. That's why our girl has been living in the shadows. She's been terrified of being outed this whole time. But here's the catch. Getting a title isn't easy. Only the human kingdoms or the nine celestial sects have that authority, and a certificate from the top tier. Yeah, good luck with that. For an average monster, getting a nod from the big nine is basically impossible. Under those giants, you've got the 10 earthly sects. They've got power, sure, but they aren't the top dogs. You might think the 10 earthly sects can help, but it's a bureaucratic nightmare. Now, let's talk politics. The Yu dynasty has been running things for over 600 years, 6 centuries of peace and prosperity. Everything seems fine on the surface, but a monster living in a human city, that's a ticking time bomb. To the imperial court in the celestial sects, every monster is a potential threat hiding in plain sight. Granting a title is like putting your own reputation on the line. You're vouching for them. If that monster snaps and starts a massacre later, guess who's taking the blame? The guy who signed the paperwork. The responsibility is huge. That's why even the high ranking disciples usually don't even bother with this stuff. Why deal with the headache? Most cultivators have a much simpler solution when they see a monster. Kill first, ask questions later. It's just easier to exterminate them than to trust them. Harsh, I know. But our girl got lucky. The guy who caught her isn't some cold blooded executioner, it's Chu Leang. She drops to her knees, pouring out her thanks. To her, this isn't just a favor, it's a second chance at life. She's talking total rebirth here. After all that kindness, she's honestly at a loss for how to even pay him back. She's like, I don't have enough to give you. So she and her husband just start bowing like crazy. Uh, Chu Liang is just standing there feeling awkward. Guys, chill. It's not that deep. But Mr. Ming isn't letting it go. He offers up every single asset the family owns: house, carriage, the lot. But our hero says no way. He knows this man has a whole family to feed. He's not about to bankrupt them. So then the wife steps up. She's got a different idea. She offers her two maids and by attendance, she means for dual cultivation. Yeah, that kind of training. Talk about a spicy offer. Our boy turns bright red and shuts that down fast. He's way too young and innocent for those types of exercises. Once the drama at the Ming house wraps up, it's time to head back to the sect with the lady and her hubby. The goal? Get her that official title. But there's a catch. Our hero doesn't actually have the authority. He's just a disciple after all. He needs the big boss, his master, to give the final green light. Luckily, his master is a total legend. She's fair, just, and won't let some stupid red tape stand in the way. With her backing, the rest of the Celestial Peak has no choice but to go along with it. And so, the real journey begins. After a series of intense mystical checks, from divination to deep soul searching, it was finally official. This young lady, definitely a benevolent monster. With the tests finished, she finally received her title and headed home with her husband at last. But she has not gone for good. She will be visiting Shu Mountain regularly for guidance and advice on other matters. Meanwhile, our hero Lean has locked himself in a tiny room deep in cultivation mode. This room, it is hidden right inside the White Tower. This is where he prepares to receive his newest reward for all that hard work. Every time Lean slays a demon, his power levels up. He can barely wait to refine that cat spirit. The second his hand touches the reward sensor, boom! A brilliant golden light starts glowing, filling the entire room. Out of the light, the boy receives the talisman of the demon cat spirit. Now, here's the deal. Using this talisman gives you cat like speed and crazy reflexes for 20 minutes. Sounds great, right? Except for the side effects. Like uncontrollably licking your own hands. Yeah, pretty awkward. Because of that, our protagonist thinks that out of all the rewards he has ever gotten, this one is the most useless. Seriously, still, he reconsiders. It is a disappointing tool, sure, but it might still have some hidden potential. If things get desperate, maybe this weird talisman could save his life. Who knows? But moving on, the boy notices that something is going down outside. Time to snap back to reality. He heads out and finds a massive messenger gazelle, and on its back, an official mark from the immortal sex. Our boy is beyond excited. This is the big leagues, guys. In the new heavens there once existed a legendary group called the Celestial Pivot Pavilion. These guys are the ultimate masters of divination. They see the future and know all the world's secrets. They are not really fighters, but man, they are respected by everyone who matters. Being part of the new heavens proves just how vital they are. Their other job? Collecting all the craziest, strangest stories from the mortal realm and packing them into the Seven Stars Mansion Gazette every single month. For hundreds of years, this magazine has been the biggest thing on the planet. From the highest gods to the street level, everyone is reading it. Even kids in the market are gossiping about it. So, yeah, this message arriving for our hero is a huge deal, and he gives us thanks immediately. Lean starts scanning the headlines for all the insane events that happened this month. First up, he decides to check the rankings of the 10,000 Human Treasures Register. This list ranks every powerful treasure in existence. It is the ultimate leaderboard. Usually, only the weak stuff changes ranks. The top tier gear stays at the top. The number one spot used to be held by the legendary Demon Ceiling Tower. But sadly, that tower is long gone from Shoe Mountain's hands. It is a tragedy, honestly. Back in its prime, the Shoe Mountain sect was at the very top of the nine heavens, and it was all thanks to that tower. But 50 years ago, everything went sideways during a massive incident. They lost their supreme resource, and Shoe Mountain started falling apart fast these days. Even the sects that used once to be weak have totally surpassed them in strength. It is a sad fall from grace at that exact moment. Our narrator is about to drop some more heat on us. People are talking big time. Is this sect actually worthy of being one of the nine heavens? The whispers are getting loud, but our boy knows he can't get distracted by the drama right now. Eyes on the prize. Moving on, at number 2 on the 10,000 treasures list, we have the legendary 7-star sword, currently guarded by the heavy hitters at Celestial Pivot Pavilion. Now, Liang thinks the number 1 spot is just hype, but this specific sword, it's the real deal. The pavilion's treasure has some seriously insane powers. Meanwhile, the Celestial Point group, they usually stay out of the drama. No fights, no wars, just purely neutral territory. Because they're so chill, the 7-star sword hasn't seen the light of day in ages. We're talking a century of dust. The last recorded use, exactly 100 years ago. Back then, a monster named Gu Shui from the Ghost Beast sect woke up and chose violence. They tried to ambush the pavilion, forcing the master into a corner with hit after hit. It looked bad. Until clink. The moment that 7-star sword was finally unsheathed, game over. The demon was crushed instantly. The sheer aura coming off that blade alone, it vaporized 300 demonic cultivators just by being there. Absolute overkill, and I love it. With one smooth motion, the pavilion master sliced through every single beast in her path. She literally deleted the demon's entire bloodline. Talk about a bad day. Liang is legitimately shook. This sword is terrifyingly strong. But here's the catch, rumor says every swing comes with a price. A blood tax, maybe? Our hero figures there are some dark secrets the public doesn't know about. Definitely some shady fine print there. Anyway, moving down the list to number 3, taking the bronze medal of divine artifacts is the Bagua Celestial Mirror. It belongs to the mystic hidden immortal mountain, another heavy hitter among the nine heavens. Legend says it literally dropped from the gods. But get this, there's a bit of drama. People say it's only ranked below the sword because the Pivot Pavilion made the list. Talk about bias. Politics, man. Even in cultivation, Liang reads all this and realizes, man, I'm poor. These items are way out of his league for now. So he starts looking for something more obtainable. He's scrolling through the bargain bin of artifacts when suddenly, wait, uh, he sees something familiar. He double takes. He looks closer, squinting at the description, and a realization hits him. That ordinary glow, he's seen it before. It's the Phoenix Spirit Blood Jade! That's his master's trinket. No wonder it looked like something he'd seen around the house. He finally connects the dots. He'd never seen it. in its full unleashed glory before. But realizing he's been staring at a world class treasure every single day, it's a total trip. Maybe these legendary items aren't as far away as he thought. His master is basically a walking cheat code. Still, the register isn't giving him any more practical tips. Time to check the news section. Nothing helpful for his current quest, so he flips the page to see what's happening in the world. Turns out things are getting spicy. A lot of big moves are happening across the continents. Word is the top disciple from Mystic Hidden Immortal Mountain just finished their secret training. They wasted no time, jumping straight into the Battle of Mount Furnace, and boy did they deliver. They took on the Dark King sect and straight up deleted the Silver King. Only the Purple Marquis is left. The Dark King sect was on a massive winning streak lately, but this loss, it definitely slowed them down. One leader down, and their momentum is dead in its tracks. Liang wonders how the big boss will react. You don't just kill a king without a response. Our boy is curious to see the fallout. Next up, in Sanju Valley, there's a new disciple named Luo making some serious noise. This girl is absolutely relentless. Seriously, she's got no chill when it comes to her enemies. In just 1 month, she completely wiped out 3 different evil organizations. Efficient, right? The valley actually depended on those groups, but Luo doesn't care. She's on a total warpath. Facing down the darkness, Liang wonders if everyone's just going to stay silent about this. Then he decides to just pivot and change the subject entirely. There is one more massive update regarding Shushan in the latest 9 Provinces Chronicles, and it is a total game changer. Master Wang Xuanling of the Shushan sect apparently went full beast mode and single-handedly took down a legendary sea. This beast was terrorizing the entire Eastern Sea, but Wang just ended it like, wait, what? Our hero quickly realizes this powerhouse cultivator belongs to Jade Sword Peak, which is a huge problem. That happens to be the one place his own master absolutely hates the most, and honestly, Liang is starting to get pretty anxious about it. Suddenly, K-boom! A massive explosion rocks the boy's room, nearly taking the roof off with a deafening blast. Relax, it is just his master. She is taken off again for a few days, and apparently, honestly, Liang isn't even worried about her safety. She can handle herself. He is worried about with her track record. She is probably going to pick fights with every enemy she has. It is going to be a total disaster. Regardless, time is ticking. Liang knows he needs to move fast and submit the mission he finally finished. As he gets closer, he stops to check the 7 Stars Mansion Gazette, the absolute go-to spot for the best gossip in the land. The headlines are wild. It says Emperor Yu actually visited the Ascending Dragon Academy just to find a husband for his daughter, Jing Yang. But get this, the top student, Zhang Chan, actually turned the emperor down. He gave some super weak excuse. Bold move, bro. Rejecting a princess with a personal matters excuse, that is definitely going to leave a mark on his reputation. You have to understand, the Ascending Dragon Academy is the elite Confucian school backed by the imperial court and ranked top 10. As the lead disciple, Zhang Chan had a golden future ahead of him, whether he chose cultivation or a high-ranking government job. But after rejecting the emperor, everything is totally unpredictable now. And the emperor is not the only one looking for a son-in-law. The Lord of Thunder Fortress is also desperate to marry off his daughter. He is even offering 10 precious treasures as a dowry. He is basically handing out a fortune to anyone who takes Huang Ling's hand, but so far nobody in the provinces has said yes. The reason is terrifying. Huang Ling warned that if her husband isn't stronger than her, her giant mammoth will literally kill them. Yeah. Talk about a strong personality. Our hero definitely thinks the gossip doesn't stop there. Next up, there is an unexpected update involving the famous Shushan Mountain. Everyone is talking about the legendary fairy Jang, also known as Jang Ui, the absolute beauty of. Word on the street is she was spotted having a cozy dinner with Feng Cha Yang at the Drunken Moon Tower. People are getting suspicious. There seems to be something serious going on between them, even if nothing is officially confirmed yet. Liang isn't the only one reading this. All around him, guys are losing their minds with jealousy over this potential relationship. Arguments are breaking out everywhere. Some people think the guy is a total loser, while others think they make a great couple. Either way, Liang is staying out of it. He has zero interest in celebrity drama, especially since he is basically broke right now. He heads straight for the exchange pavilion. At the moment, he only has 20 sword coins left, hardly enough to even buy a snack. The Danning Hall is the only spot where he can actually afford anything, but man, the prices are absolutely brutal. After blowing all his hard-earned cash, he walks away with only 4 pills. 4! All that work for just a handful. But hey, Liang doesn't let it get him down. He is a glass half full kind of guy, and he knows exactly what to do. He knows these pills are his ticket to finally breaking through to the mid stage of the divine mind realm. Level up, baby! Compared to the other disciples, he is being smart. He saves his coins and only trades them for high value pills to stay ahead. It gives him a huge edge during missions. Now he only has to worry about one thing: hunting down demons. He makes his way toward the White Tower at the Sword Exchange Pavilion, ready to get back to work. This time, Liang decides to go solo. He takes on a mission all by himself and heads out into the unknown. Shopping trip gone wrong. After blowing through all his hard earned cash, he only managed to score 4 measly pills. Just 4. But hey, Ling isn't pouting. He's got a plan and he is sticking to it no matter what. He knows this is enough to finally push him into the mid stage of the divine mind realm. Level up time! Unlike the other disciples, he's playing it smart, saving his coins strictly for those high tier pills. Efficiency is key here. It is a massive advantage for missions. Our hero only has one real job now: hunt down some demons. Target acquired. He is heading straight for the White Tower at the Sword Exchange Pavilion to finish the job. This time, Ling is going rogue, taking a solo mission. But pretty soon, things take a very strange turn. Our boy realizes he's hit a bit of a snag. Why? Because the Divine Mind Realm is literally overflowing with choices. I'm talking endless secret missions. It's like trying to pick a movie on Netflix impossible. But then, someone shouts out. They're looking for one last member to hunt for a human face jade essence flower. Talk about perfect timing. He needed a squad for the Divine Mind Realm anyway. A solid team and a massive reward. Yeah, that's going to turn some heads. Liang's curious though, like what even is a human face flower? Sounds creepy, right? But here's the real kicker: what actually gets him hyped is the jungle full of ferocious beasts. See, Liang's got that gamer grind set. More people for a mission usually means one thing: tougher challenges. And tougher challenges, that means more monsters. And more monsters means loot. Tons of it. It's the perfect way to farm resources for the White Tower. So, our protagonist decides to shoot his shot. He walks up, acting all humble, and asks to join. First impressions? Not bad. The cultivators actually take a liking to him right away. The guy recruiting even gives him a warm welcome, calling him an expert. Liang's just standing there like, wait, why are they being so nice? He's totally confused by the hospitality. No time to overthink it, though. It's time to sign his life away, officially joining the mission. The leader introduces himself as Linbei. He's the walk and talk type, so they head out immediately. Our hero introduces himself back, and then the rest of the squad follows suit. One guy, Fang Ting, tells him to drop the formalities. Just call me Big Brother, he says, smooth. Then there's the junior sister, Susie K, and another disciple named Luen bringing up the rear. They're from different peaks, but hey, they're all Shu Mountain disciples. One big happy family. Fang Ting gives him a big, warm welcome, making him feel right at home. With the introductions out of the way, Linbei gives the signal it's time to move out. As they're trekking, Linbei mentions they're from Yujin Peak. Then he asks the $1,000,000 question: so, which peak are you from? Liang doesn't skip a beat. Yinjian Peak, he says. In cue the record scratch. Everyone stops dead in their tracks. Suddenly, that warm, fuzzy atmosphere, gone. Replaced by pure, unadulterated awkwardness. Here's the tea: Shu Mountain disciples usually get along great, except for these two specific peaks. See, the 5 points of Shu Mountain are all about that sword life. They share the same history, but in this generation, the masters of Yinjin and Yujin have, let's call it, clashing personalities. It's a total rivalry. Liang's master and the guy named Wang and Ling are basically at each other's throats. They don't even hide it. And of course, the disciples ended up picking sides too. It's gotten even worse lately because news of a spicy bet between the two masters spread everywhere. So yeah, the tension between these two peaks is legendary. It's practically a Cold War. Linbei's hand is literally on the boy's shoulder, and you can see him thinking, should I take it off? The rest of the group is feeling it too. They want to be mad, but suddenly switching to mean mode feels weird. In the end, Linbei decides to keep it professional. He stays friendly. Someone mentions the rumors that Yinjin Peak only had one disciple left. What a crazy coincidence, they mutter. Yeah, crazy. But look, the mission is already locked in. There's no backing out now. Linbei tells everyone they've just got to deal with it and move forward. On the other hand, the girl, Susie, is clearly not a fan. She's giving our hero the major side eye. Fang Ting tries to smooth things over, telling her they'll need her skills more than ever. But the damage is done. The vibe is officially ruined. The three disciples can't even look at him anymore and just storm off ahead. Leaving our hero and Lin Bei in the world's most awkward walking formation. Good luck with that. Lin Ai breaks it down. Apparently, their new attitude is all part of the plan. She explains that it's only natural given how these two peaks usually interact, but honestly, Ling couldn't care less about the drama. As long as there are monsters to smash, he's a happy camper. The boy finally agrees to hear the mission details. Linbei drops the news. Fang is taking the lead. Why? Because he's already reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Linbei adds that even though Fang is only one stage ahead, it's a massive deal. It's the literal wall between being a regular human and reaching the earthly realm, a total game changer. Then there's the younger sister situation. Lanai admits most of them are just there as bodyguards. This is her first real mission. Her brother is the legendary Swai Yang from Yugon Peak. Since Big Bro is busy meditating in seclusion, the task of babysitting falls on them. Hearing that name, Liang's ears perk up. He knows the sect has been losing its edge lately. But even now, two names still make everyone in this generation stop and listen. We're talking about the heavy hitters, Zhang Yue and that Swai Yang guy. Lin Bei is beaming. Turns out his big brother still has some major prestige in this world. Switching gears, Lin Bei points out they're in the same boat as the newbies tagging along for experience. He asks Liang, so, which senior accompanied you on your very first mission? The hero's response, nobody. I've always done these missions completely solo. Mic drop. Lin Bei is absolutely floored by this revelation, like jaw on the floor, shocked. He starts showering Ling with praise, making our boy feel a little awkward, honestly. See, most cultivators are required to hunt in groups until they finish the spiritual intent domain. Liang gets the logic, though. Hunting alone is slow, dangerous, and the loot usually it's a lot of work for very little reward compared to a full squad. Linbei suggests they should definitely team up for future missions, but Ling, he's not so sure. Oh, almost forgot. Linai introduces Lu Ren, the final member of their little monster hunting party. He's around their level of strength. Linbei then lays out the map, Jensen Mountain. There might be some demons lurking around, but with Fang leading, they're basically dead meat. The plan is simple. Head to the outskirts, find the target area, and wait for the perfect moment. They're looking to snatch a rare flower, but they've got to be smart about it. That's the general plan anyway. You know how these things go, chaos is usually right around the corner. Linbei says they can figure out the gritty details while they're on the move. Ling nods along, but he's low key curious about these forest demons at the edge of the peak. The group starts closing in on the flower's location, and that's when Statu starts acting. She starts making these intricate magical gestures. It's actually pretty impressive to watch. She points to the sky, and suddenly, boom! A massive bird swoops down from the clouds. It lands right next to her, and the two share a big hug. Talk about a wholesome reunion. Meanwhile, Ling is feeling a bit salty. Must be nice to have luxury pet money at that age. Regardless of his envy, the girl calls everyone to hop on her giant mount. Well, uh, everyone except for our hero. She doesn't exactly say no, but she definitely doesn't say yes. It's that classic you can't sit with us energy, and Ling definitely feels the shade. He catches her judgmental glare, but he's not about to walk. He's hitching a ride anyway. Forget what this young lady thinks, he's got a mission to finish. Linbei helps him climb aboard, and the hero is secretly buzzing with excitement to finally hunt demons. For a long distance trip like this, nothing beats sword flying for pure, unadulterated speed. They say flying over the mountains on a sword is the ultimate thrill, agile, fast, and legendary. And for the ordinary people watching from below, it's a sight they'll never ever forget. Cultivation isn't always flashy lights and power ups, it's exhausting, cold, tired, you name it. In moments like this, having a loyal mount is a total lifesaver. Seriously. Linbei breaks the silence. They have finally hit the border of the legendary Jinu Mountain. This place is massive, 800 miles of wilderness separating the southern and central domains. It is an imposing barrier. Think vast valleys and forests so thick you can barely see. Legend says it is crawling with demons. Monsters? Yeah, the stuff of pure nightmares. But hey, Linbei is chill about it. Nothing to worry about, he says. Why? Because they are just hitting the outskirts. The low level jungle area, the target is a rare flower that supposedly grows in pairs. Double the trouble, right? Someone found it early, but it wasn't ripe yet, so the mission got passed down to them. Only problem? Linbei. Our hero is finding this guy let's just say talkative. I mean, the kid hasn't stopped once. Our protagonist is starting to realize something. Maybe this boy isn't just being friendly. Maybe he is just a world class chatterbox. Suddenly, the pieces fit. Why are the other three cultivators sitting so far ahead? They are not ignoring our main character, they are just trying to escape. Linbei's nonstop talking. 30 minutes later, they arrive. The forest of the flower. Time to get to work. Taksu lets her mount go, and Fang immediately drops a heavy warning about the area. Walking only from here on out. Why? Because the vegetation is a literal death trap. The air is thick with poisonous miasma. One breath, game over, hold it or die. To save his precious energy, Fang picks three warriors to clear the path ahead. Linbei thinks, holding my breath? Easy. But there is a catch. A big one. No breathing means you can't circulate your true essence. Your inner power, totally stagnant. Every bit of chi becomes precious now. If a monster jumps out, well, good luck. Since Fang is the heavy hitter, he needs to stay at 100% power. He is saving his strength for the real bosses. Standard top tier cultivator logic. Then there is Sue. It is her first time out, so she is basically on don't die duty. Linbei is nodding along. Brilliant strategy, senior brother. Truly high level thinking. But then our hero grabs everyone's attention. He has something to say. Change of plans, he says. I have got a much better way to do this. Cue the suspicious glares. Everyone is thinking the same thing. What is his angle? Is he trying to sabotage them? Nope. He just casually offers to do everything himself. Clearing the path? Check. Slaying demons? Check. All on his own. Linbei is floored, completely shocked. Does this guy even know where they are? Survival rule number one, conserve energy. The more you have, the less you die. Nobody just volunteers for the hard work. It is practically unheard of in this world. That is why Fang's rotation plan was actually pretty fair for everyone involved. When Chu Leang first spoke up, they all figured he was just looking for an exit, a way to run away, maybe. But then Linbei looks him in the eye. He sees this incredibly warm, heroic smile. The guy looks like a literal saint. Linbei starts overthinking. Wait, he is clearing the path alone? With that beginner, suddenly the guilt hits him like a truck. How could I think such bad things about him? He tries to warn our hero. Look, man, this path, it takes hours to clear. He is laying out all the risks, but Chu Leang, cool as a cucumber. If my energy runs out, I will just pull back, he says, sounding way too confident. Then he drops the humble card. Besides, with my weak power, it is the least I can do. Even so, our boy's determined to pull his weight. Talk about a never back down attitude! The rest of the crew is legit shocked. I mean, look at the sheer guts on this kid. Pretty brave. Anyway, the leader's not going to fight him on it. Daylight's burning. They've got to hit that mountain fast. But he lays down the law. If his energy drops, hits 50%, he's out. Tag team mode activated for the next cultivator. Can't have anyone hitting zero out here. Survival depends on not being totally drained. Lean gets it, but the girl in the group, she's stuck in her own head. She's remembering how she treated him like trash earlier, all because of her master. Her master was basically her world, especially after she hit that profound intent realm. He even gave her that bird as a gift. To her, he was the ultimate authority, easily the most important person in her life, and she knew exactly how he felt about guys like Lean. Um, so yeah, that's why she was acting so hostile before. She even tried to ignore him after letting him ride the mount. Pure resentment. But now, this same kid is stepping up and carrying the whole damn team. Shui Nu is watching him, thinking he's just been trying to be a team player. She's starting to realize that being a jerk and isolating him, not her best look. She feels terrible. Meanwhile, our hero Ling has a completely different plan. He's not being a saint, our boy just wants to hog all the rewards for himself. Classic. But to her, he looks like a hero. Not a villain, but something completely different. Someone kind. Someone with a beautiful smile. Yeah, she's definitely falling for the act. She's convinced he's a saint, and now she's got to find a way to pay him back. She can't just sit there. She walks right up to him, needing his attention. Hey! She reaches out and hands him three high grade pills for the mission. Ling is just standing there, totally confused. I mean, these things are valuable. They're top tier energy restorers. And Ling, he's thinking like a true cultivator. You use these for leveling up, not just for feeling tired. Talk about a waste. He tries to say no, even though they're amazing, but then he catches himself. Wait, he realizes what's actually happening. She's not just being nice, she's apologizing. She feels rotten about being so mean earlier. It's an olive branch. He has to take them. And seeing him accept, it makes her day. Time to get to work. He pulls his sword, still scratching his head over the vibes. Like, why are they being so nice now? Anyway, they hit the mountain, thick miasma. The demon fog is getting heavy, really heavy. Time to bring out the big guns. They fire up a light lantern. Gotta keep that toxic poison at bay, right? Liang pushes his divine sense outward. Suddenly, the whole world shifts. It's like he's in a peaceful lagoon. But don't let the calm fool you. He can feel them. The demons are moving. And right on cue, found one! A monster leaps out from the shadows, ready to tear them apart. It's a massive man eating plant, and it's hungry, but Liang is faster. He jumps in front of Shenu, and bam, one shotted, just like that. But wait, with its dying breath, the plant sprays a ton of venom at her. It barely misses her, but the party's just starting. More of them are popping up. They're jumping them as a pack. But Lang, he's just cutting through them like butter. 30 minutes in, and he's already shredded 10 of these plant freaks. Talk about a warm up. This place is dangerous, and he's just getting started. All right, break time. Leader Fang called the squad to a halt so they could catch their breath for a minute. Our hero immediately checked if Shu was hurt in the skirmish, but she just smiled. I'm fine, she said. Fang warned that even with Chu Leang basically carrying the team, they couldn't afford to get sloppy. Stay alert, that was the mission. Even with their physical strength up, they needed to rest their minds. For cultivators, it's all about that inner balance. Essence, energy, and spirit are the big three. So, Fang gave the order, everyone recover now. Take a seat and refill those energy tanks. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was getting real friendly with Chu Liang, asked if his buddy was holding up okay. Liang explained that thanks to the high tier pills from his sister, he was still in peak fighting shape. But Lin Bei, the guy is a total chatterbox. Once he starts talking, he just doesn't know when to quit. Liang shut him down before he could even start. Why? Because it was meditation time, baby. In his head, the hero knew this was the perfect moment to make the most of those power up pills. With the White Tower nearby, he could easily refill his energy by farming some of those lantern monsters. Business as usual. The protagonist left his offerings in the tower to claim his mystical loot. What did he get? Something special. A rare powder distilled from the essence of 100 flowers. This stuff is legendary. If you use it right, it can neutralize 100 different types of deadly poison. Plus, as a bonus, it leaves your body smelling like a fresh bouquet of roses. Talk about a glow up. While the guys prepped, junior sister Susu was busy having a total internal crisis of her own. See, she's a total clean freak, and the thought of sitting on the dirty, buggy ground, nightmare fuel, she wondered if she really had to sit there, plus her strength was low and she felt totally useless. She'd been playing it safe to save energy, but let's be real, she'd contributed, well, absolutely zero. As she was mulling over her life choices, she suddenly heard a rustle in the woods. A spooky noise! It scared the living daylights out of her. Something was creeping through the shadows. The thing was getting closer and closer. Poor Susu was practically shaking in her boots. Suddenly, the creature lunged. She braced for impact, but out popped a tiny little frog. But for Susu, this frog might as well have been a world ending dragon. She completely lost it. Tears in her eyes, she bolted as far away from that monster as her legs could carry her. She realized too late why she didn't sense it. It wasn't a demonic beast, just a normal, boring amphibian. Suddenly, Fang's voice cut through the air, pure panic. Little sister, watch out! Get back! He screamed for her to be careful. A real threat was closing in, and Liang was currently awake. Before anyone could blink, a massive carnivorous plant lashed out and snagged Susu by the leg. Fang didn't hesitate. To save his sister, he unleashed a wave of power to vaporize that plant. It worked. But talk about overkill. He used way more power than he actually needed for a weed. The massive boom of the explosion jolted our hero right out of his deep session in the White Tower. The whole squad rushed towards Susu, desperate to help the poor girl recover from the shock. Liang was still a bit dazed, but one thing was clear: the raw power of a Golden Core expert is insane. Everyone rushed to help her heal. Liang was still confused, but one thing was crystal clear. He finally understood the true terrifying power of a Golden Core expert. It was on another level. Without wasting a beat, Susu activated her healing arts. She wasn't too worried at first. She figured a minor scratch like this would be a piece of cake to fix. Easy, right? Wrong. So wrong. Instead of closing up, the venom started spreading like wildfire. That was the moment she realized just how bad this was. This wasn't just a simple wound. The realization hit her hard. This demonic flower hadn't just wounded her, it did something worse. It injected a nasty venom right into her leg. Looking at the wound, the team was in total shock. Everyone was reeling. Fang couldn't believe it. These vine flowers were supposed to be harmless. Usually they're chill. But this specific one, it was a stone cold killer. Things just got real. Reality hit hard. Realizing they were in deep trouble, Lanai scrambled to pull out his stash. He had some detox pills ready, but those were only meant for basic forest fog. Against the deadly purple vine flower, total garbage. They had zero clue how to stop it. So the boy suggests a special solution. Fang is like, all right, what's the plan? And man, Lanai's idea, absolutely unhinged. Peak pervert energy right here. He offers to suck the venom out himself. Yeah, he actually said that with a straight face. Fang shuts him down immediately. Not because it's a gross idea, mind you, but because Linai's cultivation is too weak, the poison would probably just end him. Instead, Fang offers to do the sucking himself since he's the strongest alpha in the group. Poor Sue is just standing there, getting more anxious and desperate by the second. But wait! As if the vibe wasn't already weird enough, the last guy joins the party. He also pipes up, basically saying he should be the one to handle the extraction. Now you've got three grown men lining up with the most questionable intentions possible. Sue is officially terrified. But then our hero finally raises his hand. Everyone stops. They're all thinking the same thing. Is Liang joining the line too? They ask if he wants a turn with the poison, but he shuts that down real quick. He explains they've got it all wrong. He actually has a real medicine for this flower. Sue is beyond relieved. The other guys, not so much. Their plan just went up in smoke. Even though it's not a perfect match for this specific venom, Liang thinks it'll work. Linai, still trying to play the hero, starts backpedaling and acting concerned again. He warns about risks since it's not a dedicated antidote, typical snake behavior. He tries one last time to convince Sue to let him handle the situation his way. But Sue? She's out of there. She bolts without even a second glance at him. Plan failed, you creep! She asks Liang how she's supposed to actually use this stuff. Simple half goes in the mouth and the other half gets applied right on the wound. Slowly but surely, she's starting to trust our boy. Liang actually looks a bit embarrassed. Linai tries to wiggle back in, offering to help apply the ointment. Nice try, buddy. Sue shuts him down again. She follows Liang's instructions and starts her recovery technique. Within seconds of starting the treatment, something amazing happens. This incredible fragrance fills the air. It's so refreshing that Sue feels like she's floating. The scent gets stronger and stronger, making her feel like she's literally walking on clouds. Suddenly, she's surrounded by a sea of roses. It's intense, almost too intense. The vibe shifts. It goes from relaxing to weird. Sue notices things are getting out of hand. She feels like she's being pulled under by the flowers. She can't even catch her breath. She snaps out of it, gasping. That was way too close. She almost lost herself in that scent. Meanwhile, our hero is just happy his medicine actually did the trick. Sue looks over at him, and that's when it hits her. Liang smells like it too. That same strange, intoxicating fragrance is coming off him. Seeing him look so worried about her, she starts thinking he's actually pretty handsome. The first thought in her head, that amazing scent she felt might actually be his scent. She tries to shake it off, thinking she's just tripping. Liang is just confused by her face. He has no idea why she's acting so weird, so he just grabs her. He starts shaking her like a Polaroid picture, demanding to know how she's feeling. Sue is definitely not a fan of the manhandling, even if she is feeling better. Despite the boy's total lack of social skills, she can't help but stay captivated. Shu is blushing like crazy, trying to play it cool while asking how she can possibly repay him. Liang just brushes it off, saying that pill he gave her earlier was really no big deal. But Shu isn't buying that humble act. To her, that medicine was a literal lifesaver, way more precious. Our boy insists he doesn't want a single thing in return because to him, they are fellow disciples. Hearing that, Shu gets all shy and asks, "Wait, does that mean we're actually friends now?" Liang doesn't say no, and honestly, Shu is over the moon just to be considered his friend. Meanwhile, Lin Bei is curious, why on earth is our hero carrying around such high tier medicine anyway? The protagonist just shrugs it off. Better safe than sorry, right? You never know when things go south. Enough talk. Fang decides it's time to push forward now that Sue is finally back on her feet. Everyone expected Liang to play it safe, but nope. He's right back at the front, taking all the risks. This guy is a legend. Every cultivator in the group is starting to seriously respect his hustle. 30 minutes later, Liang is feeling a bit let down. Only two tiny demon flowers so far? Weak. But the vibe shifts fast. The group keeps walking until they hit a patch of thick, nasty miasma. Fang shouts out the good news. They are close. No more time for distractions or wandering around. People, we are on the home stretch now. Every second counts if they want to reach their goal. Liang keeps leading the charge, clearing the path, while that something is wrong feeling starts crawling up. Then there is Lin Bei. His intrusive thoughts win, and he starts thinking about the forest's echo. So, what does he do? He lets out a shout just to hear the reverb in a forest. Brilliant. The rest of the group just glares at him. Seriously, dude? Everyone is judging his total lack of survival. I mean, you do not just scream in the middle of a death zone and hope nothing hears. Fang checks the map. According to the guide, the target flower should be just one valley over. But here is the catch: the path from here is going to be 10 times more dangerous. No time to waste. All the cultivators head down the hill, pushing straight toward their final destination. But as they get closer, Liang notices something. It is quiet. Too quiet, like creepy horror movie quiet. Since there are no small monsters around, he suspects this is some apex predator's private backyard. And then they see it. Their target is right there, and the energy in the air completely shifts. The flower starts reacting, swelling up into a massive, pulsing bud right before their very eyes. Fang's eyes go wide. That is it! Get ready, everyone. The harvesting operation is officially starting now. The group locks in, but Liang knows the most dangerous phase of the mission is just getting started. That massive flower starts turning toward the warriors like it is hunting. This is about to get messy. Lin Bei is already shaking in his boots, and even Fang is sweating a little bit here. But as the leader, Fang keeps his cool. Stay steady. It is just reacting to its surroundings, he says. He explains the trick. The plant only blooms under the moonlight. Until then, do not move a muscle. They have to be surgical about this. One wrong move regarding the human face jade flower, and it's over. Everyone has a general idea of what they are up against, but the tension is still through the roof. Our hero knows the deal. If they harvest it 1 second too early, its spiritual essence just vanishes. From what they have learned, this thing does not just sit there, it fights back with wild defensive moves. We are talking full blown illusions. It will mess with your head the moment it starts to bloom. Teamwork is the only way this works. They need a perfect plan to pull this harvest off safely. The strategy? Use a bronze mirror to reflect those illusions right back at the plant. Smart, right? While one person distracts it, another circles around the back to make the actual cut. The rest of the squad? They are on crowd control, keeping the local monsters off their backs. The moon is rising. It is go time. Everyone rushes into position to start the operation. Lurin is on mirror duty, while Lin Bei is actually the one tasked with the harvesting part. And Sue? She is holding the line, making sure nothing sneaks up on them from the side. Meanwhile, Lang gets into position to keep a close watch on Sue while guarding the flank. Above them, Fang takes the high ground, playing the hawk and overseeing every single direction. The leader barks out an order. Everyone, circulate your energy and stay sharp for the right moment. The tension is rising. With the moonlight about to hit those flowers, the time is drawing closer. Then Fang shouts again. This time, he's telling the group to brace for what's coming next. Watch the flanks. He warns them to focus on the monsters about to swarm from both sides. Both Lern and Lindai look a little shaky. They're definitely second guessing if they can handle this. But our hero, he is 100% locked in. And Sue isn't backing down either. Suddenly, a guardian monster lunges out to protect the treasure, aiming straight for Shu. It is a massive tiger with Pegasus wings. Honestly, one look at that thing is totally terrifying. The girl tries to swing her blade, but Fang moves in to save the day with his own sword. Clang! His interference actually causes her sword to ricochet right off her own senior brother's. Liang watches the whole thing. In his eyes, a Golden Core practitioner's moves are impressive, but annoying. To him, this is a total waste. He actually wanted to deal with that tiger himself. Seeing Liang's face, Fang starts boasting about his strength while trying to act all humble. It's awkward. Our protagonist is just embarrassed for the guy, especially since Fang thinks he's jealous. Fang assumes he's the envy of the group, but Liang quickly realizes how to handle this. When dealing with an ego like Fang's, the best move is just to nod and agree. As night falls, monsters start popping up everywhere, and soon, three of them charge right at our hero. For Liang, this isn't a threat, it's a gift. Pure cultivation experience, points delivered right to him. Our boy gets ready to wipe them out, but Fang just can't stay out of it. He doesn't think Liang can handle it alone, so he decides to play hero once again. He hurls his sword forward to finish off the monsters that were already in Liang's sights. Liang tries to strike first, but his attack is intercepted as senior brother vaporizes them instantly. After dusting the monsters, Fang is feeling proud, but Liang couldn't be more disappointed. Why? Because he just watched all his precious rewards disappear into his senior brother's pocket. Talk about a kill stealer. At this point, all our boy can do is try to ignore the pain. But wait, dozens more monsters are approaching. Fang takes the lead, no longer holding back an ounce. He stops conserving his energy and starts annihilating the beasts from every possible direction. The warrior is basically putting on a show, clearly feeling like the main character of this story. He stands tall, chest out, waiting for the two disciples to shower him with some praise. But crickets. Unexpectedly, nobody says a word about how amazing he supposedly was. Our hero is just annoyed because he wanted to get his hands dirty and kill those monsters. Fang turns to the girl, hoping for a compliment, but she gives him the cold shoulder, too. Now the senior disciple is just confused. Why isn't this going the way he pictured it? He doesn't understand why his big hero moment is falling so incredibly flat with a group. To break the ice, he shouts that if they keep practicing, maybe one day they'll be like him. Talk about cringe! This statement is even more embarrassing, making Fang regret even helping them. He starts thinking that maybe next time he should just let them fight their own battles. Before things get weirder, Lin Bei announces that the Jade Essence is finally about to begin. Lurin moves fast, readying the bronze mirror to catch the illusion at just the right time. The human-faced plant blooms and sees a male version of itself staring back in the mirror. It's a total distraction. Both faces of the plant look completely embarrassed and caught off guard. Lin Bei thinks this is it, the perfect moment to swoop in and cut that flower stem. He's right on the verge of success, but then, bam! A monster jumps out to defend it. Limby is shaking in his boots, honestly, who wouldn't be? He barely manages to throw up a block against this unknown terror. As he backs away, the terrifying truth hits him. This isn't just some beast, it's a pure, malicious entity from his nightmares. This thing almost ended his story right then and there. Now that it's out in the open, Fang's expression shifts, things just got real. He recognizes this monster. He knows exactly how dangerous it is. And trust me, that look on his face says it all. End it now, he thinks. No hesitation. But here's the kicker, even with his insane cultivation levels, our top tier warrior strikes. But the creature, it just dances around him like it's nothing. Then it sees an open. In a flash, the demon snatches a piece of the sacred plant and books it. Yeah, just robbed him and ran. But our senior brother isn't about to let some thief slide. He launches his flying sword, and man, does it fly! Talk about a bad day for the demon. Four glowing blades slam into the ground, creating a high level sword prison around it. It's trapped! This is the perfect moment for the squad to jump in and finish this thieving pest once and for all. Every cultivator on the scene unleashes their power. It's a total exterminate on site mission, now no mercy allowed. They're all in, determined to wipe this thing off the face of the earth. But even while cornered, the monster is just smiling. A smug, carefree grin, like it knows something they don't. Why dodge when you can just turn into a ghost? It's intangible. Physical attacks, totally useless. Everyone thing is absolutely livid. Watching his best moves phase through thin air while the creature keeps slipping away, pure frustration. It's literally laughing at them as it makes its getaway. Seriously, the audacity! But he's on the move! To get back the stolen goods, he hops onto his sword full on Shantia style and guns it. He's flying solo now, determined to settle the score. Meanwhile, our main character is watching this play out, feeling the tension rise. He realizes they're in a tight spot. Normally, Fang's insane power would have ended this fight in 5 seconds flat. Since the heavy hitter is gone, the rookies are on their own. No more safety net, they've got to handle the leftovers. They can't afford a single mistake. It's time for the new kids to step up or get stepped on. Simple as that. Our boy is impressed, though. That demon was lightning fast, snatched the loot, and vanished before anyone could blink. At this rate, it's anyone's guess if Fang can actually catch that freak of nature. It's an elite level chase. But if Senior Brother fails, well, our hero starts looking at a certain item he's carrying. Maybe it's time to intervene. He's got a secret weapon, and it might just be the key. Meanwhile, back at the high speed chase, Fang is letting his aura explode. The sheer pressure is literally tearing the surface. But bad luck strikes. These aren't just normal rocks falling from the cliff, they're infused with something nasty. It's like a deadly game of Tetris. Fang is getting pelted, forced to weave through a rain of enchanted boulders. He can't floor it. Every time he tries to speed up, another rock gets in his way. The demon is pulling ahead. Breaking through that much debris is exhausting, even for him. But Fang, he doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. He bites down and pushes his chi to the limit. Going faster, he says, "Boulders be damned." After a grueling chase, they hit a clearing, but even without the rocks, that demon is still moving like a blur. It's not slowing down one bit. But now that they're out of the cave, finally, Fang can stop holding back. Now he can truly show what a top ranked cultivator looks like. He accelerates, cutting through the air like a jet. He doesn't wait. He unleashes his chi infused sword, aiming right for the heart of that thieving shadow. It's a direct hit, almost. The demon barely dodges, getting vaporized by a hair's breadth. Talk about getting mocked and missing his targets. Our senior brother is officially ticked off. His patience, 0%. He's fuming now. The chase drags on, and no matter how many times Fang strikes, the result is the same. Dodge. Counter. Another dodge. It's like the monster is playing tag, and Fang is definitely not it. He realizes this thing is as slippery as an eel. Plus, the terrain here, it's practically working for the enemy. It's it's a home turf advantage, and it's hurting him. Then suddenly, danger! His instincts scream. Those vines, they aren't just moving in the wind, they're alive. And they're definitely not friendly. Oh, great, it's the demon king of this entire zone. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. The thief is getting away, but Fang has bigger problems. Like, don't get crushed by an ancient monster problems. He's forced to drop the chase and defend his life against this new, massive threat. Good luck, senior brother. It's game over for Fang. He finally realizes there's zero chance of catching that demon at this rate. The creature is just too nimble. It basically won this race before it even started. See, Fang's aura is great for straight line speed, but its turning radius, absolute trash. Not exactly ideal for Fang is fuming, completely stuck and unable to smash through the junk, blocking his path. He's hitting a literal wall here. And now the panic starts to set in. He's terrified of what the master and Aksu will say. A Golden Core expert failing a mission? That's embarrassing. While Fang is busy having a midlife crisis, a literal blur streaks right past him to handle business. At first, our warrior friend has no clue what just zoomed by. Like, was that a person or a rocket? The demon doesn't wait to find out. It goes full ghost mode, using its intangibility to keep slipping away. It's a clever trick, but Liang notices something important. The monster is only running, it's not fighting back. Our hero realizes this big, scary demon is actually a total coward with zero offensive stats. If being a ghost is its only trick, Liang just needs to play the waiting game. Nothing lasts forever, especially not magic. TikTok demon, TikTok. The second that intangibility wears off, boom. Liang snags the beast with a rope like he's at a rodeo. The monster's life flashes before its eyes. All that effort to get here, just to get caught by a rope, it's honestly depressing. Dying like this isn't just a defeat, it's a total humiliation. Liang isn't the type to give a long winded villain speech. He just draws his blade. One swift, powerful strike. And just like that, demon problem solved. Now, a bit of cultivation common sense. Asking about someone's secret gear is the ultimate taboo. Why? Because even if you can see someone's level, you can't see what's in their pockets. A high tier magical tool can turn a weakling into a god in 5 seconds flat. That's why cultivators usually eliminate anyone who sees their hidden trump cards. Dead men tell no secrets. Some sects play fair to get treasures, but others, yeah, they're basically pirates. This is exactly why Liang's lie about the talisman is pure genius. It keeps the White Tower safe. Back at the base, the squad greets Liang like a returning king. Feng is still standing there, totally baffled. How did my junior do that? He wonders. Meanwhile, Lin is practically begging Liang to teach him his secrets. Even Shu is leaning in, dying to know the truth. Liang just plays it cool, though. Oh, it was nothing, he says. Just a basic little footwork trick. Very simple, really. He tells them he used a super rare one time use talisman to bridge the gap. Fang breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, a treasure. That makes sense. He's totally bought it. Stu nods along. I mean, Liang is the only disciple of Silver Sword Peak. The kid is probably loaded with loot. Lib is doing the math, though. That speed was fourth rank at least. Lurin looks worried. That talisman must have cost a fortune. The mission reward won't even cover it. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. Everyone is looking at Liang with these big, sparkly eyes. Fang admits he never thought Liang would be the one to save the day. He's genuinely impressed. But then the misunderstanding goes into overdrive. They think he sacrificed his most precious item for the team. The whole group is actually moved to tears. They think he's some kind of selfless saint. Liang is standing there, probably thinking, what is happening right now? To them, he's not just a disciple anymore. He's the most charismatic, heroic guy in the entire sect. Feeling guilty for his loss, the junior sister steps up and announces she's going to personally compensate him. He somehow ends up fixing everything. Plus, everyone thinks he sacrificed his most expensive treasure just for the mission. The whole squad is literally moved to tears, touched by his sacrifice. They think he is the ultimate selfless hero. Ling is standing there like, what is even happening? But in their eyes, suddenly, he is the sect's most charismatic disciple. The junior sister even steps up to pay him back. She wants to compensate him for using that precious talisman. Then she drops a heavy apology about the extortion. Lanai's basically forcing her rewards on him, and she's not alone. Fang is on board too. Everyone feels like they owe Liang big time. Finally, Lanai pulls him into a massive hug. She makes it crystal clear he's taken everyone's shares whether he likes it or not. End of story. Cut to Silver Sword Mountain. The sun is out, flowers are blooming, and life is looking good. Since the master's been gone for 2 days, Liang's been running the show all by himself. He's buried in chores, but honestly, being the big boss of the peak feels pretty sweet. That feeling of power makes all the hard work feel totally worth it for our boy. Suddenly, he remembers he has actual work to do. He jumps up time to move! He got back way too late last night after saying goodbye to the Jade Sword crew. Now, it's finally time to get back to the grind and hit the White Tower. He's got some serious rewards waiting for him from that last mission. Let's see the loot. He hits the exchange button immediately. But this time, something feels different. Boom! A massive blue light entity erupts from the energy sphere, leaving Liang totally stunned. This isn't just some basic item, it's a special reward, and it's absolutely massive. Turns out, this thing is a cultivation assistant that transfers all its progress directly to him. Talk about an away from keyboard cheat code. It works around the clock to boost his stats, but there's a catch. It's strictly for training. Use it for anything else, and things get dangerous. Liang's eyes are literally sparkling. His luck is actually insane. This is a total game changer. Having a 24-hour a day strength booster is every cultivator's dream come true. We're talking about his training speed doubling, no, maybe even tripling instantly. He names it the Zan puppet, and he's grinning like he just won the lottery. But he has to stay sharp. This isn't just about copying power, it's about enlightenment. In these three realms, one aha moment is worth more than decades of mindless grinding. If you can tap into that single moment of genius, you'll skyrocket past everyone else. In the human gate realms, most people just focus on gathering basic resources. Lower levels are all about the grind, but the human gate is where things get real. You start with body refinement, literally tempering your physical form into a weapon. Then you hit chi condensation, where you finally start developing your inner energy and core. Right now, Liang is in the divine consciousness stage, the high level meditation zone. The problem, there are only so many hours in a day for actual practice. Between eating, sleeping, and everyday life, his training time was always getting cut short. Plus, as a disciple, he still has to go out and complete daily training missions. Getting in 4 or 5 hours of practice was already considered being a total overachiever. Lately, with all these missions, he's been lucky to get even 2 free hours a day. You have to be laser focused because in this world, standing still means you're falling behind. If you're just relaxing or being lazy, forget about it. Your cultivation will completely stall. But now, things are different. With this big headed puppet, he can train 12 hours a day. His progress speed is about to jump 4 or 5 times higher than before. That means more power and more time for missions. It's a total win-win. No more waiting around, Liang pops a cultivation pill to supercharge the puppet's energy. He fires it up and loads the Heavenly Heart Divine Consciousness chapter into its system. These specific sect methods are legendary in the immortal world for a very good reason. They're built on a foundation of absolute stability and rock solid power levels. As long as you put in the work, you'll end up way stronger than the average disciple. It's time to sync up the techniques and watch the magic happen. Inside that wooden body, ancient techniques begin to hum. It is a bit clunky at first, like two gears trying to find their rhythm, but once they sync, pure magic. His internal energy becomes twice as rock solid in just a heartbeat. Practice over. Our boy takes a breath, and honestly, everything worked out. Talk about a glow up. After bridging those skills together, the change in this puppet is absolutely massive. From the internal core right down to the skin, it is evolving. It looks nothing like that old wooden doll. It is a total mirror image. The puppet looks exactly like our main character now. Creepy, maybe. Useful, definitely. Liang starts digging through the manual for this thing again. Then he remembers the subscription fee for this model. It needs one pill during the day, but two at night. That is 12 hours of nonstop action. Right there. Three pills a day. Yeah, it is not exactly cheap. But think about the gain. Small price to pay for a literal powerhouse. Anyway, our hero knows he cannot let this big headed doll just sit idle. If he runs out of cash, he will just go hunt some monsters, anything to keep his mini me working 24/7. But one thing bugs Liang. This puppet does not even have a soul, so why the extra charge at night? Since the hunger spikes after dark, Liang starts getting some suspicious vibes from his new toy. He is convinced this puppet is basically a corporate worker demanding double pay for the night shift. Talk about entitlement. He gets it though. Even a mechanical employee knows how to negotiate their salary when the work is this hard. He is still a bit salty about the cost, but then he starts having some, let us call them creative thoughts. If this puppet were human, Liang would be the worst boss ever. He would set impossible targets just for fun. He is literally daydreaming about being a corporate overlord, making the puppet grind until it breaks. Imagine, work faster, or no pills for you. Yeah, his dark side is really enjoying this power trip. His good side tries to speak up, but his mischievous side just shuts it down with cold, hard logic. I mean, Liang works overtime for free all the time, so why should his puppet not do the same? Fair is fair. If this thing actually had a brain, it would be absolutely doomed with a master like Liang. Poor guy would not stand a chance. Luckily for the puppet, these are just the chaotic thoughts of our protagonist. Anyway, back to reality. Liang keeps his evil boss fantasies to himself for now. He parks the puppet inside the tower. No way he is bringing a clone out in public that is just asking for trouble. Heading out, he realizes he still has zero clues about how this White Tower actually works. All he knows is that he can bring loot from here into the real world. That is basically a cheat code. No point overthinking it, though. He has got a long to do list and very little time. After that Wild Mountain mission, the other disciples actually think Liang got scammed. They think he lost a fortune on that talisman. Little do they know that thing was basically free for him. Plus, he scored a universal poison cure and a high tier puppet. Talk about a massive win! And the rewards just keep coming. He is sitting on a pile of 50 sword coins right now. 50 coins? Our boy has never seen this much cash in his entire life. He is feeling rich. Time to hit the plaza at Tongan Peak. A little flexing never hurt anyone, right? He marches straight to the pill shop. The receptionist looks at him like he is crazy, but he does not care. She is worried he is overworking himself. Joke is on her, though he is not even shopping for himself today. Next stop, the artifact hall. This is his first time entering the big leagues of gear. With coins jangling in his pocket and a boost of confidence, he is ready to drop some serious cash. He is not leaving without something shiny. You can practically see the big spender energy radiating off him. Walking in, he is in heaven. Is there anything better than being surrounded by racks of glowing flying swords? They look incredible. But then reality hits. He starts sweating. How much do these beauties actually cost? First up, the unparalleled sword. Price tag? 300 coins. Ouch, that is a bit steep. Then there is the finger mountain blade for 500. His wallet is already starting to tremble. And the profound shining sword, 800 coins. Yeah, that is way out of his league. Every sword he looks at is more expensive than the last. Turns out he is not quite as rich as he thought. Our boy walked in like a boss, but now totally deflated. This was his first time at Chujan Hall, all because Fang's sword looked so cool. He thought 50 coins was a fortune. Here, it is literally pocket change. Suddenly, that basic tier sex sword doesn't look so bad anymore. Guess he is stuck with the starter kit for a few more years. Even Divine Realm disciples struggle to clear 100 coins a month. Between food and gear, Liang realizes saving up is going to be a nightmare. New plan. He does not actually need an overpriced sword right now. He turns to walk out, but wait, the shop girl is not having it. She smells a vanishing commission and sprints after our hero. Wait! Stop! She catches up, desperate to keep the dream alive. She asks if he wants a flying sword. Liang is like, duh, obviously. She asks which one he likes, but Liang has to drop the truth bomb. He is broke. No biggie for her. She hears his budget and switches to guidance mode. Liang admits he only has 50 coins. Cheapest sword here, 300. Wow. Even she did not expect him to be that poor. Talk about awkward. But a sale is a sale. She refuses to let him walk away. Then she drops it. The monthly installment plan. Yes, really. Liang is floored. A modern credit system on a cultivation mountain, small down payment, then 10 coins a month for 50 months. Math check. That is 500 coins total. Over 4 years, he would be paying double the price. The interest rate is absolutely criminal. And yet, that extended payment plan is looking pretty tempting. He tells her it is a good deal just to make her feel better. But nope, he is still walking. He will come back when he is actually loaded. Right now, he is focused on hunting demons. Maybe he will find a freebie. The girl keeps pushing. Forget the money. You need a custom blade. She is trying to sell him on status, but Liang is not biting. He keeps walking, then boom, he runs right into another customer. It is his junior sister, Shu. Talk about perfect or maybe terrible timing. They both freeze. Shu definitely was not expecting her crush to show up. She is glowing, obviously thrilled to see our hero again so soon. Liang plays it cool. Hey, you shopping for gear too? She nods. Her brother is treating her to any weapon she wants. A little good job gift for finishing her very first mission. Liang dies a little inside. The wealth gap is just disrespectful at this point. She asks what he is buying, but Liang admits he is just window shopping. Seeing his struggle, Shu senses her moment. Time to play Sugar Mama. She asks which one he likes. I will buy it for you. My treat. Liang's pride kicks in. I cannot just take a legendary sword for free, but for her, money is fake. She just wants him to let her help. Liang remembers the old saying, a rich lady can solve all your problems. Shu gets huffy. Stop being stubborn. Friends give each other gifts. She is not taking no for an answer. But Liang knows the truth. A flying sword is a massive deal. Accepting it changes everything. What's in this haul is way more valuable than those little pills she handed over earlier by a long shot. Liang tells his junior sister to take her time picking something out while he goes to handle some business. But honestly, Shu is feeling a bit annoyed. Our hero is still using formal titles like they're total strangers. She basically begs him, look, just call me Ziqing like everyone else does. We're friends, right? But nope, Liang just keeps on sticking to the script, addressing her with that same stiff, formal energy. Suddenly, thump, a hand drops onto our protagonist's shoulder, and trust me, the guy behind it does not look friendly. This random dude with a serious attitude problem asks Shu if she's in trouble like he's some kind of hero. He's clearly trying to intimidate Liang, acting all tough and asking if she needs protection from this stranger. He makes this annoying comment about how some random guy just approached her without permission. Talk about dramatic. Then he calls over three other onlookers to help him handle a problem that literally doesn't even exist. Of course, our girl steps right in front of Liang to clear things up. She's not having any of it. She explains that everyone is totally confused. Liang isn't some creep, he's actually her friend. The guy, Shang, completely switches gears. His face does a full 180 as he claims their meeting must be fate. Without missing a beat, Shang starts bragging about his latest mission, trying way too hard to sound impressive. He even mentions how his powerful father let him pick out any legendary sword he wanted. Subtle, right? Suddenly, he's all over her personal space, desperate to keep the conversation going and learn more about her. Shu tries to keep it cool, um, explaining she hasn't actually bought anything yet and was just looking around. For Shang, this is the perfect look at me moment. He decides he's going to gift his crush a sword. In his head, this is the move that wins her over and cements their relationship. Pure main character syndrome. But just like our hero, Shu shuts it down. A flying sword is worth a fortune. She's not taking that. Shang is like, "What's the big deal? I'm just giving a gift to a close friend." Yeah. Shu isn't biting. She tells him straight up that she doesn't deserve a gift that expensive. Level headed as all. Out of moves, the guy finally backs off, but not before trying to score a dinner date for that evening. Shu doesn't even answer. She hurries away before this whole awkward situation gets any weirder. As she's walking off, Shang yells after her, telling her she can use his first name. Desperate vibes. She doesn't even look back. Total silence. Honestly, you love to see it. Once he's officially rejected, Shang turns to his buddies like, "What just happened? Did she really ignore me?" In his own mind, he's this handsome, elegant genius, a total gem. He can't wrap his head around being ghosted. His group of yes men are just as confused. To them, ignoring a young master like Shang is just insane. Then, one of them drops a bombshell. Maybe she's already in love with someone else? That hits Shang like a truck. He's genuinely shocked that anyone could be a better option than him. Another guy points out the random boy from earlier. Everything about him felt a little bit suspicious, right? Their energies seemed to match up perfectly, and yeah, that was actually because of the healing powder he used. But Chang isn't looking for logical explanations. He's not going to take this disrespect lying down. He immediately screams at his lackey to go investigate. He needs a name for this guy competing with him. Our boy just gained a very annoying, very rich enemy. This should be interesting. Meanwhile, back with the actual main character, Shu is explaining who that annoying guy actually was. Turns out he's Shang Zhang, the son of Emperor Shang from Yano. Basically, he's a massive deal on paper, but because he's a master's son, he's incredibly arrogant. Shu has never been able to stand the guy. He's always hovering around with hidden motives, and it's finally starting to drive her crazy. From what Liang can remember, the father, Shang Xuan, is a respected Confucian cultivator with a great reputation. His name is even carved in the Hall of Gentlemen. He's supposed to be the peak of virtue and honor. But looking at the son, yeah, it's clear the apple fell about a mile away from that particular tree. As Liang is thinking about it, something suddenly catches his eye. Something high up in the clouds. Could it be? The master might finally be making his grand return. Wait for it. Our boy turns to Sue and drops the news. The master is finally back. Time to move. Sue doesn't make a scene or try to stop him. She just stays back, watching him go. Honestly, Ling moves so fast she barely had time to blink, let alone say goodbye. The hero zooms back to the peak on his flying sword, only to find his master drinking. He's clearly nursing some major frustration. That's when our protagonist arrives to pay his respects. Master doesn't waste time. She asks if anything went sideways during the 2 days she was gone. Leang plays it cool, everything's fine, he says, sounding like the perfect student. He even brags a little, mentioning he knocked out another mission while she was away. But when he asks if her trip went well, oh boy, she gets triggered just thinking about it. Turns out she headed to the Eastern Sea to do some monster hunting. Standard stuff, right? Wrong. While she was busy working, a bunch of jerks from the Pengalai sect showed up. They actually kicked her out. Their excuse? She was ruining the ecological balance. Talk about rude. She's absolutely fuming. She tells Leang that if she didn't care about her sex reputation, she would have never let those people talk to her like that. Pure humiliation. The hero stays quiet for a second, just letting all that information sink in. It hits him. This is exactly the kind of chaos his master usually stirs up. See, Ling knows the deal. When it comes to hunting monsters, his master is intense. When monsters cause chaos, Empress Fang is a savior. But when she starts hunting, suddenly she's the threat. Her hunting was so wild, it caught the attention of the Big Nine. The Pengalai sect, the official guardians of the Eastern Sea, basically had to evict her. Their reaction totally makes sense, but Ling knows better than to take their side. Instead, he goes full supportive disciple mode. You got to play the game, right? He doesn't hesitate. Wow, those guys were incredibly rude, he says, and she loves it. His master agrees, but then she stops. She notices something a bit weird about him. Our hero plays dumb, but she's not buying it. Liang isn't usually this obedient. He was the first person to greet her at the mansion, suspiciously eager, if you ask her. Um, she's convinced he's got an agenda. All right, kid, what do you actually want? Liang insists that greeting his superior is just basic manners, but yeah, he's got a favor. The Empress just sighs and tells him to spit it out. No point in hiding it now. He brings up his last mission, that fight against a Golden Core Realm warrior. That guy's cultivation was insane. And the kicker, he wasn't even the leader of the pack. Master catches his drift immediately. He's feeling underpowered after that brush with death. She tells him to relax. He's still got plenty of time to grow into a powerhouse. This is exactly the opening our hero is waiting for. Time to make his move. Back when the sect leader didn't want Fang taking disciples, there was a big reason why. She practices body cultivation. It's a completely different beast compared to standard martial paths. Instead of fancy arts, it's all about refining the physical body through intense Taoist methods. Our master is special, though she possesses the legendary Crimson Flame Phoenix body. It's an incredible power, but here's the problem: body cultivation is rare as hell. It relies way too much on luck, making it almost impossible to teach to normal students. Usually, disciples have to go to the Hall of Guardian Protectors to pick up new skills, but that's not what Leang wants. He's aiming higher, and he's being very persuasive about it. He explains that even though he's been training hard, his bag of tricks is still empty. His knowledge of divine skills and top tier techniques basically non existent at this point. So he makes his big request. He wants to learn some real high level divine skills. At first, Liang's master is totally lost. Like, what does her disciple actually want from her? See, she's a body cultivation specialist, basically a human tank, so she has zero flashy divine skills to teach. Liang has to spell it out. He actually wants to hit up the Hall of Guardians to buy some manuals himself. Seeing the situation, his master just shrugs it off. She's not worried at all and tells him to go for it. She basically waves him away, thinking he's finally leaving her alone to enjoy her peace. But then, the trap is set. Liang drops to his knees and explains he'll need a tiny bit of cash first. This immediately ticks Fang off. She realizes the whole conversation was just a massive setup to raid her wallet. Our hero tries to play it off, claiming all his hard work is actually for his master's great cause. Nice try, Liang. Fang tells him if he needs pills or magical gear, she might be able to hook him up. But when it comes to actual money, yeah, she's got absolutely nothing to spare, like zero. Hearing this, Liang gets suspicious and asks about the massive monthly salary peak masters are supposed to get. From his past life memories, the boy recalls that the original owner of this body lived like a pauper. He was too young to care back then, but now that he's older, things aren't adding up at all. He's noticed how every other peak is living the high life, looking all prosperous and wealthy, and it's hard not to find it weird, especially since he's the only student on this entire mountain. There should be tons of resources laying around. Even a small allowance would be enough to buy a flying sword. If he saved up, he'd be soaring through the clouds in no time. But then Fang drops a bombshell. She explains that she's not just broke, she's actually drowning in a massive amount of debt. Liang is floored. How? Why? Fang explains the struggle of being a top tier powerhouse. For someone at her insane cultivation level to actually get a buzz, regular booze just won't cut it. She needs the top shelf stuff, immortal grade liquor. And a single gourd of that drink, it costs 500 sword coins. 500. Just for one single bottle of booze. Our protagonist is literally speechless. He realizes his master has been chugging this stuff since he was a toddler. He knows she loves a drink, but it's hard to wrap his head around booze costing more than a legendary sword. At this point, the drinking isn't even the real problem, it's her absolutely reckless spending habits. Still, the Empress insists she's telling the truth. She's got nothing left to give him. It turns out that despite traveling the world for years, she doesn't own a single magical treasure or weapon. She spent her whole life relying on nothing but her own physical strength to crush her enemies. Fang decides to cut to the chase and tells him straight up she has nothing to sell or give. I have nothing left except my body, she says. An incredibly awkward silence fills the room. Liang's brain goes into overdrive and he sheepishly asks if his master is, available. Huge mistake. The Empress explodes in a total fury at her disciple's absolute audacity. Liang tries to backpedal, screaming that it was all a misunderstanding, but she's not hearing any of it. She orders him to get out of the mansion immediately, refusing to listen to a single one of his excuses. Our hero feels totally defeated as he walks away. His master plan for a budget? A total disaster. He realizes he can't count on Feng for anything. If he wants to get ahead, he's on his own. It's time to grind. Either he earns the money himself or prays a monster drops some epic loot. Suddenly, Linbei appears out of nowhere, shouting at the top of his lungs about how glad he is to see him. The protagonist is caught off guard and asks why the heck Linbei is there and if something went sideways. Linbei quickly explains he's got the inside scoop on a high-level mission that needs two skilled disciples. When he thought of the strongest guys at Shu Mountain, our duo was the only choice in his mind. Liang asks where they're heading, and without missing a beat, Lin Bei reveals the destination, Yanho. They're heading straight for the Nanshan Academy, located just outside the bustling city of Yanho. Meanwhile, way out by the southern mountain borders, the atmosphere is getting heavy and dark. A man tells his brother that things have changed lately. Nobody is brave enough to even step near the lake. Naturally, he's suspicious. Like, why did his buddy invite him to this specific spot of all places? It's literally where Sivan kicked the bucket. But Shah, he's playing it cool, saying it's the only way to find the truth. If they're going to solve this mess once and for all, this creepy place is exactly where they need to be. Suddenly, a flash. A weird light catches him off guard, making him shake like a leaf. He looks around and, man, the trees are draped in these massive nightmare fuel spider webs. He starts panicking. Is someone there? Is something watching him from the shadows of the forest? He tries to gaslight himself, thinking it's just the wind playing tricks. Nothing actually happened, right? Trying to act tough, he claims all those local rumors are just a load of garbage to him. He figures he's safe because back when his friends were bullying CO Fan, he barely even joined in. Okay, maybe he threw a few insults, but that's it. His companion just gives him this sarcastic look in response, basically implying that, yeah, his hands aren't exactly clean, the boy is definitely not innocent. Then the friend drops a hand on Sean's shoulder, telling him to quit acting like he's clueless. But the vibe shifts. The man just stares and asks if the boy times still times, doesn't recognize him. Talk about a heart attack moment. The boy is losing it, getting more terrified by the second. He begs Shen, practically crying, saying they should just pack up and leave the city forever. But here's the kicker: when Jang finally turns to look, that wasn't Shen standing there anymore. A face that looks like a total nightmare stares back. Don't you remember me, Jang Kong? One look at that mangled expression, and Jang hits the deck, absolutely paralyzed with pure horror. He's trembling like crazy as his supposed friend starts to vibrate and shift right in front of him. Right there, the skin starts peeling off the thing's face like some twisted orange. It's gruesome. Jang goes into a frenzy, begging the spirit for mercy before bolting into the woods as fast as possible. He runs until his lungs burn, finally stopping and feeling a tiny bit of relief that he escaped. But the relief lasts about 2 seconds. Suddenly, his own hand grabs his throat and starts squeezing. He's thrashing in pain, screaming out, "What is happening?" as he begs Siduyan for forgiveness. It's too late, though. The spirit completely consumes him, rewriting his face into something else entirely. Over in Yanshao City, our hero is wondering why on earth they were invited to Nanshan Academy. Normally, the Shu Mountain disciples handle the weird supernatural cases, but this place is different. It's a Confucianist school, and trust me, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, very different rules. Since it's their territory, the academy's problems usually fall under their specific jurisdiction. Lin Bai gets it. Um, he promises they won't step on any toes. They're just there to be bodyguards. Their job is simple: protect one student and keep things quiet. No need to overcomplicate it. Soon enough, they arrive at the academy to meet the client, Lord Li's son, Li Yu. Lin Bai drops a bombshell. Two students have already turned up dead, and things are getting tense. Lord Li is terrified his son is next. If they can just keep the kids safe, the mission is done. But Liang, he's already regretting this. He accepted the task without thinking, and now he's bored. Um, I mean, there's a chance he won't even see any monsters, which is a total letdown. But Lin Bai knows exactly how to cheer him up. Think about the daily pay, man. Liang realizes the mortal world is basically a resource farm for the immortals. With the exchange rate being this high, this family has to be absolutely loaded. A few moments later, the patriarch of the family comes out to greet them personally. Lin Bai is a total natural, telling the guy to drop the formalities and just be casual with them. He's charming the pants off the dad and the son, leaving Liang pretty impressed by the charisma. But then, Liang notices something off about Liu, the supposed only son. Something's not right. The kid looks deeply troubled. Lin Bai keeps the sales pitch going, promising they'll be by his side 24/7. Lord Li seems relieved, but he's got one more specific request for our duo: keep this guard duty a total secret. This immediately throws our boy for a loop. Wait, what? Lord Li drops the plan. He's enrolling these two powerhouse warriors into the academy as undercover students. The mission: secretly protect his son. Lin Bai is down for it immediately, no questions asked. But Lang, he smells something fishy. If it's just protection, why all the hush hush, Lord Li? The Lord gets all fidgety and anxious. It's complicated, he admits. Basically, he can't explain it. Liang starts connecting the dots. Protecting Lu is one thing, but the obsession with secrecy, something's not right. He suspects this family is hiding some major skeletons in the closet. Enter Nanshan Academy. It's one of those fancy, prestigious spots for Taoist and Confucian studies. Honestly, the school's seen better days. They haven't produced any legendary high-level cultivators in a while. They did have one star student once who reached the third level, but then things went sideways. That guy ended up in prison, which basically tanked the school's reputation. Talk about a PR nightmare. Uh, Still, it's the top pick for the city's elite. And today, Nanshan Academy has a brand. Upon their arrival, the teacher stands up. Everyone, let's welcome our newest classmate, Xiao Liang. The teacher points him toward the back. Find a seat, Ling. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Ling scans the room and spots two open spots. But before he can even sit down, denied! The teacher stops Lin Bai right in his tracks. You're not permitted to attend the lecture. Talk about awkward. A disappointed Lin Bai has to walk out, but he is definitely not happy about it. He hits Liang with a telepathic vent session. Seriously? Why am I stuck playing the assistant here? Liang keeps it cool. It's probably because of our different vibes, Lin Bai. You're a bit much. Lin Bai is still pouting, but Liang reassures him, look, being an assistant is actually better. You're on the outside. You can gather the real intel. Accepting the logic, Lin Bai heads off to investigate. Um, Turns out he's actually great at it. He has a total knack for chatting up the other assistants. While Lin Bai gossips, class lets out for a break. Our hero is actually feeling pretty nostalgic. Being back in a classroom feels right. After all, in his past life, Liang was he was so talented at everything that teachers literally couldn't find a single thing to criticize. Pure flex. Back then, he was under constant pressure to prep for exams, but now he's just chilling. He watches Lou, who seems totally relaxed, and thinks about starting a conversation. But just as he's about to stand up and make his move, a wild classmate appears. This girl pops up out of nowhere, asking where our boy is from, and yeah, she looks totally smitten. Lean keeps it simple. Um, I'm from Qingzhou. My whole family just moved here to the city. She's impressed. Nanshan is a great choice, but Liang plays it smart, acting a bit hesitant. Honestly, I'm more worried than happy about being here, he says, testing the waters. That gets her attention. Worried? Why? This is the best school around. Well, Liang whispers, I've heard some pretty creepy rumors, like this place might be. The girl's face changes instantly. She knows exactly what he's talking about. She does a quick perimeter check to make sure nobody's eavesdropping, total secret agent style. Once she's sure it's safe, she leans in. You're right. There is a spirit here. But don't panic. It only targets the scoundrels and bad guys. Um, at that moment, pieces start falling into place for Lean. The girl warns him one last time. Don't go around telling people I told you this, okay? But of course, the universe has other plans. Right then, a voice booms through the hall. Li Chengxia! Someone shouts her name, accusing her of being a big mouth gossip again. The girl jumps nearly a foot in the air. She's terrified. And then, a mysterious girl stands up. She's got a totally blank expression, cold as ice, and starts walking straight toward our protagonist. A boy nearby mocks her. What's the matter, Chungxia? Making more of your sarcastic little comments in secret? She tries to deny it, but the boy just ignores her and turns his attention toward Ling. To live in peace, Yang Sha really should have stopped poking his nose into other people's business. But right at that moment, a superior voice called out his name. The shock? Total and absolute. It was his turn to be terrified because that girl from earlier finally stood up to him. She questioned why he was being such a jerk again, especially with Madame Song right behind him. The bully didn't waste a single second trying to look innocent before his terrifyingly calm superior. Our hero couldn't help but wonder, is she really a teacher? She looks way too young for that. The girl just kept walking toward Lou's desk, where he was busy catching some serious Z's. Naturally, the poor guy nearly jumped out of his skin getting caught napping, but she was merciful. Song let the sleeping incident slide and officially started the lesson for the rest of the class. After that little reality check, Yan actually tried his best to act like a model student for once. In fact, the whole room was acting completely different compared to how they treated their previous teacher. With just a single word, she had the entire class paying attention without even needing to yell. She didn't even raise her voice, yet she noticed the new guy sitting in the back row. Feeling a bit curious about the newcomer, she finally decided it was time for a proper introduction. Her name was Song Ching, and she definitely had that mysterious aura that keeps you guessing. She announced she was the poetry and literature instructor at this prestigious Nan Shan Academy. Slowly but surely, Ling realized this woman was special. Her wisdom was on a whole different level. Even though she was still young, she already had incredibly deep knowledge about the ancient arts. She explained the complicated material in a way that was actually simple and fun for everyone. After class, our hero pulled Linbei aside to see what kind of dirt he gathered on her. Linbei revealed she was a native of Jammin who just arrived at the academy a few days ago. She was only about 18 or 19 years old, basically the same age as our two main leads. But let's be honest, that wasn't exactly the kind of intel our hero was actually looking for. Ling waited patiently for the actual useful intel, staring at Linbei until the sidekick finally got the hint. Linbei looked pretty embarrassed once he realized he'd been focusing on the wrong kind of details. He cleared his throat and remembered his main mission was to investigate the Academy's mysterious case. He explained that the rumors about the haunting were way darker than they first thought. It all started with a girl named Sidon, who apparently suffered through some nightmare fuel at school. She ended up drowning in the mountain lake, but that was only the beginning of the horror. Exactly 7 days after her death, two more bodies were pulled from that same cold water. The state of those corpses? Absolutely horrifying. This wasn't just some regular accident, that's for sure. Now, the word on the street is that a vengeful spirit is stalking these halls for blood. She's seeking revenge against everyone who mistreated her, and a ghost on a warpath is bad news. If they're dealing with a literal vengeful spirit, the situation just got a lot harder to handle. Plus, the Lee family's secret actions were looking super sus, making Liang suspect Lu was a villain. However, Linbei wasn't buying it, arguing that judging by the boy's behavior, things were likely reversed. He figured the kid was probably being mistreated rather than being the one calling the shots. Right as they were gossiping, that bully from earlier and his goons cornered Lu in the hall. They surrounded the poor guy, and it was clear they weren't there to talk about the weather. Lu felt like he had no choice but to hand over his lunch money to the thugs. Once he got the cash, Yang Sha told him to scram since he'd served his purpose. Witnessing the extortion, Linbei asked if our hero wanted to step in, but Liang said no. Linbei was worried, but Ling pointed out that judging by how Lu just gave up the cash, the poor guy was probably used to this. He didn't even put up a fight for it. Jumping in now without any precautions would just get them exposed, and they couldn't risk that yet. Besides, they didn't know much about Yan Sha yet, so Linbei agreed to play it cool for a minute. No trouble, no problem, that was the plan. But of course, things never go that smoothly in this school. Right as he said it, one of the bully's lackeys clocked him right in the back of the head. Big mistake. With his temper, Linbei snapped, and that table absolutely demolished. The total did he really just do that moment? The kid was dazed, wondering who dared touch his head. Without missing a beat, Yansha stepped up, acting all high and mighty because Liang was the new guy. Time for the rules talk. Basically, the school bully starter pack. To clarify the situation, the lackeys broke it down. If Liang wanted to stay safe, he'd need to pay 5 silver taels every month. 5 taels? Linbei was losing it. That's not a fee, that's a straight up shakedown. Seriously, 5 taels could feed a normal family for several months. It was pure daylight. Even for the wealthy families at Nanshan Academy, that amount was just totally absurd. Lin Bei wasn't having it. He smashed another table, yelling that they might as well just go rob people. But the bullies weren't about to let that kind of boldness go unpunished. Not a chance. One of them swung again, hitting the boy. But wait, this was exactly what Lin Bei wanted. Why? Because now it's officially self-defense. He was just waiting for them to throw the first punch. Before things turned into a full-blown riot, our hero stepped in, telling his hot-headed friend to stay calm. Smooth as silk, he reached into his robes and pulled out the required silver taels without hesitation. Liang played the part perfectly. Rules are rules, he said, acting like the model student for everyone. To really seal the deal with Yansha, he even decided to pay 2 months in advance. Talk about a move. This actually worked. The bully started liking our hero, even promising to protect him from now on. But Liang had a follow-up. Would this protection continue even outside the academy walls? One of the cronies didn't even think before bragging. He spilled the beans on their status immediately. Turns out Yan Sha is the heir to the Black Tiger Gang, a major faction in Yanju. Hearing that, Liang apologized quickly. Total act, but it fed the bully's massive ego perfectly. Yan Sha walked away feeling like a king, soaking up all that fake respect while our hero watched. Crisis averted, the young master decided to leave, and the two of them said their goodbyes. But man, Lin Bei was fuming. He wanted to know why he was stopped when he could have ended them. Liang explained the big picture. They couldn't afford to cause problems with the Black Tiger Gang just yet. If they caused the scene now, it might attract the attention of the even more dangerous Whale Gang. Lin Bei was still salty, though, mourning the loss of those 10 silver taels without any reward. We got nothing out of that, he complained, but our hero just smiled and assured him. He promised that Master Lei would reimburse them both later. Besides, the lore here goes deep. See, the Whale Gang is a top 10 force, the only gang among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. We're talking about a group that can actually rival several immortal sects in pure, raw power. Their members are everywhere, dominating the 4 seas and controlling all the major maritime transport. They're basically the kings of the ocean. If the Black Tigers are connected to them, then it's no wonder Yansha is such an arrogant brat. He's got some serious backing. Nevertheless, our hero had other priorities, specifically checking in on poor Lei's situation first. Before the afternoon class began, the protagonist went to the boy to offer some help with Yan Sha, but the kid just shook his head. Don't bother, he said. He was already used to it. He actually told Liang to get lost quickly, not to be mean, but for Liang's own safety. He didn't want people suspecting they were friends that would only bring more trouble for everyone. Our hero didn't mind, but as he was leaving, Lee spoke again like it was a passing thought. He dropped a bombshell. He didn't care because Yansha wouldn't be alive for much longer. Wait, what? Naturally, the protagonist froze. What exactly was this kid planning to do? Lou just gives a cryptic head shake. It's nothing, he says. Typical mysterious protagonist move, right? But Liang's still worried. Anyway, the afternoon at the academy passes by without any more crazy drama. Finally, school's out. Time to head home. But as they're walking, the real talk starts. Limby drops some tea about that midday mess. Turns out the academy did a deep dive into it. That Black Tiger Gang, total frauds. They've just been using the Whale Gang's name to look scary. Zero real connection. None. But here's the catch in Yano City. These guys are still a problem. They've actually got cultivators. We're talking anywhere from the first to the third realm. Local thugs versus hired muscle is a whole different ball game. Even a rich guy like Master Lai can't keep high level guards on the payroll forever. It's just too expensive to maintain long term. So, a gang with dozens of cultivators and a third level heavy, yeah, that's influential for this city. Still, for 2 real cultivators like our boys, not exactly something to lose sleep over. Just as they're looking for the kid, Yan Shao shows up with his crew. Perfect timing. Our hero greets him like they're old pals. Super friendly. Honestly, it's a bit suspicious. Shao plays along, even thinking, hey, maybe I'll make this Chu Leang my little brother someday. Bad move, Shao. Our hero immediately brings up the Black Tiger Gang investigation he asked for. And since Liang did the legwork, he's ready for the payoff. The tables are about to turn. The bully's confused. He asks what Liang's plan is now. Big mistake. Huge. Our hero doesn't flinch. He uses that same intimidating energy Shao used on him earlier. Give me my money back. Cold. While they're walking through school, a teacher notices a huge ruckus. The central plaza is packed. Students are losing it, shouting about punches and kicks flying everywhere. It's a full on brawl. The teacher sprints toward the noise to see what's going down. Naturally, she goes into strict teacher mode. Everyone, separate, right now, she screams at the crowd. She orders the boys to move aside and explain themselves. She's not playing around today. That's when someone mentions it. The new student. He's right in the middle of this. Miss Song sighs. She's convinced Yan Shao is bullying the new kid again. Classic Shao, right? But the students aren't moving. They're glued to the fight, which just makes her even angrier. She loses it. Shouting from the back, she gives one final terrifying warning to the kids. Last chance, Yamu, move, or I'm taking this straight to the principal for an expulsion. That did it. The crowd parts like the Red Sea, and Miss Song walks into a nightmare. It's not what she expected, not even close. Yan Chao is the one on the ground. He's been absolutely thrashed, like bruised, battered, and literally crying from the pain. I didn't do anything, he wails. I didn't even fight back. Talk about a complete 180. The teacher is floored. This makes zero sense. Xiao's a notorious troublemaker and a martial artist. He's been training since he was a toddler. He shouldn't be the one crying on the floor. Plus, he always has his 2 goons with him, but they aren't looking so hot either. Total shocker. The bodyguards are kneeling in the dirt, trembling right next to their boss. Miss Song is just standing there, blinking. Where's the person who did this? She demands. She's fuming. Not only did our hero start a campus fight, but now he's hiding. She calls out to everyone, her voice echoing the responsible party, step forward now. She's got that "you're all in trouble" expression. It's terrifying. Total silence falls over the plaza. Who did this? Reveal yourselves, she orders. And honestly, the classmates didn't hesitate for a second. Everyone points. Linby and Leang are exposed instantly. Snitches everywhere, man. They definitely didn't see this coming. But now, a furious teacher is their biggest problem. Our hero just sighs and apologizes. Look, I'm sorry, but he was literally taxing us for lunch money. She used Yan's monthly toll scam as an excuse to visit his house. But when she arrived at the boy's home, seeing the mess, the teacher realized she couldn't just throw the book at the kid. Not yet, anyway. But the more she replayed the scene in her head, the more her blood started to boil because her hands were tied. Pure frustration. She was fuming, but for now, she had to play by the academy rules. She gave our hero a stern warning. No more fighting on school grounds. Simple enough, right? Li Ye put on his best innocent face, explaining he totally tried to settle things peacefully with a simple fee. But then, he sighed. My helper here lost his cool and started swinging at those three boys. Yeah, sure. He shot a look at Lin Bai, basically pleading with his eyes for the guy to back up his ridiculous story. Lin Bai caught the vibe immediately. He started screaming like he'd been hit by a truck, claiming his bones were pulverized. It was the world's flimsiest excuse, but guess what? It actually worked perfectly. Both of them walked away scotangent free for the moment. On the flip side, Yam was having a much worse day. Miss Song ripped into him, promising she'd personally see to it that he got the harshest punishment possible. She barely kept her temper in check as she ordered everyone to get lost. Class dismissed the hard way. Yam's guards were sweating bullets. They were so worried about their young master, they decided to rush him to a doctor. But just as they turned to leave, a voice boomed out, freezing them dead in their tracks. Bad news for the guards. That voice belonged to Lin Bai, and these guys knew exactly who they were dealing with. Without a second thought, they hit the dirt. Both guards knelt down, shaking in their boots. Our hero told them to relax, though. Don't worry, he said. We're not totally unreasonable people. Without missing a beat, Li Ye turned to Lin Bai and asked for a sword coin. Lin Bai handed it over, no questions asked. Li Ye tossed the coin to the guards, calling it medical expenses, but there was a catch. He looked them dead in the eye and told them to deliver that specific coin directly to their gang leader. The guards accepted it while still on their knees, even though they had zero clue why this coin mattered so much. Li Ye made sure to repeat himself, make sure your boss gets this. He kept staring them down until he was sure they understood the gravity of the situation. Absolutely terrified, they bolted, but they were so scared they actually forgot to take their boss with them. Cue the awkward silence. They had to run back, grab the boy, and then scramble away again. Talk about embarrassing. Once the dust settled, Lin Bai asked the real question. Why'd you give him that coin, man? Lie just shrugged. He didn't want the drama dragging on forever. He wanted this story finished. Lin Bai got the logic, but then realized something. Wait, why did you have to use MY coin for that? Lie's response? Total classic. Because I still need my own coin for something else later, obviously. Later on, our protagonist headed back to the mansion where he was pulling shifts as a bodyguard. From what he'd gathered, the young master Liu used to be a star student before he suddenly turned into a shut-in. Liu finally noticed someone was in the room and jumped nearly out of his skin. He hadn't sensed him at all. That's some high-level stealth right there. Our hero just casually pulled out that stolen silver coin from earlier. He set it right on the table without making a sound. The same coin that those bullies had snatched away. Li Yi explained he'd taken it back from those punks and promised there wouldn't be any more trouble coming their way. The young master looked at the coin, then up at him. He'd seen the whole fight earlier and finally said thank you. It was a rare moment of gratitude, but our hero didn't let it go to his head. He just waved it off, saying he was just doing his job as a cultivator of justice. Classic hero lines, right? But there was one more thing burning in Lie's mind. A question he had to ask. A few days ago, you mentioned Jan was going to die. Why? The room went cold instantly. The boy froze. You could see the panic in his eyes as he struggled to find the right words. Lie didn't let up. He asked if this had anything to do with Chu Yan, but Leo just shook his head, looking unsure. It was obvious the kid was hiding something big. Lie pushed harder. Was it because they'd mistreated her? That was the breaking point. Lou refused to say another word and slammed his hand on the table in pure frustration. Seeing the reaction, our protagonist realized he'd hit a nerve. A very deep, very dangerous nerve. It turns out the kid's dad wasn't playing around. He actually hired the Shu Mountain sect for daily protection. And if they didn't wrap this up soon, things were going to get way worse for the whole family. That logic was enough to shut the boy up. He definitely wasn't going to bring it up again. Ling decided to press him. Was this vengeful spirit actually Sion? The kid gave a shaky maybe, but the look of pure terror on his face, it made Ling wonder if Lu was actually one of the bullies after all. But the boy didn't hesitate. He swore on his life he'd never do something that cruel. So our hero asked for the real names, who was actually involved in the torment. After a second, the names spilled out Jang Kong, Wo, Yuka, and Chenna. Then the tragic story of Sion began. She used to be just an ordinary happy girl. Um, she wasn't some legendary beauty, but she had a good life and a family that loved her, and everything was perfect. Until it wasn't. 2 years ago, a fire ripped through her house. She survived, but half her face was left with horrific burns. Talk about a nightmare. When she finally went back to school, the world had changed. Everyone obsessed over her appearance. She tried to hide the scars, but people kept staring. Those four boys, they were the worst. Each one found a new, sick way to make fun of her every single day. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to drop out. But Lou, he was her only real friend. He begged her not to give up. So the quiet Lou and the outcast Sion became inseparable. He helped her study, did her chores, and even stood up to the bullies, which made him a target too. They were friendly before the fire, but after, they were everything to each other. Slowly but surely, Lou actually managed to bring a little light back into her life. But then came the day everything went sideways. They were reading by the lake when Lou accidentally drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, he wasn't relaxed. He was tied up by the very girl he'd been trying to protect. Things escalated fast. Um, Cien was standing there shaking, holding a blade right at him. He completely broke down, confessing her love while saying she wanted to turn him into a monster too. In her twisted mind, if they both looked like monsters, they could stay together forever. Lou tried to talk sense into her, but she was gone, pure hysteria. All she wanted in that moment was for the man she loved to look just like her. He fought like crazy and managed to break free just before the knife sliced into his face. Fearing for his life, he pushed her back and screamed that she was absolutely insane. Lou didn't wait. He turned and ran as fast as he could, never looking back once. The next day, her seat was empty. No one knew where she was. But when they got to the lake, they found the truth. Sion had taken her own life right there on the shore. At first, Lou was just lost. He couldn't figure out if he was the victim or the villain. But he knew one thing for sure: calling her crazy was the final push that ended it all. 7 days later, the payback started. The bodies of Wo and Kong were found at that same lake. Rumors of a vengeful spirit spread through the academy like wildfire. And Lou believed every word of it. It was obvious to him. His old friend was back from the grave to slaughter everyone who'd ever heard her. The real question was he on her list too? The thought absolutely terrified him. The whole story left our hero deep in thought as he walked out of the room. On his way, he ran into Lin, who was dying to know what happened. Liang explained that Chenna was currently in hiding, and for now, Yan wasn't going anywhere. Think about it, if Sidu Yin really was a vengeful ghost, her hauntings would be strictly lakeside. That is why Liang told Lim he would handle the investigation personally, while Lin I stayed back, basically babysitting our hero's cover while he went ghost hunting at the academy. Lin I tried to warn him about the dangers, but Lang, he was not sweating it at all. He figured Sidu was just an ordinary girl's spirit, nothing a heavy hitter like him could not handle. To stay under the radar, the protagonist ditched his flashy flying sword and just flew manually, landing quietly in a random spot by the water to start his search for clues. A night like this, pure bait for predatory spirits looking for an easy snack. So Ling decided to play it smart. He suppressed his energy and waited, just sat there in the shadows, waiting for something, anything to move. It did not take long. A figure suddenly appeared right at the edge of the lake. He scanned the area with his divine sense. Yep, it looked like a woman. He lunged for the attack, but the second he revealed his position, poof, she vanished. Even for a ghost, disappearing that fast was insane. Ling was completely stumped. While he was scratching his head, something was moving in the trees above him. Suddenly, bam! An attacker dropped down, and he barely blocked the strike with his flying sword. After the initial clash, he realized something. This definitely was not a ghost. No malicious spirit uses a physical weapon like that. The two fighters backed off, staring each other down. Ling realized this person's cultivation level was right up there with his own. Plus, that jade weapon they were holding, definitely higher quality than his own blade. But before he could plan his next move, he finally got a good look at his opponent. Wait, Teacher Song? He froze, realizing exactly who he was fighting. Miss Song looked just as shocked. She was visibly confused to see her student out here. The revelation was a total shock, but honestly, something else caught his eye. It had only been half a night, but the teacher's figure had changed significantly. Let us just say things were way more pronounced than they were back in the classroom. Both of them blurted out, "Are you a cultivator?" at the exact same time. Then they both asked, "What are you doing here?" simultaneously. Double awkward. Song started getting flustered, yelling at him to stop copying her like a parrot. Being a gentleman, the protagonist stepped back and let the lady speak her piece first. The teacher immediately went into instructor mode, asking why her student was acting so suspicious. Lean came clean. He explained he was actually a disciple from the Shu sect, um, hired specifically to protect a student. Then it was Song's turn to spill the beans. Turns out she is from the Jam and Confusion Hall and was also sent on a mission. She only went undercover as a teacher to avoid any unwanted attention. Now, it made sense why she looked so young. Ling told her he was just there to finish the job. Changing the subject, he assumed she was also there because of the Si Du Yan mystery. Song admitted she had been staked out at the lake for 2 whole days and had not seen a single weird thing until Ling showed up and started acting up. Ling suggested they team up and swap info to solve this thing once and for all. The teacher agreed and asked what he wanted to know first. Without missing a beat, our hero asked, "So, what is up with the sudden chest size upgrade?" At first, she did not get it, but then the embarrassment hit her like a truck. She stammered that she just did not want to look vulgar while teaching her class. Realizing how much she had just admitted, she screamed at him to get lost. Land played it cool with a quick "my bad" before shifting the focus back to the mission. They got to talking about the victims, and Song confirmed it. We're definitely dealing with a spirit here. But get this, she felt it wasn't just some random ghost, but something way more powerful. Lynn agreed. Think about it. Basic spirits are mindless. They don't exactly sit around planning things. Luring students to a lake in a complex trap, that's way too smart for your average monster. Your typical person, someone who isn't a cultivator, has a pretty weak soul, right? So, simple resentment shouldn't be enough to power them up. And here's the crazy part, if you can bypass that one rule, a spirit's power can literally explode without any limits. Usually, high ranking spirits either evolve into ghosts by pure luck or start with massive soul power. However, the girl in question didn't fit the bill for a top tier spirit at all. She was just a normal person with zero cultivation history. So, how did this happen? Song tossed out a new theory. Maybe it's other spirits, or even a demonic cultivator pulling strings. Some dark practitioners actually specialize in refining souls to use as their own personal weapons. We've seen that kind of twisted stuff before with those psychos from the Hell King sect. Our hero shared some info on Lu, but kept his personal secrets locked away for now. Instead, he just handed over the names of a few students who were likely the next targets. Um, Song promised to personally check on the well being of Chenna and Yamu the very next morning. Now, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only two major Confucian sects around. First is the Shenlong Academy, the Imperial Court's personal powerhouse for training elite cultivators. The second is an independent group, the Jiamon Confucian Hall. These guys are legendary. It was started by some serious heavy hitters who just wanted a place to trade secrets. Once it was named the Confucian Hall, it basically became the ultimate badge of honor. Getting your name on their wall means your legacy lives on for generations to come. It's basically the life goal for every scholar worth their salt in this world. Over time, the place grew so massive it became one of the 10 great sects. When Lin heard all this, he was shocked to find out Miss Song was actually a member. Since scholars handle all the brainy stuff, our hero figured they didn't have much to worry about. Hearing that, Lim got a bit cheeky, admitting he was starting to really like Confucian scholars. Lang shut that down fast, warning him that Song would probably whack him with her jade staff. Next day at lunch, tucked away in a side room, Lin asked the big question, is Chanel dead? That's when Song started explaining everything that went down, and trust me, it's bizarre. She'd visited the boys' house right after her morning class ended and found a total mess. The family was totally devastated, but the whole vibe of the place was just off. Apparently, after his friends died, the kid locked himself in his room and refused to budge. The only time he'd even crack the door was to grab food his parents left for him. But here's where it gets spooky. Last night, the dad goes to deliver another meal. He sees his wife already standing at the door with a food tray in her hands. Now, that's super weird because his wife was the one who asked him to do it. Total disaster. The family was completely broken, and the whole vibe of the place was just unsettlingly creepy. It was eerie. Chanda's parents said that after his classmates died, the boy just completely shut himself away. He locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone, just total hermit mode fueled by pure trauma. The only time that door opened was for food. His parents would leave trays outside his room every single night. But last night, everything changed. When the father went to drop off dinner, things took a very dark turn. He saw his wife standing there, tray in hand, but something was off, way off. He felt a sudden chill. It was super weird because she was the one who asked him to do it. Um, then he headed back to the quarters that evening to drop off some food, thinking everything was totally normal. But the moment he stepped inside, something was dead wrong. His wife was just lying there in bed, acting like nothing had happened. She even asked him to take food to their son, claiming she just needed to rest a bit longer. But that's when the realization hit him like a pure dread washed over him. He didn't say a word, he just bolted toward his son's room, praying he wasn't too late. Though deep down, he swung the door open, desperate to check on the boy, but the sight waiting for him was something straight out of a nightmare. His son was on the floor, dead. His body was completely incinerated, looking like he'd been hit point blank with a blowtorch. But here's the kicker, there was no smell of smoke, no scorch marks, no signs of a fire anywhere in the room. Even worse, the boy hadn't made a sound. No scream, no cry for help. It happened in the blink of an eye gone. Miss Song stepped in to examine the remains and felt it immediately. The yin energy radiating off the corpse was heavy, so this wasn't a freak accident. A spirit had been here, and it was a powerful one. Our hero realized what they were dealing with right away. Not many spirits can just flip their appearance whenever they want. Lin Bei chimed in, pointing out that looking human is one thing, but mimicking a specific person down to the last detail, that's some high level stuff. It's not just a trick, it's a specialized skill. The hero started thinking back to unique races known for this, like the legendary Fox tribe. They're the masters of disguise. But Lin Bei had another theory. Among the spirit world, there's a specific type of disguised spirit that loves playing these. Lang nodded along. Only one type of spirit could pull off a transformation this perfect at will. Song started connecting the dots. She figured those students from earlier weren't just unlucky they'd been lured to the lake by a fake, but she was still scratching her head over one thing. How the heck did Situ Yan gain this much power so fast? If she was the spirit behind this, her growth was absolutely insane for such a short amount of time. And if it wasn't her, well, Saul was stumped. Why would a random spirit only target the people who treated Situ like garbage? It felt way too personal. But trying to find a shapeshifter who can be anyone, that's easier said than done. This mission just got about 100 times harder than they expected. They were basically hunting a ghost in a crowded room. But then Lin Bei just laughed it off. He told Song not to sweat it. Typical hero bravado, right? As disciples of Shu Mountain, they had a job to do. Hunt evil, help the weak, the whole 9 yards. Cut to later at the Lu residence. Our hero is just chilling, pouring himself a cup of tea like there isn't a killer spirit on the loose. He's actually enjoying the flavor, but Lin Bei, the guy is a total wreck. Nervous, pacing, and losing his mind. Finally, Lin Bei snapped. He started shouting, demanding that Lang come up with a plan already. I mean, he brought Lang along specifically because he's the smart one, so it was time to start acting like it. Lean just looked at him and reminded him of the truth. Lin Bei was the one who made that big promise to Song. His only job was to play bodyguard for Lu, so he should probably focus on that instead of yelling. Lin Bei tried a different tactic, the classic, don't you want to see Miss Song's sweet smile? Bribe. Nice try, buddy. Unfortunately for him, our hero isn't motivated by smiles. He's here for one thing, to put an end to evil spirits. But he knew the disguised spirit was a massive headache. They needed to take it off the board and they needed to do it fast. Whoever this thing was, it was clearly following Situ's revenge script, which meant eventually it would show its face. With that in mind, Ling left Lin Bei in charge of guarding Lu while he went to track down Nyan Hong. Lin Bei wasn't exactly thrilled. He questioned why the hero was ditching him again. Last time Ling left, he got to hang out with Miss Song. This time, Lin Bei wanted a piece of the action. But the protagonist just gave him a trust me look. He had a secret way to sniff out that spirit, and Lin Bei didn't. Realizing he didn't have anything better to offer, Lin Bei finally took the L and stayed behind. But he did have one condition: the hero better bring back a midnight snack when he gets back. Priorities, I guess? Later that night, the hero arrived at the Yan residence and gave the door a polite knock. He apologized for the late night disturbance, but the guards weren't having it. One of them answered, sounding annoyed as hell. He told Ling to get lost because it was way too late for visitors. But our hero isn't an amateur. He knew exactly how to handle this. He prepared a little persuasion just in case. He flashed some silver, and wouldn't you know it, suddenly the guards were a lot more interested in helping him out. Money talks! The guard's face does a total 180. Suddenly, he's acting like their childhood best friends. Too bad Yan wasn't actually home. Our hero figured he'd be there nursing his pride. Since he skipped the academy, Liang assumed he was just resting up from those nasty injuries. Our boy asks where his dear friend ran off to. The guard, figuring this visitor doesn't know Yan well, decides to spill the tea. He lets it slip that Yan is currently at the Bright Moon. Now, Bright Moon Tower is the flashiest commercial hub in Yanju, the ultimate hangout for the elite. In this world, there's a massive gap between your average street corner and a high class establishment. The low level stuff is kept hidden away, kind of like that nasty giant spider Liang squashed earlier. But these towers, they're more like high end show business, all about networking and status. Most of the time, guys just pay to drink with pretty girls and socialize. But hey, if the lady agrees, it wasn't impossible to arrange for something a bit more personal. But trust me, even if you're throwing silver around like confetti, securing that chance isn't easy. Down on the first floor lobby, musicians are playing while dancers do their thing. Strangely enough, there are only 5 guests actually watching the show from the audience. The second floor is where things get cozy, with private seating hidden away behind curtains. But the third floor, that's reserved for the bold and the filthy rich, exactly where Yan belongs. As soon as Liang arrives, a young lady greets him and asks if he's looking to head upstairs. Liang keeps it short. He's looking for Yano Ho and wants to know if the boy is around. The woman doesn't even hesitate. She promises to send someone to set up the meeting immediately. Though secretly, she's totally distracted by how handsome our hero looks today. Up on the third floor, one of Yan's assistants tells Liang to wait while he looks for him. But our boy isn't really the waiting type. He declines the offer right then and there. He tells the guy he'll find Yan himself and just keeps walking into the private area. He reaches the spot where Yan is hiding and introduces himself to the 2 guards. He plays it cool, claiming he's just a friend of Yan's who's looking for a chat. The guards aren't buying it. They've never heard of this guy before, and their orders are strict. They won't let anyone in, period. So Liang realizes he has to use a little physical persuasion. Inside the hall, Yan is acting like a total brat, demanding to know where Miss Rui is. One of the girls tells him she's currently busy, but will be there very soon. Yan is fuming. He spent thousands of silver just for a chat, and he's still waiting. After getting publicly humiliated at the academy yesterday, he was already feeling like a total loser. Now he's trying to enjoy himself, and even that's going sideways. He's reaching his limit. Frustrated, he goes to slam his hand on the table to vent some of that anger. When boom! The door doesn't just open, it explodes. Jan's 2 guards come flying into the room. In response to this insult, the boy jumps up, ready to go ballistic on the intruder. He stares at the shadowy figure in the doorway, demanding to know who dares to provoke him. But of all the people he could imagine, the worst possible nightmare appears right before him. See, just a day earlier, Yan was crying to his daddy, begging for help with his revenge. While a servant was delivering a special sword coin to a gang leader, the truth came out. The second his father realized what was going on, he didn't offer help. He gave Yan a massive smack to the head for causing trouble with the wrong person. With that painful memory fresh in his mind, the boy knows he can't afford to offend Liang again. Without wasting any time, our hero calmly says he's just there for a visit and orders the guards out. Yan obeys instantly, without a single word of protest. Talk about a total mood shift. The women in the room are left completely baffled, wondering why their little tyrant is so terrified. Moving on, Yan practically begged Lang to take the seat of honor at the center of the table. As Ling sat down, the lady started looking at him with hard eyes, realizing he was both handsome and dangerous. To get them off his back, Liang pulled the oldest trick in the book and pointed at something outside. The second they turned around, boom! He knocked both of them out cold in one clean move. No mercy. He used his demon revealing block to send them straight to dreamland without a second thought. Yan was absolutely floored. I mean, the guy grew up around the gambling and prostitution underworld. He's seen it all. He's witnessed some pretty shady stuff since he was a kid, but this, this was a first for him. This block move was unlike anything he'd ever seen, and honestly, it looked a little terrifying. And to calm him down, Ling explained that he hadn't actually hurt them, just a little force nap with no permanent damage. Then he got serious, warning Yan that his life was literally on the line. Yan just rolled his eyes, joking that having a guy like Ling around was danger enough for one day. But our hero didn't laugh. He dropped the bombshell. China is dead, and Yan, he's the final target on the hit list. He warned him about the vengeful spirit hiding in plain sight, and suddenly Yan didn't feel so funny anymore. You could see the color drain from his face. Panic mode? Yeah, it was definitely setting in. See, Yan is a cultivator, and usually he's surrounded by muscle, but he knew regular guards can't touch a ghost. Even as a low level rank 1 warrior, he knew he was basically a sitting duck for a spirit that powerful. Realizing he was toast, Yan literally dropped to his knees, begging Lang to save his skin. Ling told him to relax. That's exactly why he showed up. He was going to check everyone in the building. Every single person was getting a scan with his spirit identifying method, no exceptions. Still shaking, Yan pointed at the two girls on the floor and asked if they were the ones. Luckily for them, or maybe unluckily, Ling had already cleared them. They were just regular humans. Suddenly, Kanok! Someone was at the door. Yan called out for them to enter while Ling scrambled to hide. He tucked himself away with the unconscious women just as the door swung open. It was the receptionist. She came in with some weak excuse about why Ruby was taking so long to arrive. Apparently, Ruby had been called away just before Yan got there and couldn't just ditch her other client. She walked right up to Yan, telling him he'd have to wait just a little bit longer. Yan was absolutely on edge. At this point, he was suspicious of his own shadow. He jumped up and shouted at her to stay back, his paranoia reaching a total breaking point. Watching from the dark, Liang saw the receptionist look totally confused. She asked what his problem was. She played the friend card, reminding him they'd known each other forever and he should just trust her. She even claimed that Ruby had been thinking about him the whole time he was gone. At that mention, Ian's composure just evaporated. He was completely loose. But then the receptionist noticed something was off. Where were the two girls from earlier? She looked around puzzled, and that's when Ling decided to make his grand entrance. He stepped out from behind her, and a very stressed Yan promised she'd see her friends very soon. Without missing a beat, the hero used his spiritual weapon and clobber. Down she went. Another one bites the dust. Unfortunately, she wasn't the spirit either. Just another bystander caught in the crossfire. Yan sighed and dragged her over to the unconscious pile with the other ladies. While he was playing furniture mover, he asked Ling why they were even out here hunting spirits instead of hiding. Ling kept it real. Hiding at home might work for a day, but that protection eventually wears thin. Even if the guard stayed, Yan would be living every second in total fear, waiting for the end. The thought of living like a cornered rat was enough to shut Yan up. He realized Liang was right. He went back to hiding the bodies until, bam, his own guards burst into the room looking for an intruder. Yan was beyond furious. He used to be the biggest bully in town, the legendary tyrant everyone feared. But now he was the one being hunted, and it was driving him absolutely insane. Yan was ready for trouble, but he definitely didn't expect the intruder to be Teacher Song of all people. She wasn't just there for a visit, she came to scold him. And the second she saw the scene, things got talk about a mood killer. The three of them just stood there in the most awkward silence you can imagine. Naturally, the teacher immediately wanted to know what kind of perverted business these two were pulling this time. Yan? Total snake. He immediately threw Lang under the bus, claiming the guy forced him into this mess with the ladies. Ling tried to play it cool, explaining he was only there to protect Yan from some nasty, lurking evil spirits. Yeah, Teacher Song wasn't buying it for a second. Her face said it all, complete and utter disbelief. She looked at one of the passed out women, and her expression shifted from annoyed to total, bone deep disgust. Our hero was officially the world's biggest creep in her eyes. Liang tried to defend his testing methods, but failed. He claimed he was just checking if she was a ghost, and that things just got messy as a side effect. Awkward! Yan quickly ordered his guards to clear out before things got even more embarrassing for his reputation. Once they were alone, Yan cut to the chase and asked the teacher why she had actually shown up. Turns out she had the same idea as Chu Leang. She was there to keep him safe from the shadows. But man, she was still fuming about Liang's attack first, ask questions later, style of spirit hunting. Poor Ling. In his head, he's just wondering why everyone treats him like a total pervert during his job. I mean, can a guy not hunt some demons without being labeled a creep? Life is tough for a hero. Suddenly, knock, knock. Another visitor. Time to scramble back into the plan before they got caught again. But get this, the visitor was none other than the lovely Rui. Yan went from 0 to 100 real quick. The man was vibrating with excitement. Rui walked in, asking if she'd kept her favorite client waiting too long. Yan was all smiles, telling her that just seeing her face made all his frustration and anger melt away. Rui started pouring on the charm, whispering that Yan was the only guy who ever treated her with real respect. She compared him to all those other trashy men, but Yan actually remembered the mission for once. He told her to take a seat on the far side of the table, trying to keep distance from his guards. She gave him a playful little smirk, wondering why her favorite client was acting so weird all of a sudden. Yan's excuse? He just wanted to sit across from her so he could admire her beautiful face better. Smooth Yan. He fell for it. Rui didn't see any reason to refuse, especially since she preferred the extra legroom anyway. It made the whole arrangement feel way more relaxed and comfortable for her while they talked. Then she changed the subject, asking why Yan was skipping class when it wasn't even a school holiday. The room went dead silent. Liang was lurking in the shadows like a total ninja, just waiting for his moment. Obviously, Yan couldn't tell her the truth, so he just brushed it off like he wasn't in the mood. But Rui wasn't letting it go. She reminded him how he used to brag about loving his new instructor's classes. She teased him, saying he'd promised to never miss a single session because that teacher was so inspiring. Talk about bad timing. The very instructor they were talking about was hiding right there, hearing every word. Yan was turning bright red, shouting at Rui to stop talking before she made things 10 times worse. Rui was confused by his outburst, so she pivoted to the bruises on his face. Had he been fighting? Yan had no choice but to admit it. He'd taken a bit of a beating, and Rui went into protective mode. She looked genuinely worried, mentioning how she'd never seen him this banged up before. It was touching, honestly. Then she got fiery, saying whoever touched him must be a monster, and she started cursing the hero. Yan was sweating buckets. He tried to downplay it, begging her not to say such things out loud, but Rui was on a roll. To her, there was no reason to be calm when someone messed with them. She reminded him that anyone who crosses the Black Tiger gang usually ends up as a cautionary tale. Yan practically begged her to stop. He kept insisting his family was totally legit and followed the rules now. Rui was just getting more and more puzzled by her client's bizarre and nervous behavior. That's when Ling suddenly materialized behind her. Yan whispered a warning this was going to hurt a bit. Rui just laughed it off, thinking her client was just being his usual playful self. She's in for it. She was just starting to joke around, but bam, lights out. She's knocked unconscious, leaving Ling and Song to corner Yan. They wanted answers about his earlier trash talk, but Yan played the I don't know anything card. Total lies, obviously. Right then, some guy literally crashes the party, booting the guards right back into the room. Talk about a mess. This whole situation was starting to get on the young master's last nerve. He was done. Fed up with his useless guards, he straight up fired them right there on the spot. Their new job? Door knockers at a restaurant. But get this, the intruder wasn't some random thug. It was Lin Bei. He was there to drop a serious warning, but no surprise here, he got distracted. Classic Lin Bei. The second he saw Teacher Song, his brain just stalled. Ling jumped in, asking what his buddy was doing there, and more importantly, where was Lu? Well, that's exactly why Lin Bei showed up. Bad news, Lu had completely vanished into thin air. Like, both our hero and Miss Song were totally stunned. How does a kid just disappear like that? Lin Bei explained he'd checked everywhere. No movement, nothing. But when he finally checked, the window was wide open and the kid was gone. The main character asked if anyone heard anything weird. Lin Bei shook his head. Nothing. Honestly, he figured the kid might have just bolted on his own. Our protagonist thought maybe Lou was just hiding, but how the heck did he escape unnoticed? It didn't make sense. If he was hiding, he'd have to be a master of stealth to get away. That's when Miss Song chimed in. She had an idea maybe she could actually track him down. The two warriors were all ears. Could a teacher really have a way to track a missing person? She smiled. It was a confusion ability. She started moving elegant, graceful, and then she summoned a glowing golden leaf covered in ancient scripture. This is some high level magic right here. She wrote the boy's name on the leaf and tossed it up. Suddenly, it started zooming off like a GPS! But wait, someone had to stay behind to protect Yan and watch over the unconscious girls. Lin Bei practically jumped at the chance. I'll do it, he said. No argument there. The hero agreed and took off with Miss Song, leaving the dream team of Lin Bei and Yan alone. Yan looked around. So, now what? Lin Bei thought for a second and then suggested, of course. The young master was floored. More food? Now. But Lin Bei had a plan. He figured when the girls woke up, they could all just play music and dance, relax a bit. Yan was skeptical. Is this really the time? Isn't it, I don't know, dangerous? Lin Bei just gave him a thumbs up. No worries, man. You've got me protecting you now. Yan wasn't sold. I mean, the last guy who was supposed to protect him literally disappeared. He just hoped things would go differently this time. Meanwhile, Lang and Miss Song were hot on loose trail. They were closing in on the Academy's lake. To break the ice, the hero complimented her skills. Impressive, he said. Tracking someone with nothing but their name? That's some serious talent. She stayed humble, though. It's nothing special, she replied. My cultivation level is still pretty low. Because she wasn't that powerful yet, she could only track people within the city limits. But she explained the leaf actually came from a special book her master gave her. It had tons of uses besides just tracking. Our hero couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Must be nice having such a generous master, right? But that thought actually made him kind of sad. Most masters are stingy. Getting rewards like that during a mission, almost unheard of in most sects. But Confucianism is different. They care more about morality and knowledge than raw power. In her world, that kind of kindness is normal, even if you aren't a powerhouse warrior. Since the elders respected her so much, they showered her with valuable magical items. Finally, they reached the mountain and spotted Lu. They moved in to save him, but then they stopped. Staying quiet, they overheard the boy crying his eyes out. He was blaming himself for all the deaths Situ caused. He confessed it was all his fault. Wait, he's the one who killed her? Then why was she targeting everyone else instead of the guy who actually ended her life? Our hero knew something was off. Right from the start, he could tell the boy was hiding a dark secret about what happened to Situ. Back then, Situ tried to mess up his face, and Lu, completely panicking, accidentally shoved her right into the deep lake. Pure terror. He just bolted home, too scared to even look back at the girl he'd just pushed. It took forever for the realization to sink in that, yeah, falling into a lake is actually pretty dangerous for someone who can't swim. But by the time he finally went back to check, too late. A crowd was already there, whispering about the girl who drowned. Lou kept telling himself he didn't mean to do it. He never wanted her dead. Not like this. For days, he lived in a total nightmare, running from the guilt. But now, he's finally ready to face the truth. Time to man up and confront the past. But as he stood by that water's edge for what felt like hours, was her spirit gone? Or did she just hate him too much to show up? Either way, he decided there was only one way to pay for his sins. He stepped into the water, ready to end it all. Miss Song saw exactly what he was planning from the distance and panicked. She tried to rush in, but the hero stopped her. He wanted to see how this played out before they interfered. Deep in the lake, Lu found his courage and dove down into the dark water. Song was desperate to save him, but she couldn't move. And then, boom! The spirit finally showed up, but instead of an attack, she reached out and pulled him back to the surface. He hit the shore, coughing up water and gasping for air. Sidu, he choked out. Was that you? Did you save me? Suddenly, like a flash of purple lightning, the girl's spirit materialized right in front of his eyes. Um, Seeing his old friend again, man, Lou just broke down. The tears wouldn't stop as he looked at her. From the sidelines, Lang and Song felt it. This wasn't some basic ghost. Her energy was way off the charts. Legendary level. Her solid form alone confirmed their worst suspicions. Even if the math didn't quite add up, one thing was certain. Sivan was definitely a spirit in disguise. Through his sobbing, Lou begged her, "Kill me! Do whatever you want! Just stop." But get this, the spirit actually answered. She didn't hate him. She didn't even want him dead. Lou was completely thrown for a loop. "Just leave!" she screamed. Her body started shaking, energy exploding everywhere. She was losing it, transforming into something truly demonic. Lou tried to run, but it was too late. Her face twisted into a nightmare, her whole personality shifting. Now, she wanted blood, especially the blood of the man she once loved. Song wasn't waiting around anymore. She whipped out her jade weapon and charged. She almost nailed the spirit's face, but the ghost was way too fast. Song threw her weapon, knocking the monster to the ground. Perfect opening. "Talk about bad timing!" Song yelled at him that the girl was already dead. The only way to save her soul was to dispel the spirit. Despite what the boy wanted, Leang agreed. In their world, there's no good or bad spirits. You see one, you eliminate it. While they were busy arguing, the spirit used the distraction to teleport right behind Song, ready to strike. Song barely dodged the blow, but the impact still caused some serious damage. This thing was getting stronger. She realized the truth. This wasn't just a random attack, the spirit was trying to create a diversion to escape. Her face was completely disfigured. Her whole personality just snapped. She was not his wife anymore. Now, she just wanted to rip him apart. Pure bloodlust for the man she used to love. Scary stuff. No more holding back! Song leaped into the fray to face this monster head on. It was officially go time. She sparked up her jade weapon and charged. She almost landed a lethal blow right to its twisted face. The spirit dodged too fast. Song didn't hesitate. She chucked her weapon and actually managed to floor the thing. Boom! Spirit grounded. This was the perfect opening to end it once and for all, but then Lu jumped in the way. He was actually shielding the monster. Song was screaming at him to move. She tried to explain that Situ was already gone. Dispelling the spirit was the only way to find peace. It went against his heart, but Liang eventually agreed. Sometimes the hard choice is the only choice available. When it comes to these spirits, there is no good or evil. There is just the job. We finish them. Elimination is the only way. But while those two were busy arguing, the spirit saw its chance to strike. It vanished, then reappeared right behind Lu. Talk about a cheap shot. It was ready to kill. Luckily, she dodged just in time, but that hit, it still caused some serious damage. She was reeling. That hit did some real damage. Song realized the spirit was just playing games, trying to distract them both. No time to waste! She flips through her sacred book and tears out another enchanted leaf. It shoots into the sky, creating a massive barrier that seals off the whole area. That thick, creepy mist gone in seconds. And right there, she finally finds the boy safe. She rushes over, warning young Lu to stick to her like glue from now on. But as she gets a better look at him, wait, something is definitely wrong here. She freezes. Lu looks confused, asking why she stopped, but then things get really weird. Because standing right next to him is another Lu, asking the exact same question. They lock eyes, both looking absolutely terrified, talk about a literal identity crisis. What's going on? Both of them shout at once. The real one and the fake. Song is starting to panic. She can't tell them apart. They're identical in every way. Every word, every movement, perfectly synced. That's when Liang finally makes his grand entrance. Song begs him for help. Liang, tell me you know how to spot the imposter. He walks up slowly, hiding his demon revealing blot while acting totally cool about it. Relax, he says. I've dealt with these types of shape-shifting pests before. Time for a test. He stares them down. Only the real Lu knows my name. One Lu blurts out Jolian immediately. The other one just stands there silent. The quiet one looks like he's about to hyperventilate. Liang gives him a terrifying smirk, but then, bam! Liang strikes the one who actually answered, wait, what just happened? Talk about a plot twist, and he was right. The hero's hunch was dead on. He summons his imperial sword, driving the blade straight through the spirit's chest. In those final heart-wrenching seconds, the spirit looks at her old friend with deep sadness. A final tender moment between two old friends before she fades away for good. And just like that, the spirit vanishes. Poof. Gone right before Lu's very eyes. Once everything is over, Song is dying to know, how did you know the truth? Seriously, the fake one answered perfectly. It was a total coin toss, right? Liang just shrugs. Simple. I never told Lu my name, the spirit was spying. Plus, he adds, the question was just a distraction to use the revealing blot. Clever guy, isn't he? Using psychological warfare to bait out the monster. Song thanks him, and Liang gives his classic line about being a defender of justice. Honestly, he's just relieved he's getting a thank you instead of a legal penalty. Meanwhile, Lu stays by the lake, whispering a final farewell to his old friend. Liang walks over with some advice. If you want real redemption, own your mistakes. It tells him to confess to the authorities instead of trying to escape through pain. Lu actually listens. Even Song looks a bit shaken by the sudden emotional growth. She doesn't let it get to her, though. Duty calls, and the mess is over. Elsewhere, a hooded man is losing his mind with rage, slamming his hand down violently. Refining a disguised spirit is incredibly expensive, and he was just souls away from a promotion! His dreams of moving up the evil corporate ladder, ruined by these meddling outsiders. Now, his investment is literally dust. He was supposed to be first in line! Who did this? He screams. His precious disguised spirit destroyed in just a few days. He nukes his own table with malicious energy. This guy is seriously tilted right now. He vows to find every single person who dared to mess with his master plan. But back at the Lee residence in Yangzhou City, our hero is totally oblivious. It's time for some serious cultivation practice. No rest for the legendary, I guess. He heads back to the White Tower, entering the reward hall to claim his prizes. Reward time. After all that ghost busting drama, Liang finally decided to cash in some happiness. He'd spent a while wondering if this White Tower was actually some malicious, soul stealing magical tool, but after watching it closely, he realized it wasn't a trap that traded treasures for spirits. It didn't interfere with the natural cycle or block spirits from their next reincarnation at all. Essentially, the tower just snags a mark, a golden image that mimics the tower's external form. Inside that white tower, though, only a golden, unconscious snapshot of the spirit truly remains. This realization changed everything. Liang stopped being suspicious and started seeing the tower quite differently. It was a source of positive energy, basically cheering him on to go defeat malevolent spirits, and with his paranoia officially cured, he stepped up to claim his reward. Time to get paid! He kicked the mechanism into gear, and presto! He received a spirit exchange spell as loot. This little trick allows two people to swap their spirits for exactly 3 short breaths. It's recommended for the same species, but honestly, this prize felt totally underwhelming to Liang. To him, it just felt budget. He expected something way more epic. For cultivators usually use jade talismans to store their magical mojo for a rainy day, you see. A solid jade talisman can store 8% of their power, occasionally pulling off literal miracles. They can make complex spells fire off instantly, but this reward lacked that kind of functionality. It just wasn't anywhere near as valuable or powerful as a legendary white talisman would be. Regardless, a reward is a reward. Liang decided to exit the mental viewing space for now. The second he popped back, he ran into Lin Bei, who'd been waiting ages for him. Lin Bei didn't even say hello. He just immediately asked how the ghost mission had concluded. Liang gave him the thumbs up, explaining that every part of the plan went perfectly. On the other hand, Lin Bei had some success of his own to report back today. He even managed to get Yam to swear he'd finally start acting like a decent person. Liang then broke down the whole exorcism process, but Lin Bei still found one detail strange. It was weird that the girl's vengeful spirit hadn't targeted Yan first as her main victim. After thinking it through, he realized Yan wasn't actually on her revenge hit list after all. Turns out, Yan didn't discriminate against the girl for her looks like the others did. He extorted her, sure, but Yan's extortion was indiscriminate and he targeted literally everyone. Equally, because he shook everyone down for cash, he didn't stand out as a personal enemy. Sidhu Yan's vengeance was focused only on those who directly harmed her, which convinced Lin Bei. The next day at Nanshan Academy, the novice teacher was busy grinding out her cultivation levels. After pulling way too many all-nighters at the academy, she finally found a moment to rest. But as night fell, a massive thud echoed through the mansion, jolting Song wide awake. She didn't waste a second. She threw on clothes and hopped out the window to investigate. Based on the sound in the shadows, it looked like a lost child, just standing there. Song approached slowly and gently, asking the little kid what they were doing out so late. But here's the thing, this was no ordinary child. Song's gut was wrong about this one. She figured since the Academy's ghost problem was solved, this must truly be a lost child. Don't be scared, she said softly. Just come along and follow your older sister, okay? At that moment, the child turned around and unleashed a wave of pure, dark malice. Wham! It felt like a massive spiritual sledgehammer slammed right into her very soul. Song realized instantly she was dealing with spiritual magic. Her world started to spin wildly. Her movements became sluggish and heavy. She knew she had to get out of there fast. But as she tried to flee, pale, ghostly hands burst from the ground, grabbing her ankles. She bit her tongue hard, praying her body would just move before it was too late. She's trying to catch her breath, but that sinister key, it's not letting up for a second. One moment too late. Before she can even blink, the creature lunges, locking an arm around her neck. This isn't just bad luck. Song's starting to realize it now. Too many spirits all at once, it's a setup. And just like that, the man behind the curtain finally steps out of the shadows. It's a demonic cultivator, and he looks pretty smug about snagging a prize from the Confucian Hall. He's not just here for fun, though. Apparently, Song had the audacity to mess with his disguised spirit. He'd promised Cyan 3 victims in exchange for those souls, but his little plan got completely wrecked. Now he's absolutely livid. Seeing Song as the one who destroyed his spirit, he's ready for payback. The cultivator taps into his dark energy, vowing to make her pay for every bit of interference. But Song, she isn't backing down. She whips out her golden book, ready to go down swinging. This treasure is a heavy hitter, can control 3 spirits, but even that's barely doing anything here. It only shoves them back a few steps. That's when the truth hits. This guy is on a whole different level. Facing a demonic freak with these kinds of weird powers, escape just became her top priority. But good luck with that. This cultivator isn't about to let his main course just walk away. He pulls a massive slingshot out of his robe and lets fly a shot that lands right in her chest. Song hits the dirt, and she's not getting up. This isn't your average stun spell, it's way worse. She can't move a single muscle, not even her fingers. It's like her whole body is frozen in time. The culprit? A soul nail, a nasty little tool straight from the Hell King sect. It's invisible, intangible, and aims for the soul. Basically, it locks your powers behind a vault door. With her completely helpless, the cultivator starts moving her around like a puppet with just a gesture. No time to waste. He binds her up in a spiritual chain, ready to finish the job. But with her last bit of strength, Song drops a single page from her book onto the ground. On it, Linbei's name. Meanwhile, in a private room, our boy Linbei is living his best life. He's surrounded by girls from the entertainment house, and they're literally fighting over who gets to undress him first. One girl takes the lead, and Linbei, being the total pervert he is, just tells her to hurry it up. He's all like, I can't wait any longer. But then, wham, reality hits him. The woman slaps him across the face. Then again, and again, hard. Linbei starts thrashing around until he finally snaps back to the real world. He opens his eyes and finds a piece of paper literally stuck to his face. Just then, Liang arrives to see what all the noise is about. Talk about a wake up call. Liang looks at the paper and immediately asks if this belongs to Miss Song. They look closer and, yup, there it is. Linbei's name is written right on the page. Linbei is genuinely confused. Why would she send him something like this out of the blue? Then his ego kicks in. He's convinced she's finally interested in him. Wait for it. But Liang isn't laughing. He's dead serious when he tells him she's in danger. An awkward silence falls as the two just stare at each other. Finally, Linbei asks how he knows. Liang explains that this isn't just paper, it's a treasure from her master, something she'd never send away lightly. She must be in over her head. She sent this to him because they're the only cultivators in the city. Linbei is still puzzled. Why write his name instead of the hero's name? Liang doesn't miss a beat. Because your name was easier to write, he says. Ouch. Linbei looks at the writing again. It's messy, rushed, the handwriting of someone in a desperate hurry. The realization finally hits him. Song is in serious trouble, like grave danger level. He asks what the plan is, and his face finally shows he's taking this seriously. After checking the situation, Liang suggests they split up to cover more ground. Linbei's job? Head back to the sect and bring in the reinforcements. It's go time. Liang decides to go for the rescue. But Linbei is like, wait, didn't you just say that guy was a monster? The enemy is terrifying, but Liang plays it cool. He tells his buddy he's just going to scope things out. I'll just assess the situation, he says. You get to the sect and bring my master back here. Fast. Linbei isn't buying it. To him, this sounds like a total suicide mission. Why are you acting like a hero? He even offers to switch places since he knows the master better, but Liang isn't having any of it. Sorry, pal, Liang shuts him down. My cultivation, it's on a completely different level than yours now. Linbei is floored. I mean, they were basically equals 5 minutes ago. How did he pull ahead so fast? Time to flex. To prove he's the real deal, Liang lets his aura explode, revealing his true strength 10 stages deep into the divine realm. Last time they met, he was barely a rookie in that tier. Now he's hitting the mid stages. Talk about a massive power up in record time. Our boy has been busy. Linbei is spiraling. How? When? He's wondering if Liang even sleeps or just grinds levels 24/7. You've got a cheat code, don't you? He accuses Liang of using some secret shortcut for rapid growth. Honestly, he's not entirely wrong, but Liang doesn't have time for a deep dive into his secrets right now. Ever seen the city before the sun comes up? Liang asks, totally dodging the question with a random vibe check. Linbei just stands there completely lost. Like, what kind of poetic nonsense is this guy talking about now? Less talking, more moving. We split up now. And just like that, they're gone, moving like lightning. Meanwhile, near Gango City, things are getting dark. Very dark. The villain is sacrificing chickens. Poor Song is stuck right in the center, totally helpless, while this creep plots her doom with a grin. The man just laughs. Don't be scared, he says. Yeah, right. Like that makes it any better, dude. Turns out her soul is a divine state rarity, making her the perfect replacement for his lost spirit minion. If I just kill you, I only get 80% of your soul, he explains, and I hate wasting potential. So he's doing this whole messy ritual just to squeeze out every single drop of her spiritual energy. His tool of choice? The Hell King's book. One more soul trapped, one more page added to the collection. If he succeeds, she's not just dead, she's a permanent prisoner inside that cursed piece of paper forever. The guy is absolutely loving this. A Confucianist prize? That's a super rare pull for his evil gal. Maybe a succubus spirit, he muses, looking at her beauty, or he changes his mind again. A painting spirit. Yeah, they're way more unpredictable, harder for heroes to deal with. He's just listing ways to ruin her eternity while Song listens to every single terrifying word, completely paralyzed. Song is terrified. In her final moments, her mind is racing. Did my message even reach anyone? Did they understand? Or does nobody care enough to save me? Talk about a dark, hopeless thought. She's officially at her limit. The clock is ticking. The ritual is nearing the finish line, and her soul is about to be snatched away. The villain prepares to bind her to the Hell King's book. It's looking like game over for our girl. But back at the Lai residence, Liang is working. He's carefully inscribing Song's name onto a mysterious golden page. He's pouring his energy into every stroke, hoping this ancient magic actually kicks in before it's too late. Initially, nothing. Total silence. Liang starts sweating. Maybe I'm missing a special trigger for this. He tries again, this time closing his eyes and focusing entirely on her image while he writes the names. Boom! It works! The golden page starts hovering and takes off like a spiritual GPS toward her location. Liang isn't waiting around. He follows the flying page as it zips through the air at high speed. The page leads him deep into the forest to a lonely shack by the river, a perfect place for murder. But as he gets close, the vibes absolutely rancid. He can feel the dark energy oozing, and he smells it. Fresh blood. It's coming from inside the house, and it sends his heart into overdrive. Liang goes into full combat mode. High alert. He knows something truly messed up is happening right now. He taps into his advanced perception ability. Suddenly, the entire path to the house lights up like a blueprint. He peeks inside. There's the hooded creep and Song, held down by some nasty, writhing demonic arms. Time to move! Our hero is on the scene, and this demonic cultivator is about to have a very bad day. Just with that simple move, the demonic cultivator sensed our hero's presence. Seconds later, everything flipped. The hunter suddenly became the hunted. Now, our protagonist was the one being watched. This hooded creep started attacking even from inside the house. But our hero, he didn't flinch. He tried to lure the guy out, acting as bait until his master arrived. But here's the problem, the opponent was way faster than he anticipated. No escape, nowhere to run. Our hero sent his flying sword in for a strike, but the cultivator caught it with just 2 fingers. Talk about a flex. Still, our boy had one more dirty trick up his sleeve to win this. Using a portal beneath his wrist, a rope shot out toward the dark warrior. The man didn't even blink. He grabbed the rope and laughed. What's this? Then he used his own portal, conjuring a gross, fleshy hand from his chest. It grabbed our hero by the throat, completely pinning him down. Game over? He took another soul trapping spike and rammed it straight into the boy's chest. Ling couldn't even fight back. In a heartbeat, he was totally crushed. It was a brutal reality check. The gap between the third and fourth realms, it's a massive canyon. With our hero pinned, the creep started mocking him. You really thought you could save the girl? To this demonic psycho, he just hit the jackpot. 2 pure souls for the price of one. Poor Song couldn't stop crying. She felt so guilty for dragging him here. But Liang, he's a stubborn one. He kept struggling, trying to move. The hooded man just scoffed. Give it up, kid. You're next on the list. Once I finish eating her spirit, I'm coming for yours. No rush. Dealing with them was easy work, but the sun was coming up soon. He needed to wrap this up fast before he drew too much attention. Once you're both inside my book, you'll have plenty of time to chat. And just like that, the soul absorption began. But then Lang screamed. Pervert! He yelled over and over. Hey, you're a total pervert, dude. The hooded guy actually stopped. He was genuinely irritated by the insult. He tried to ignore it and focus back on the ritual, but Liang wouldn't stop. Our boy doubled down. If insults work, then he was going nuclear. The villain tried to concentrate, knowing the kid would be dead soon anyway. But Liang, he went for the throat. He started calling the guy an orphan. Your mom's gone and nobody loved you. He was being absolutely savage. He even suggested the guy's whole family tree must have been a disaster. Finally, the hooded man snapped. He couldn't take the disrespect anymore. That's it. I'm taking your soul first since you're so eager to die. But first, he had to ask, which sect are you from? Who taught you this? Liang didn't miss a beat. I'm a disciple of the Shu sect, he barked. The hooded man's eyes turned cold. Fine. You won't die quickly now. He planned to torture our boy for 49 days straight for that talk. He wanted to see if the kid would still be this cocky after a month of pain. Meanwhile, our hero was secretly prepping his space exchange talisman. Song was terrified, but right as the Hell King's notebook got close, crack! The protagonist shattered the talisman and everything changed. Boom! The spirit exchange spell kicks in, and they've only got 3 breaths to make it work. It's the ultimate switcheroo. The protagonist's soul leaps into the hooded man's body, while that villain gets shoved right into the hero's skin. High stakes? Absolutely. But the gamble pays off, and the soul swap is a total success. The hooded man, though, he's losing it. Complete and utter desperation. He can't wrap his head around what's happening. Like, why is he staring at his own body across the room? And why is his own curse book floating toward him? He's clueless, but the clock is ticking. By breath number 2, his soul is already being ripped out of the hero's body like a bad dream. He wanted to devour a kid's spirit, but joke's on him, it's his own soul being sucked into that book instead. With the third and final breath, the Hell King's book slams shut. Click. Game over, buddy. Finally free from her prison, Miss Song is a total wreck. She sees Lee's lifeless body and panics. She rushes to him, sobbing her eyes out and blaming herself for this whole mess. Meanwhile, that nasty demonic cultivator in the black robes, yeah, he's now. Our hero's soul starts drifting back where it belongs, home sweet home. The protagonist is finally back in his own skin, but he's still in sleep mode. He can't move or even speak. And then he feels it. Something wet is dripping right onto his face. A few seconds later, his body reboots. He regains control and notices the rain on his cheeks. He opens his eyes and sees Song crying a literal river, convinced her savior just kicked the bucket. Surprise! Our boy isn't dead, which leaves Song looking like she's seen a ghost. She's baffled, but hey, she can move again, and that nasty spike in her chest is gone. Without wasting a second, Lee heads over to the corpse just to make sure everything is actually chill. Song watches from a safe distance, totally confused. What are you doing? She asks. He plays it cool, telling her he's just double checking the trash. I mean, the hooded man. Song gets it, but she's still stuck on how that powerful creep just died like that. Our hero's big brain explanation, maybe the guy just messed up his own spell. Yeah, Song isn't buying that for a heartbeat. She's certain he had something to do with it. She knows our guy is a disciple of the 9 immortal sects, but this is still a massive shock. In the end, the hooded creep was just a mid-tier demonic cultivator with some weird loot. He had some porcelain trinkets, that creepy book, and a spiritual restriction seal. Also, the guy's face was a total mismatch for his voice. No wonder he hid under a cloak. Ailey tells Song they'll split all the loot 50-50, being the gentleman he is. But she's just happy to be breathing. Life over loot, right? The hero doesn't argue, but he gives her a reassuring nod. Don't sweat it, he tells her. To Song, this guy seems so polite and gentle, but his vibe shifts so fast she can't keep up. Suddenly, the hero shouts, We gotta move. Time's almost up. Song panics. Is there another monster? Is more trouble coming their way? Well, for better or worse, the person heading their way is actually her master. The hall goes dead silent for a second, and then the door literally explodes with fire. Out of nowhere, the master arrives like a freaking meteor falling from the heavens. She's glowing with raw energy, tearing through the sky and slamming into the ground with a massive boom. The Impafantria kicks up a huge wall of dust, hiding everything from sight. Song is absolutely terrified, having no clue what kind of powerhouse just crashed the party. Then, through the smoke, the master appears flying on wings of pure fire. She lands right in front of them. looking like a total boss and things. Yeah, they just got interesting. Pure terror. No one has any clue what's happening until the master finally makes his move. He drops in with massive fiery wings, landing right between them. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Standing right next to her is another girl, lean, pale, and looking like she's seen much better days. Honestly, she's in a way worse state. Master Fang doesn't waste a single heartbeat. Where's the enemy? She demands. But our hero has to break the news to her. The bad guy? Already history. Hearing this, the master does exactly what you'd expect. She goes straight back to her. Even so, you can tell she's visibly bummed out. Total disappointment written all over her face. I mean, she showed up expecting a massive brawl, and there's nothing left. Getting straight to the point, she starts grilling them. She wants to know if these two were actually times the ones who took down a golden core demonic cultivator. It sounds a bit sketch, right? Our boy tries to play it off, explaining that the cultist's death was basically just one big weird accident, total fluke. Master Fang gives him that look. She's not buying it, not even for a second. Her disciple is definitely hiding something. Still, Fang knows life is just full of crazy, unexpected turns. Since the mess is cleaned up, she basically says her goodbyes, and a few moments later, it's time for our hero to bid farewell to Leanne as well. Goodbye, friend. Right after their parting, our boy heads back to the sect to report on everything that went down. By the time he actually arrives, he's absolutely spent, just completely wiped out, and needs to sit down for a breather. But then a thought hits him. He just eliminated a golden core demonic expert, didn't he? Now, our boy is getting curious. Is the White Tower actually going to hook him up with a reward for this? See, usually when he takes out a demonic spirit, he gets to collect some sweet loot from the tower. But does that same rule apply to actual people? He's not really sure. There's only one way to find out. Our hero finally kicks his laziness to the curb and heads over to check the results. But when he gets there, nothing. The cage is totally empty. Not a single soul inside. He figures killing people probably doesn't count for points, or maybe the system just flagged the guy's death as a suicide. Honestly, it's not a huge deal for our boy. He's pretty resigned to just learning how this weird world works over time anyway. Even if the White Tower didn't pay out, he still managed to snag some physical items after looting the dead guy. Instead of just trading all this gear in for sword coins, he starts cooking up a much better plan. He looks at those porcelain bottles and thinks, what if I release all the trap spirits inside and kill them one by one? It's basically a rewards farm. Plus, he can't control these spirits anyway, so it's better to just destroy them. That way they can finally go and reincarnate. It's a win win, right? At least that's what he thought. But when our protagonist actually tries to put his plan into motion, he realizes the porcelain bottles are bone dry, completely empty. Our boy falls into a deep, deep depression. Talk about a major letdown. He suspects there's either a hidden seal or maybe the spirits just vanish the moment their master kicks the bucket. Um, so in the end, the trip to the White Tower was a total bust. But then he missed it before, but hidden inside the fabric was a fat little pouch that looked like it held something valuable. He rips it open, expecting treasure, but only finds a few weird beads. But wait, these things are freezing cold to the touch, like ice cold, and they're oozing a nasty demonic aura. Definitely tools for some dark, twisted magic. Before he can even think about reporting this to his master, a golden item on the ground catches his eye. Looks like another magical tool from that demonic cultivator. It's shaped like a weird triangular band, and for some reason, the thing is just vibrating on its own. Creepy, right? But since the owner is already dead, our hero figures it shouldn't be dangerous anymore. He decides to take a closer look and use his perception ability to see what's actually going on with it. And that's when he makes a wild discovery. This isn't just a seal, it's a magical chat group. Yeah, you heard me. A literal group chat connecting four different people. The leader of the group is bragging about finally breaking through to the third stage of the five elements realm. Now he says he needs something called a Hellwater Beast to keep his cultivation going. Then number 59 chimes in, promising he'll do his absolute best to help out his master. And then there's number 6, just waiting in the wings. Looks like our hero just stumbled into a whole lot of trouble. He pledges to do his absolute best as a loyal subordinate, but the boss is watching. The leader quickly realizes that number 58 isn't responding. Is something wrong? It's been way too long without a peep. The leader starts suspecting a disaster happened. Regardless, the man who's clearly the group's head honcho leaves a call me message. He tells 58 to read it whenever he's available. Liang finally puts it all together. The previous owner of this seal is definitely that missing member who isn't replying. Considering the situation, he debates whether to risk it. Should he actually respond? Ultimately, he decides to try it out. The device is untraceable and poses no immediate danger. Our protagonist decides to echo the exact same suck up response as the other two lackeys. He offers his full support to the leader, but unexpectedly, no one gets an immediate reply. In this case, Liang suspects the device is just for recorded messages, not real time chat. Time passes, still nothing. Liang considers setting the seal aside to focus on other things, but right at that moment, the seal begins to vibrate. It's a response! Time to play spy. Upon returning to the demonic communication space, the leader demands to know what happened. He asks 58 if he encountered some kind of danger. Since the boy knows nothing, he decides to be brutally honest to avoid getting caught in a lie. Smart move, right? He gives a brief summary of the events, framing the demon cultivator as the ultimate victor. This news makes the leader ecstatic. He's praising his subordinate's achievement in capturing a warrior. Capturing a fighter from the divine realm is no small feat. The other subordinates, pure salt. They express their jealousy, but the leader shuts them down. 58 has been consistently great. He orders the other two subordinates to take notes and learn from him. Total boss move. Apparently, this master has reached the third stage of the five elements realm, a heavy hitter. He might even be a senior figure in the Purple Gold Hell King sect, big league stuff. As for the other subordinates, Liang doesn't learn much. After the conversation ends, he moves out. He decides it's time to inform his master. Shortly afterward, our hero approaches Fang. He needs to report his findings. First, he presents that magical item from the black-robed man. He waits for an explanation. Fang identifies it as a Black Demon Thunder, a powerful explosive. This thing is worth serious coins at the pavilion. Hearing this, Liang's eyes light up immediately. He marvels at the incredible loot found in the Golden Core realm. Next, the seal comes out. The hero continues his report and gives Fang a quick update on his cultivation progress. Fang carefully analyzes both the seal and the parties involved. This information is absolutely crucial. It helps her understand the current state of the Purple Gold Hell King sect. Very interesting. The Purple Gold sect was one of those that got absolutely bodied by the nine immortal sects. They suffered the most losses, which led them to withdraw and hide from the world. Nonetheless, Fang is incredibly pleased with her disciple's performance. He's doing great so far. She orders Liang to continue gathering as much information as he possibly can. The catch? He has to do it without exposing himself. The hero starts questioning the whole plan. Um, he asks if what Fang really wants is for him to become a secret agent. Is he basically a spy under the Hell King sect now? She smiles and totally agrees. That said, there's a mystery. The seal is usually connected directly to a person's soul. Therefore, with the owner's death, the seal should have closed and become useless. Since that's not happening, the master finds it incredible that Liang can still use it. Liang suggests there was a possibility that the soul hadn't fully disappeared after death. He asks if the book might have absorbed it. The woman says those situations are rare. Honestly, the guy was simply unlucky. And just like that, Liang's spy career officially begins. The King's Manual is finally heading to the Sword Pavilion, and all those trapped innocent souls. They're finally getting there. His master explains that only the seal will stay behind, but she's dead serious. Don't you dare reveal your true identity inside. She's betting the Purple Gold Master is too terrified to crawl back to the sect, probably hiding out somewhere to lick his wounds. So she asks our guy for a little favor. Help her sniff out that hiding spot so she can take him down. Taking down a sect master alone would be a legendary win, and she's not about to let Wang Shuing snatch the glory. Our boy is curious, though. He asks, hey, are the rewards for killing a purple gold protector actually worth the trouble? She just smirks. Don't worry. As long as there's loot, we both win. Though, she's eyeing us. Cut to a group of guys eating. One of them tells his leader that picking this fight is a massively stupid idea. But the leader isn't having it. He scoffs, pointing out that Lang is only in the early stages of spiritual intent, a total lightweight. I'm at the final stage of my training, basically seconds away from forming a golden core, he brags. How could I lose? The young guy is nervous. But master, that cultivator is crazy strong. His teacher is the Phoenix Empress herself. The master isn't worried. His own father is a high-level powerhouse, so he thinks he's got enough backing to ignore the Empress. But the disciple is thinking ahead. Against anyone else, they'd retreat, but you don't just walk away from the Empress. They brainstorm. They could tell him to stay away from the girl or just beat him up, but a secret hit is better. The master asks the big question: how do we pull this off in secret? The answer: a little psychological warfare. The plan is to make the guy suffer a minor loss and leave a warning letter, all while staying totally anonymous. Their secret weapon? Using a beast called Bazi. The master's eyes light up. He absolutely, feeling smug, the leader tells everyone to dig in and celebrate. But when they look down at the table, everything is gone. The food? Vanished. They all turn to the guy next to them looking for some answers. Yo, where did the food go? They ask. The guy with sauce literally smeared all over his face just looks confused. I don't know, he mumbles through a full mouth. It was like it just disappeared before we could even start eating. Right. Meanwhile, our hero is busy training. He knows that even with a magic doll helping him cultivate, he can't be lazy. 2 hours crawl by without a single update. It seems that when his master goes silent, the whole world follows suit. He thinks to himself that demonic cultivators are brutal. They don't waste a second because they're always. Suddenly, a message arrives. A letter starts floating toward his table, and he picks it up to see what's what. It's from the girl. She says she's waiting for him at Pagoda Peak at exactly 5:45. He stares at the paper, thinking, if she actually wrote this, her handwriting is absolutely criminal. Seriously. Now, Pagoda Peak isn't exactly a hotspot. The Shushan sect has over 100 peaks, but only 36 are actually famous. Pagoda Peak is a remote, creepy wasteland that's been empty ever since the demon living there vanished into thin air. Our guy shows up right on time, but as he checks the letter again, he starts to get a bad feeling. Still, he's used to facing danger, so he doesn't let it bother him too much. Then he hears it, footsteps. He turns around and bam! There's Bozzy charging straight at him like a freight train with zero chill. From the shadows, the idiots are cheering. One of them whispers, I can't believe Master actually sent Bozzy after him. The other one warns him to shut up, or they'll be the ones getting a beatdown for trespassing in this territory. But the leader just smirks. He knows our hero's about to get way more than just a few bruises today. He's convinced that between the beast and the trap, our main character is in for a world of pain. The tension is rising as Bazi closes the gap, and the onlookers are practically vibrating with excitement. Just watch, the master whispers. He won't know what hit him until it's way too late to react. Back at the peak, our boy finally locks eyes with the beast, and honestly, he doesn't look that scared. Right then, he hears it, heavy footsteps crunching in the distance, getting closer and closer by the second. Suddenly, Bazi comes charging out of the brush, heading straight for our guy like a literal freight train. From their hiding spot, the idiots are practically doing a happy dance. Look at him go, they whisper. One of them is stunned. I can't believe Master actually had the guts to sick Bazi on him. The other guy hisses at him to shut up. Keep it down, or we'll be the ones getting a beat down for trespassing. But the master just grins. He knows our hero isn't just getting a few bruises, he's in for a total disaster. He was about to get absolutely wrecked. Ba was charging towards Shu like a high-speed freight train on steroids. The boys watched in pure terror as the beast's impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust, but then, plot twist, instead of a bite, the beast started aggressively licking the young man's face. Seriously. The cultivators were just confused. Liang wondered if he'd been defeated by something powerful or if this was. Why was he being licked? Looking at the over the top happy animal, he started getting really suspicious. Could this be the legendary sixth mystical beast? He'd never seen it before, but it acted like they were old pals. The beast started making these strange noises, almost like it was trying to have a full conversation with him. It nudged him, clearly begging for attention like a giant magical puppy. Total affection seeker. This one. Shu figured it would be rude to ignore the guy, so he started petting him. Friendship level unlocked. Suddenly, Ba gets the zoomies. He runs circles around the man before crouching down right in front of him. He wanted a rider. Shu was baffled. Usually, a beast only does this if it recognizes you as its master. Since the creature was so hyped, our guy realized he couldn't exactly say no. Time to hop on. He decided to give it a shot, take it slow and be careful, right? If things went sideways, he'd find a way out. It was a risky move, but looking at those big eyes, he figured he might as well enjoy the ride. Ba was absolutely thrilled. The animal takes off like a rocket, leaving Shu just trying to hold on for dear life. It's sprinting at Mach speed, making our guy scream in pure desperation. Way too fast, buddy. Way too fast. Ba heads straight for the sea, leaping through the air as if gravity was just a suggestion for other people. They dive right through a massive waterfall, leaving a terrified Shu wondering what comes next. Hidden behind the falls was a secret cave. Liang wondered if there was a hidden area or some ancient flaw inside. Meanwhile, the beast just kept diving deeper and deeper into the darkness of the cavern. Where are we going? Then he spots it way at the far end of the cave. Someone was actually living there. A person was just sitting there casually eating her lunch, completely unaware they were about to have visitors. Ba trots up to get her attention. They lock eyes, total awkward silence moment for the history books. Sitting on his new ride, Shu starts circling around the girl. Ba looks proud. Shu, he looks embarrassed. He whispers to the beast to chill out. Okay, okay, we've run enough. Stop the car, buddy. The girl finishes her meal, sets her bowl down, and just stares. Shu quickly dismounts to explain. He starts apologizing immediately. I swear, it was the animal's idea. He insisted on the Uber ride. She just shrugs it off with a, it is fine, then stands up. The vibe in the cave, definitely mysterious. Suddenly, the mystical beast turns shy and hides when she looks at it. Liang tries to ask her something, but he gets cut off immediately. Talk about frustration, the guy hadn't even gotten his name out yet. Switch gears to the trio nearby. They're watching this play out and questioning their entire existence. One guy asks the leader, is it because he is handsome? Is that the secret? Talk about insecure. The leader literally whacks him. Are you saying I am not handsome too? Clearly, the beast just hates him. The leader turns to the third member for backup, but that guy is in his own little world. I am just hungry, he says. The leader blows a fuse. You two are nothing but trouble, seriously. But then, boom, a massive monster appears right above them. Wait, monsters aren't supposed to dare enter here. The boys are confused. This place should be a safe zone. One cultivator yells at the leader to move. Another one is panicking, asking what the plan is. The leader's brilliant idea: hide so we do not die. They try to stay low, hoping the beast won't notice them. It won't land on us. One guy, he figured no monster would be bold enough to use his head as a landing pad. Bad call. Well, guess what? The monster landed exactly where they were hiding with an earth shattering crash. It lets out a furious roar after the landing, clearly not caring about the three idiots it just flattened. Then it bolts off at full speed, and right where its massive paw was, you could see the squash trio. Back in the cave, things are a lot calmer. Our main man finally gets a chance to introduce himself. The girl looks him in the eye. I am Jang Sha, she says, and she has come from a long, long way. So, Ba had promised to be her bodyguard, but he's clearly terrible at his job since he brought a random dude along. Our guy thinks that if this fairy's trying to stay anonymous, she definitely needs to pick a better fake name. While they're busy chatting, Ba suddenly bolts behind a rock and starts running for his life. He just escapes, leaving the cultivator standing there looking completely and utterly confused. He turns to the girl and jokes that she must be a saint since even the animals seem to trust her. She's not in the mood for jokes, though, telling him he better not tell a single soul what he saw in this cave. The young man just smirks, thinking that if he did talk, his fan club would swarm this place in 5 seconds flat. After he promises to keep his mouth shut, she finally gives him a quick thanks and starts heading out. She's ready to say goodbye and leave him alone for good when, boom, a massive explosion catches their attention. Xiaoai realizes something insane is happening right outside the cave entrance. She tells the young man to hide his head while she literally takes flight, heading straight for the chaos. A blinding burst of light erupts around the fairy's body, and the guy is just standing there, jaws dropped. He's thinking her IQ must be off the charts, wondering if this is what fighting like a true genius looks like. Honestly, if he'd faced the owner of that seal himself, he'd probably be dead in exactly 3 moves. Just watching her fight, he gets this weird sense of security, like she's someone you can actually rely on. Outside, things go sideways fast as Ba is thrown through the air. The poor animal lands right in front of the guys, growling. A monster, absolutely massive, is standing right at the cave entrance, and it sounds like it's looking for blood. Ba is supposed to be in the fifth realm, but he just got beat down hard enough to be sent flying. The mystical beast gathers all its energy, gets totally enraged, and charges headfirst at the monster. He hits it right in the face, catching it off guard before scurrying back to the young man for safety. That's when she summons her sword, and that intense holy light starts radiating from her body all over again. Seeing her just makes the monster even more furious, and it starts charging up lightning in its massive jaws. The lizard starts blasting bolts everywhere while the girl stays cool, controlling her sword with her mind. It attacks with pure raw force, but she's too fast, creating a force field of blades to shield everyone. This giant lizard is a full grown beast close to the sixth realm, and it's clearly obsessed with taking the fairy down. Liang realizes he's basically a background character here, unable to help, so he just waits for a chance to bolt. While he's looking for the exit, that giant lizard is crawling closer and closer to the girl. She doesn't flinch. She uses her power to launch a flurry of swords directly at the monster's face. When it opens its mouth to roar, the fairy timed it perfectly, throwing a sword straight down its throat. She zips out of the way just a split second before those massive teeth can snap her in half. That was the celestial sword technique! Suddenly, the lizard's mouth starts glowing with an intense, blinding light. She's actually controlling her sword from inside the monster's body, tearing it apart from the internal organs out. The blade carves a literal hole through its forehead, and the massive monster finally crashes to the ground. Defeated, the fairy calls her sword back, leaving the dead beast behind like it's just another Tuesday. Our boy is shook, a fourth realm cultivator taking on a fifth realm monster. That's some main character energy. She's out here using legendary techniques, and he's actually starting to feel a little depressed about his own skills. But the celebration is cut short. The giant lizard wakes up, more furious than ever, and charges at them again. It's a relentless chase now, and the monster is hunting the girl down like she's its only target. Liang finally spots the cave entrance and screams for the girl to follow him out of there. She tells him to go first, and as he and Ba run for their lives, she prepares for one more round. They almost make it out, but they can't just leave her behind, so they turn back to help. She yells at them to get lost because she's the only one who can stop this beast. Xiao Ai uses her blades to distract the lizard, but Shu isn't about to let her fight this alone. He decides to step up, grabbing a handful of high energy orbs to draw the monster's attention. The cultivator chucks them into the air at the lizard, and they transform into shadows that pure chaos. Purple lightning starts raining down, completely engulfing the monster, and the beast finally collapses. And get this, a tiny, strange creature crawls out from the wreckage. Our boy grabs the young man's just standing there, blinking. Was that thing actually supposed to be powerful? He's genuinely confused. I mean, he originally just wanted to distract the lizard so Jane could run for it. Instead, he walked away with some insane, unexpected loot. Meanwhile, Bai is losing his mind with excitement. He's literally running circles around the guys because they actually took the monster down. They're doing the classic "you okay" check. And while she says she's fine, the young man can't help. This girl is way too calm. Like this monster was barely a warm up levels of calm. It clearly wasn't even a threat to her. Talk about a true genius. She was swapping between multiple high level abilities like it was nothing. She turns to him, curious. She wants to know what kind of weapon he just used because that power, dark. She's not wrong. The young man reveals it's the Black Demon Thunder, a nasty little gift he borrowed from a member of the Hell King sect. Jang's eyes go wide. That item is worth a fortune. If he turned that into the sword pavilion, he'd be swimming in sword coins. But here's the funny part. When he asked his master about it, she just called it a tiny magical trinket. Typical. What's just a small toy to his overpowered master is a massive, life-changing treasure for a guy like him. The girl steps up and offers him some coins. She's not about to let him burn through his own rare resources just to help her out. She basically tells him to stop acting like a tough guy. I can't let you waste your gear for nothing, she says. Our boy tries to play it cool. No need, really. We're from the same sect, right? Family discount. She isn't having it. She insists on thanking him properly, so he pivots and asks her to teach him some of those. She gives him that look. You know the one. Don't get too ambitious, kid, she warns him. He's persistent, though. He just wants something simple since his master only believes in punching things really hard with physical strength. Then Bai chimes in, asking if he's a disciple of the Phoenix Empress. If so, he must be a total fanboy just like everyone else. Jang finally gives in. Fine. Be here at noon sharp. She's actually going to teach him her secret techniques. The young man is all smiles, thanking her. But then he gets serious, asking if she's really going to keep living out here in the wild. She says yes, but there's a catch. He can't tell a single soul where she is. It's a total secret. He asks if they should at least report the lizard attack, just in case the monster brought some friends along for a rematch. I'll handle it, she says. But she admits things got weird today. Her master and the Phoenix Empress are actually old. Plus, the fact that the young man who isn't even a divine realm cultivator yet managed to save her, that's unheard of. She feels bad. He basically got dragged into a disaster just by being near her, so she decides to drop the real story. Turns out, she was born with the legendary fairy physique. Sounds pretty, right? Wrong. It's a total monster magnet. Since she was a kid, her red essence has been like the ultimate bait. Monsters will travel miles just to get a taste. That's why she hides out in the mountains. She has to be incredibly careful never to get injured because, one, hearing this, the young man's brain starts wandering. A physical trait that attracts monsters? That sounds like a nightmare. He starts thinking for a girl, Isn't bleeding kind of an inevitable thing? He's so deep in his own awkward thoughts that he completely stops listening to her. Classic protagonist, she explains she chose this specific spot because it's a pure land. Monsters aren't supposed to even step foot in here. It was supposed to be her private sanctuary. Peace, quiet, and zero strangers. Well, until this, the young man looks at Bai and thinks, yeah, this guy isn't exactly the brightest bulbs, but back to the lizard. It shouldn't have been able to get into the cave. Something about this whole situation smells fishy. He asks her the big question. Is someone from outside the sect specifically targeting her to cause some serious damage? She doesn't have an answer yet. She just tells him to head back and report everything to his master first. They need a long-term plan, and he finally agrees. But before he leaves, he's got to ask about the spicy rumors. So, is it true? He asks. Are you really having a secret affair with that guy Fang Chang? Oh, she is pissed. Her face turns red and she's ready to explode. Rumors really are the worst, aren't they? She snaps at him to get out, her irritation hitting 10 out of 10. Seems like he definitely hit a sensitive nerve there. Narrator. Note to self, don't ask the genius fairy about her dating life unless you want to get blasted into the next province. Our boy retreats while he still has all his limbs. Lesson learned. Now, on to the next crazy encounter. Total facepalm moment. It turns out she told a ridiculous lie about having dinner reservations while literally in the middle. Talk about awkward. Because of her reputation, this guy just follows her in, forcing her to endure a she doesn't even look at him, she just snaps that it's super creepy having someone staring while she's trying to eat. Our boy starts overthinking everything from the table layout to his own lack of social graces. He is basically realizing his manners are trash. He tries to pivot. He tells her those spicy rumors she heard. They weren't even about her. Apparently, the gossip was all about John Eubank. The girl just stands there completely over it and decides it is time to bail. She has zero clue what he is talking about. She just tells him to get lost because she is actually busy. Cold, flying back on his sword, the reality check hits hard. Compared to the real heavy hitters, our main character is still a total weakling. That fight between the monster and the fairy, it was over in seconds. No, every single one of those moves, absolute. One hit from that level of power would have ended him instantly. He starts comparing that god tier clash to specifically that fight with the guy in the black robes. The power gap, it is not a gap, it is a freaking canyon. Right now, the top dogs fighting for the disciple spot in the sect are Yub and Zhang. They are the ones. No, then there is the whole mess with Jade Sword Peak. Our boy is stuck wondering why his master even dragged him into this drama. Like, when is this ever going to end? He is just a pawn in a much bigger, much more dangerous game. Eventually, he makes it back to the cave. This place holds some interesting memories, to say the least. Remember when he accidentally impressed the girl by turning a giant lizard into literal fireworks? Yeah, good times. Now he looks at the caged monster, still processing the fact that he actually took down something that terrifying. His first big game kill. Lean is absolutely vibrating with excitement. He is thinking, okay, for a beast this big, the loot has to be in. He is imagining the possibilities when, bam, the creature starts glowing with this blinding, intense light. It is not just a drop, it is an awakening. The air feels heavy. This is not your average reward. A sword manifests right in front of him. He is just standing there, blinking, wondering if this meet the sword of justice. Sounds cool, right? It gives him a massive power boost, but here's the catch: it only works against evil enemies. This blade is picky, it is precious, sure, but it only lights up if your opponent has a record of doing some. So, unless he is fighting a literal demon or a total villain, it is basically just a very shiny, very expensive. Activating this thing is going to be a nightmare. Looking back at his track record, the only real evil guy he has fought was the Man in Black. In other words, 99% of the time, this legendary weapon is just an ordinary sword. Talk about next morning, Chu heads back to the cave. Low-key impressed he even managed to find the way without his usual guide. As soon as he lands, he hears it pure chaos. Xiao Ai and that little beast are in a full-blown shouting match. Why the drama? Because the little monster decided her mattress looked like a delicious snack he walks in to find total. The beast is basically playing Godzilla in her living space. Xiao Ai turns around, spots our boy, and tries to act like everything is fine. Good morning, she says, acting like her house is not being demolished. He just stares. Uh, what exactly? The creature drops its toy, which is probably something expensive, and bolts straight for our cultivator, completely ignoring the girl. You can practically feel the jealousy radiating off her. She is fuming. She is the one who raised it, but it chooses him. Ouch. It tackle hugs him with pure joy. Then naturally, it goes right back to acting like a cute, innocent little angel with a rock. Hey, don't be so hard on him, he says, trying to play peacemaker. He is basically just a toddler, right? She is not having it. If he does not learn discipline now, she snaps. He is going to end up just as lazy as you. Shots fired. The beast starts looking back and forth between them with these big, expectant eyes. He knows drama when he sees. She asks if he is actually expecting our boy to protect him from her. Then curiosity finally gets the better of him. Seriously, though, he asks, why does this legendary mythological beast listen to you of all people? She just shrugs. They have been playmates since they were in diapers, basically growing up side by side. It is a childhood bond. Then she flips the question. So why does he like you so much? Our boy does not even hesitate with his answer. It is definitely not his cultivation talent. She is way out of his league. And it is not just kindness since the he flashes a smug little grin. Honestly, there is only one logical explanation left, he says, leaning. It is obviously because I'm incredibly good looking. Silence. The fairy just stares at him like he has grown a second head. After a long, awkward beat, she just sighs. Time is wasting. Let us move. And with that, she leads him back to the grind. Step into the cave. He notices the entrance is pretty narrow, actually perfect for some serious focused training. They reach the spot, and the girl tells him, this is it. Time to get to work right now. Today's lesson, the form of the 100 swords. She asks if he's ever even heard of this technique. He thinks it over. It's a basic art, sure, but basic doesn't mean weak, not by a long shot. The potential here is insane. It scales from 100 to 1,000, then 1,000 to 10,000. If he hits that 10,000 mark, we're talking celestial sword art levels of power. Absolute top tier stuff. Thinking of the possibilities, he bows low. Please, master, show me the way. She starts the lecture, breaking down the key points while showing him exactly how the movements flow. But as she's demonstrating the forms, our boy gets a little distracted. I mean, can you blame him? She's stunning. She catches him staring and snaps. What are you doing? He plays it off quick. Just Master Jang isn't buying it. She stops everything and demands her apprentice repeat every single word she just said. He's sweating a bit, but then he nails it. Every key point and even the tiny details she barely mentioned. She's actually impressed. Great memory, she says. And your multitasking isn't half bad either. He thanks her and she continues the lesson. Each sword needs total, absolute precision. That's the secret. As he gets stronger, the sword count goes up. It's all about growth and control. The young man smiles. He's got this. Usually it takes sect disciples 7 whole days to even start mastering this. But Jang isn't playing around. She gives him 3 days. That's it. 3 days to succeed. If he makes it, she'll teach him the high level stuff. If not, well, there won't be a next time. Talk about high stakes. But he's hyped. This is his chance to skyrocket his skills. I understand, he says. He grips the sword she gave him and asks her to watch. It's time to see what he can do. He starts replicating the technique, focusing hard as the swords begin to dance around him. They almost spin out of control, but he manages to ground them just before things get messy. He looks at the fallen blades. Not bad, he thinks, but something's definitely missing. Trying to micromanage 100 swords with pure willpower? Yeah, that's a one-way ticket to a headache. Then it hits him. Each sword has its own will. He doesn't need to control them, he needs to lead them. These aren't just cold pieces of metal, they're living weapons. He orders them to act as they please. Suddenly, boom! Dozens of swords start multiplying, swirling around him in a chaotic, beautiful storm. Follow me. With a simple gesture of his hands, the entire metal hurricane moves exactly where he wants. Master Jang is floored. Isn't this a bit much? Normally, disciples start small, but our guy, he's built different. She expected him to struggle for days, but he mastered the entire thing in less than 24 hours. Watching him command the swords back and forth, she's left wondering what kind of monster she's training. 7 days for normals, 3 for elites, 1 for geniuses. So what does that make him? Our boy looks over, totally oblivious to her shock. Hey, master! I think I finally get the hang of it. Just a little? She's intrigued, confused, and honestly a bit terrified by his progress. She manages to keep her cool and tells him he's very intelligent, a classic understatement of the century. He just smiles. Only because your teaching is so great, he's genuinely surprised. Back in the day, he thought he was a prodigy, but now he honestly thinks he's just average. Sure, buddy. The 100 swords training was a total success. He says his goodbyes to Jang and sets up the next session. He's hungry for more abilities, but when he gets back to his place the next day, things change. A new letter is waiting for him, and it's not just any letter, it's from the Ming residence. It's been a long time since he heard anything about his wife. He opens it, feeling a bit curious. The contents hit him like a truck. This isn't good, not good at all. Miss Ming is missing. Since he's the one who gave her that title, her safety is officially his problem. Responsibility calls, so his training's gonna have to wait. There's no time to lose. He heads straight for the Phoenix Empress's residence. This situation just got incredibly complicated. Back at it again. Just look at her nose buried in a comic book. He honestly wonders if this girl's ever even seen the sun. I mean, she's supposed to be training for ultimate enlightenment, right? Serious business, but instead, he can't help but wonder what profound lessons she's actually learning from those panels all day. Walking into her room, though, things get serious. Our young hero breaks the news there's a major problem with the Ming family. You remember them, right? The ones who just got that official title. That gets her attention. She actually stands up, looking intrigued for once. Lang brings up the mysterious letter. It's about the lady of the house. She's vanished into thin air. Both of them have a bad feeling that this wasn't just some random disappearance. She's not the type to go looking for trouble, so something must have gone sideways. Then his master reaches out. She hands him a jade talisman. This little beauty is a tracker, but it's also a lifeline. If things get hairy, all he has to do is smash it, and she'll be there in a heartbeat. Since he's currently lacking any heavy duty magical gear, this one little stone is literally a lifesaver. Gripping the crystal, he realizes just how insane this item actually is. It's not just a tracker, it's a direct summoning spell. Think about it. Being able to call in a master level powerhouse at any given moment, that's way better than carrying a bag full of random magical trinkets. Total cheat code. He looks at her, half doubting. You'll really show up whenever I call? Her answer? Total confidence. I'll be there in a flash, she says. Unless, I'm in the middle of a drink. Soaring over Kinga, our boy realizes he probably shouldn't put his life in the hands of a drunk. Classic. He reaches, the whole Ming family comes out to meet him, looking desperate. The head of the house pulls him aside, needing a private word. Once they're inside, the man explains. With the special title granted to his wife, he thought they were finally set for a happy life. Quiet, peaceful, happy. But 2 days ago, everything changed. His wife started breaking down in tears every single. She confessed that for 10 long years she'd lived in constant fear of being exposed now that life was finally calm. She just couldn't stop thinking about the parents she left behind. The guilt and the longing were just too much. He offered to go with her, but she was terrified. She refused his help, and then just like that, she was gone. She vanished without a trace. He knows his wife. She would never just walk out on him. He begs our hero to find her. Leang gives him his word he's going to do whatever it takes to bring her back. First question, where's her family located? The husband explains they live right on the outskirts of the city. But when he went to check, nothing. Not a single footprint, not a shred of evidence. Ling prepares to head out, giving the man a reassuring, don't sweat it, he says. I've got a way to track her down. No need for the guy to lose sleep over it. The man asks him to stay the night, but Liang's already in the air. Time is of the essence here. He's in a rush. And since they're basically bros at this point, there's no need for all that formal, polite nonsense anyway. He hits the mountains near Xing Xiao. Suddenly, the tracking crystal starts humming. It's reacting to something. The glow gets brighter. Standing on his flying sword, Liang follows the signal as it leads him deeper. It's pointing him straight toward a hidden cave. But this isn't just a hole in the ground, it's got a massive wooden door. Talk about suspicious. He grabs the heavy handle and starts pounding. Hello? Anyone home? The door creaks open, and it's a fox. A literal talking fox. Lean keeps it cool, introduces himself. He asks if the little guy can help him out, but as soon as he mentions he's from Mount Shu, the fox's eyes go wide. Mount Shu? Pure terror. The little guy absolutely loses it and bolts back inside. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! We've got trouble! He screams. A cultivator is here to. The fox is in a total panic, tail between its legs, leaving the door wide open behind it. Liang is, talk about a weird welcome, but a few moments later, the king finally makes his grand entrance. Meet the king of the demon cats. He struts out, looking pretty unimpressed, and asks why Liang is snooping around his cave so. Sorry for dropping in, Ling says, trying to be diplomatic. He explains the whole situation with the missing girl. The Cat King steps closer, his eyes narrow. He plays it cool, claiming he has absolutely no idea who this girl is. Look, kid, he says, my cave is full of good, law-abiding demons. We don't cause trouble for anyone. Ling just smiles. He holds up the glowing jade crystal. Really? Because this tracker says she's exactly where we're standing. The king doesn't even flinch. Your crystal must be broken, he scoffs. But hey, even if you keep pushing this, well, don't say I didn't warn you. Things are about to get very interesting. Our boy isn't looking for a fight. He calmly explains he just needs to head inside. The man says, no way. Big mistake. Li Jing pulls out a rope, still smiling like a psycho. Wait, is this an attack? The man stammers. Too late. He's getting bundled up like a present. He starts screaming for mercy. Total panic mode. Please, just let me go. If the neighbors see him tied up like this, his reputation is toast. Absolute zero street cred. Li Jing, still wearing that terrifyingly polite smile, asks again, can I see Lady Ming now? The king folds instantly. He barks at his men to take the kid to see his sister. They reach a door. She's in there, the man mutters, probably wishing he'd stayed in bed. He opens the door and wow. She's literally tied to a tree. Talk about a dysfunctional family. Her eyes light up when she sees him. He just says, hey, sit down, let's chat. The brother is dying of embarrassment. The three of them sit for the world's most awkward tea. So, what's the deal? Li Jing asks. The girl glares at her brother with pure judgment. She explains everything. Parents passed away, and when she came home, things had gotten weird. Her brother basically started a DIY kingdom in a cave and called himself a mountain king. She went to visit him, but she wasn't the only guest at the party that day. Enter the Tiger King, a rival boss from another mountain who was just stopping by. He decided he wanted to marry her on the spot. She said no, so her brother tied her up. Shu looks at the Cat King and smirks. Wow, so this is how you protect your family? The man slams the table. You know nothing! He roars. Cue the tragic backstory. He talks about their parents dying in a brutal war against other vicious demon tribes. He just wanted a home for the cat tribe in the eastern mountain, somewhere safe. Back then, they had nothing, just 12 demons and some rusty weapons against the world. He spent years fighting just to survive. Then he met the heavy hitter, the Tiger King. This guy was on a whole different level. His power, absolutely terrifying compared to the cats. He thought they were friends. But then the tiger saw his sister, and things went south fast. Marry her off, and they get protection. Refuse, and the whole tribe gets wiped out. Li Jing raises an eyebrow. Did you even tell him she's already married to someone else? He did. But get this, the Tiger King got even more excited. Yeah, the guy is a creep. He claims he didn't want to force her, but the deadline was looming over them. The tiger is coming back in 3 days for the wedding. No delays, no excuses. If the bride isn't ready when he returns, it's going to be a total bloodbath. Our cultivator is curious. Why didn't you just tell him you're under Shoe Mountain's protection? The man shakes his head. Demons fear cultivators. It's a complicated, dangerous relationship. He was afraid one wrong move would bring investigators down to suppress them all. Shu gets it. In a world where humans and demons are constantly clashing, trust is rare. It's a brutal cycle of survival. One side attacks, the other side fears for their lives. He puts a hand on the king's shoulder. In my sect, we actually value our people. The man stands up, desperate. Take her tonight. If she stays, we're all dead tomorrow. The Tiger King is coming to finish this. He won't leave anyone standing. He looks at his tribe. Leaving means more war, more blood, and more running. Finding a new home is a nightmare. It's a never ending fight for resources and safety. They just need a place to exist without being slaughtered. Is that too much to ask? Li Jing gets down to business. How many men does the tiger have? What's his rank? He's been cultivating for centuries, the king replies. Maybe the fourth or fifth realm, plus 100 demon soldiers under his command. Now that's a real fight. Now, the Tiger King, way stronger than that lizard from before. Can our boy actually win? He needs a win like Shabs. Luckily, he's got an ace, that legendary red sword of his. So he casually asks the cat, hey, if I take out the Tiger King, we're good, right? The Tiger King? The poor guy starts stammering, looking at Chu Leang like he's lost his mind. Is he seriously trying to wipe out the entire Hidden Mountain tribe right here in this forest? Our main character just shrugs. He's pretty confident he can handle whatever comes his way. He's got the skills to fix their biggest headache. The Cat King starts sizing him up. Wait, a Shoe Mountain disciple? That changes everything. This kid might actually be the real deal. Maybe he can even get a title for his sister. Fine, deal. Let's do this thing. But first, could you maybe untie me? Awkward. Anyway, time to head into the Hidden Mountain. They trek through the deep woods, making their way toward the rest of the tribe. Our boy's eyes literally light up. Look at all these wild demons. It's like a gold mine. If the White Tower bags all of these, he's going to be filthy rich. Absolute jackpot. Cha-ching. But his companion leans in and whispers a very stern, very nervous warning. Look, this place is strictly off limits. You can't just wander around like a tourist here. Our guy is totally chill, though. He's just like, cool story. I'll keep that in mind. And hey, relax. You're making me nervous just watching you. Take a deep breath. The guy tries to calm down and starts fiddling with his clothes. Shu notices it immediately. Whoa, buddy. There's a big difference between relaxing and whatever it is you're doing. Turns out he was just reaching for a gift. A little something special for the Tiger King. The leader takes charge, telling everyone it's time to eat like absolute kings. Eat up! Don't leave a single bite behind or you're carrying the leftovers yourself. No leftovers allowed? Harsh. Our hero watches as the mighty king of the mountain pulls out a pearl and starts sobbing. Wow, the cat tribe really has it rough. Seriously, life is hard for these felines. Eventually, they finally reach the Tiger King. The big boss tells the cat leader that hard work will make the tribe legendary. We will grow! We will be strong! Typical villain speech. Then he addresses the crowd. Thanks for the loot, everyone. Drinks are on the house while we wait for the main event. Our boy stares at him, wondering just how many bodies this tiger has actually buried. Suddenly, boom, the divine envoy arrives, and he's not alone. He's got backup with him. They're lugging a massive wooden box. The Cat King and Chu Leang start whispering in fear. Who is that guy? Can you feel that demonic energy? Honestly, I feel absolutely nothing. Just silence, pure, terrifying silence. The Cat King is practically shaking in his boots. He's terrified. Meanwhile, the Tiger King is busy sucking up to the envoy like a pro. My apologies for the poor welcome, Your Excellency. The envoy couldn't care less, honestly. Relax. I heard there was a wedding. I'm just here to drop off a special gift. He signals his men. Open the box. Everyone in the area holds their breath. Suddenly, a blinding golden light explodes from the chest. Jaws are literally on the floor. Shock doesn't even cover it. It's the Mountain River Halberd, a legendary top-tier divine weapon. Apparently, only a world-class hero can wield it. The Tiger King is absolutely beaming. Our hero is watching from the crowd, thinking, wait a second. Something is off here. Who is this envoy? And how the hell did he get his hands on that item? Then, the envoy drops a bombshell. I recently met a certain human genius. This guy wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, but somehow he actually won. With the new weapon in hand, the Tiger King is all smiles, thanking him for the gift. Seizing the moment, the king decides it's time to drop some massive news on the kingdom. He explains that gathering every demon here wasn't just for show, there's a real purpose behind it. Turns out, besides the wedding bells, he's got an even bigger announcement to share with everyone. The king explains that while wandering the forest, he spoke with other demon kings about unity. Uniting the hidden forest tribes, he believes that's the key to a legendary future for everyone. After hyping the crowd, he passes the mic to the divine envoy to explain the plan. This guy steps up, stating he's from the Mountain of Seven Realms. Sounds pretty intense, right? He's traveled the world with one simple message. And trust me, it's a total game changer. The divine will return. Basically, their ancient supreme boss is finally coming back to lead them. They explain this title belongs to a supreme being from the legendary Ninth Realm. That realm, Tongan, is the stuff of myths. Barely anyone has ever reached those insane heights. But 3,000 years ago, one absolute beast of a demon king actually made it there. He became the world's first and only demon god of that supreme Tongan realm, pure power. Because of him, cultivators across the world faced a catastrophe they weren't prepared for. The explanation continues. This demon god was just tearing through everyone in every single direction. Even the elite immortal sects couldn't do a damn thing to stop his terrifying rampage. Against that kind of absolute power, game over. The demons started conquering the entire world. Led by their god, they were winning until the crisis hit a desperate breaking point. 7 elders from Shu Mountain stepped up, using powerful artifacts to finally fight back. It cost 6 of them their lives, but they successfully sealed the demon god inside the tower. That legendary battle made the demon tower the #1 artifact in the entire world. Legend says the tower is insane, it can't destroy demons, but it sure can lock them away. For centuries, clans tried to storm Shu Mountain to break their god out of that prison, but every single one of them They all ended up trapped inside the tower too, no exceptions. If you try to break him out, you're just joining him in the cage. Pure nightmare fuel. This continued until 500 years ago when the legendary artifact just vanished into thin air. Back to the envoy, he says 3,000 years is a long time. Humans, they've forgotten. But the demons, they never forgot. They've been waiting for their god this whole time. He explains that he hails from a distant western island serving the seven demon kings. Because of that, he stayed committed to reviving them, never losing hope for their god's return. The envoy states that the Tiger King has already sent scouts out to explore the land. Now, they need groups to venture into human territory and prepare for the god's arrival. Since they're waiting for the demon god's return, they need to have a response ready. Anyone who wants to join only needs to follow the steps. No one is being forced. Jaws drop, then hands start flying up everywhere. Everyone wants a piece of this epic journey. Our main character watches this, realizing his simple plan just took a wild, unexpected turn. He came here to settle a marital dispute, but this is a whole different ballgame. Beside him, Chuang is sweating, wondering if the demon will suddenly decide to blow his cover. Chuang looks at the young man, worried the demon might suddenly reveal his true self. He whispers to the young master that they need to move and they need to move fast. If they wait any longer, it'll be time for the Tiger King's big wedding toast. Time is running out and the wedding celebration is about to kick into high gear. Right then, the two of them decide it's time to finally make their move. Meanwhile, the tiger announces he's got business elsewhere. Enjoy the food, everyone! But the atmosphere is tense. Chu is ready to make his move. Game on. Right then, as they wait for the Tiger King's return, Chu is supposed to stay put. But does he? Nope. He ditches his post to scout the area instead. The plan was simple: wait for the poison to kick in, then finish the king off. Chu realizes the patrols here are a total joke, basically a walk in the park. But just as he's getting comfortable, something or someone suddenly catches his eye. A massive guy with a bull's head stomps up and demands the secret password. Chu just wings it. The Tiger King rules the sky and the earth, he shouts. He's already prepping a massive summoning spell, ready to strike if things go south. But the bull man just nods and says everything is fine. Chu? Totally baffled. And then it hits him. He actually guessed the real code. Talk about pure luck. He had zero clue what the real password was, but he nailed it anyway. He watches as the bull guy walks over to another group standing nearby. They ask for the password, and the guy repeats exactly what he just heard. The Tiger King rules the sky and the earth, he shouts, looking confident. Wrong! The guards immediately jump him, screaming that they finally found a spy. That kitten tricked me, he yells, trying to save face. But it's way too late. The monsters close in. One growls. Which mountain or cave do you crawl out of? He tries to play it cool. I'm from grandmother's cave. Big mistake. That's the dead giveaway. Now they're certain this guy is 100% human. Chu watches the commotion, wondering if this bull guy is actually a person too. Suddenly, bam! The guy rips off the bull costume, revealing his true self. Beneath the suit is a seriously jacked warrior. Now things are about to get messy. The monsters give the order to kill, but the situation is beyond their control now. With one massive swing, the young man unleashes power that is absolutely terrifying. He wipes the floor with everyone. Chu notices his moves are incredibly crisp. This guy is a pro martial artist, likely a disciple from a powerful sect. Chu realizes he's probably at the fourth realm. Then he remembers the ancient artifact. It all clicks. This is the guy whose legendary halberd was snatched by the king. Meanwhile, our muscular hero spots something shiny while walking through the area. He finds the warehouse packed with gold, coins, and gifts fit for a king. Is my weapon in here? He wonders. Then, a booming voice echoes nearby. You've got guts, human! The voice is pure thunder, shaking the very ground. How dare you sneak into my hidden mountain forest to start trouble like this? The Tiger King steps out, holding that stolen halberd with a wicked grin. He doesn't waste any time. The king lunges for the kill, aiming for the head, but our hero doesn't even flinch. No fear. He faces the beast head on. Come on, then, he dares. Then boom! A massive explosion rocks the entire place. Dust settles as the young man demands his stolen weapon be returned immediately. Both men grab the halberd, locked in a brutal tug of war for ultimate control. Suddenly, the human gets sent flying. smashing right into a stone wall. The king moves in for the finisher, hoping to end this man once and for all. But our guy isn't done. He stands back up, looking even more powerful than before. He charges back in. The Tiger King is actually starting to get a little nervous. He can't wrap his head around how a mere fourth realm human is matching him. I haven't even shown you my real strength yet. The king roars in defiance. Faced with the beast's terrifying aura, the man is completely paralyzed. He is being sucked right into the Tiger King's massive maw, but he manages to jam his arms in to keep those deadly jaws wide open. Our main man, Chu, is watching the whole struggle and realizes the guy is in serious trouble. Knowing he has to step in, the protagonist triggers the red edged sword and unleashes his formation. He commands the 100 swords to strike. With that move, the Tiger King realizes he is not alone. The beast feels the pressure of a second human and realizes a massive pincer attack is coming. Chu knows his cultivation level might be lower, but he is still more than capable of drawing blood. But something about the attack stops the king in his tracks. He looks at Chu with pure suspicion. He questions if Chu is just bluffing to scare him. 1,000 swords? Is this kid actually serious? The protagonist is just as confused, though. His 100 swords suddenly multiplied into 1,000. He's basically celebrating this massive power spike. Talk about an epic accidental upgrade! He wonders if attacking those eagle beings triggered some kind of hidden amplifier effect. Either way, he is not complaining. He orders his weapons to finish the enemy off first. The Tiger King gets absolutely peppered. We are talking a relentless rain of steel from every angle. The man in the bull form is just standing there, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the power. He realizes that while one sword is manageable, thousands of them together, that is a literal death zone. The limit of such a massive attack is impossible to even calculate. It is pure, unadulterated chaos. He watches as thousands of flying blades pierce and spin, their powers stacking on top of each other. It is like the swords are working in perfect harmony. Is the Tiger King even in one piece anymore? The beast is likely shredded, but the man is more curious about his mysterious new savior. He can't help but wonder how this young man is so comfortable wielding such a god tier weapon. After watching Chu for just a few moments, he comes to a very simple conclusion. This kid is a beast. He is the perfect role model for every cultivator in this new generation. Introducing himself, the young man says his name is Yan Chakin. He is incredibly grateful for the backup. Once he finds out who the protagonist is, a light bulb goes off. He has heard the stories. The Shu Mountain sect, huh? He says. Their reputation for being legendary definitely precedes them. Later, as they start walking, the man asks if Chu wants to hear how he actually lost his halberd. He starts spilling the tea. He never imagined the guy he was following would be so incredibly petty. The two of them had made a bet, a classic masked man trick to test their skills. The rule was simple. Neither of them could step outside a circle drawn on the dusty ground. Chaikin agreed, thinking it was a fair wager, and stepped into the circle to face the young man. But the second Chaikin delivered his first strike, his opponent just walked away. He stepped right out of bounds, snatched the halberd, and hauled tail like a common thief. Yan tried to call him out for losing the bet, but the guy just laughed and kept running. Points only count if you can catch me, he yelled back. Talk about a complete scam artist. Our hero recalls the special envoy's story about how he acquired the weapon. It all fits together. Chaikin doesn't waste any more time. He asks Chu if he's down to help him hunt the thief down. The request catches the young man off guard. He gets a bit thoughtful about the whole situation. Yan warns him that these envoys are treacherous snakes who only want to bring humanity down. Alone, Yan didn't stand a chance. But together, they could definitely take that mass jerk down. Chu's cultivation is legit extraordinary. Even Yan admits he has never seen power quite like it. He was genuinely impressed by the display he saw earlier. It was a total game changer. They keep moving until the mountain city finally reveals itself on the horizon. They stop to take in the massive space. It's a lot to process for our protagonist. Chu absorbs the view, realizing that his journey is only just starting to get interesting. Our boy's holding a high tier Tiger King core in his hands, top shelf stuff. This pill is packed with pure beast essence, basically a cheat code for anyone who swallows it. It boosts vitality, sleep, and, well, let's just say his manly stamina is about to go off the charts. He eyes the pill, wondering if this is the one that finally makes him a permanent powerhouse. Determined, our hero tosses the massive thing into his mouth. It is go time. Transformation begins. He can literally feel the power surge, thinking, holy hell, this stuff is potent. Suddenly, he's sweating buckets and making some really questionable groaning noise. Chu realizes this thing is a nightmare to swallow, panting like he just ran a marathon. Right then, Xiaoyan bursts in. Hey, I heard some weird sounds. You okay in here? Our protagonist tries to act cool. I am fine, totally normal, nothing to see here. Yan apologizes for the awkward timing and backs away, leaving the room feeling super weird. Later, they're scouting a house. Is this where the target is hiding? Chu asks, eyes narrowed. Xiaoyan nods, sensing the guy's presence inside. He is ready to charge in right now. But Chu stops him. Hold your horses, man. He hands Yan a weapon for the raid. Yan's confused. Wait, why are you giving me the handle of your halberd? Where is the blade? Chu's focused. Look around. It is too quiet. Something about this place is screaming trap. Xiao Yan's skeptical. It is the middle of the night, man. Is not it supposed to be quiet? Our guy does not buy it. He uses his perception to sweep the garden ahead of them. It is completely empty, no guards, no life, and in this world, that is never a good sign. They duck behind some crates, playing the waiting game, then boom, movement. A squad of officials suddenly swarms the place. Glad we did not go in first, right? It was a total setup. The authorities storm the house, thinking they've caught their prey. Chaos erupts. Magic traps trigger, and the officers start screaming as they're hit by spells. After the smoke clears, one officer yells, Area is clear! Move in, everyone! But inside, nothing but cold bodies. Everyone is already dead. A total bloodbath. Chu whispers, That was close. If we jumped in, we would be the ones framed for this massacre. Highly suspicious. Someone wanted them to be caught red handed by those officials. Xiao Yan's rattled. It feels like every single trap was custom made just for us. Chu thinks it over. The enemy must have tracked us all the way from the hidden mountain forest. This guy's been following our trail like a shadow, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jan's fuming. If we are being watched this closely, how am I supposed to get my revenge? Next morning, they hit up a local attendant for the latest gossip, and it is grim. A horrific massacre happened overnight. 17 people dead, just wiped out. One victim was a famous medicine merchant, and all his high value stock was looted. The authorities think it was a simple robbery gone wrong, and the governor is pissed. The city is on total lockdown. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out until the killer is found. There is a massive reward on the table, too. Catch the killer, get the meds, get rich. Jan tries to pick up the scent, but the trail has gone cold. I have lost him, he mutters. Chu just smirks. Relax, our friend thinks he is clever, but he is about to slip up. Since the gates were shut right after the crime, the rat is still trapped in the maze with us. He has not escaped yet. He is hiding somewhere in these streets, probably feeling pretty smug. Plus, he would not dare pull anything too crazy in Lord Yu's territory. It is too risky. This is our chance. We find the killer, we find the truth. He is still here somewhere. Yan's curious now. All right, genius. Where do we even start looking for a guy like that? Our protagonist starts cooking up a plan. There's always a way. We just need to think like him. So, our two heroes are officially a team now, but let's be real, they're basically wandering in the dark. With our guy realizes his own reach is way too short, concluding that if he wants the real tea, he's got to hit up. Suddenly, a massive demon makes an entrance, and some messenger drops the news a subordinate is sniffing around Mountain City for a legendary golden lotus. This subordinate is desperate for intel, but the Demon King is just sitting there looking intimidating as hell while the report comes in. The messenger admits they're totally lost on the exact coordinates and can't even fathom how they'd coordinate with allies inside that specific. Enter the Moon Palace. A major player is revealed, and they've clearly been doing their homework on the local power dynamic. They've heard the village elder is a beast in the fifth realm, so they try to play it smooth by offering him a little token of appreciation. It's a bribe, let's call it what it is. And the man quickly accepts, promising to hand deliver this gift straight to the big boss. He explains that high tier loot like the Golden Lotus isn't just lying around on the ground, it's incredibly rare and worth it. But there's a catch. The old man mentions that the local elders are actually terrified that if this plan works, humanity is basically history. Yeah, they're worried about total extinction. Um, just a small, casual concern like the end of the entire human race. The divine envoy just laughs in their faces. He basically calls humans a joke, saying that even with their saints, they're still circling the drain. He claims the Seven Kings are just the opening act allies helping out before the real heavy hitters, the gods, finally make their grand return. And once those gods are back, they're promising a shiny new world for the survivors, which sounds suspiciously like a don't kill us deal. But the elder isn't a total fool. His real worry is that this god they're all waiting for might just be a massive fraud. Meanwhile, back at the demon's lair, the big guy is obsessing over that golden lotus, demanding any lead that might actually be real. Um, he's currently at stage 3, but that flower, it's his golden ticket to jump straight into the fire. He asks if the lotus even exists in that mountain village, but his guy on the ground is drawing a complete blank. His contact doesn't know a thing about the flower, but he does have one solid tip for anyone looking for the real gossip in Mountain City. He says if you want the truth about what's going down, there's only one place to go, Ning's Tavern. It's where all the secrets live. The Demon King looks over at Soldier 58 and actually shows some respect, acknowledging how hard the guy has been hustling lately. He tells the soldier that win or lose, he's getting a reward for the effort. Honestly, a Demon King who actually pays his staff, that's rare. Soldier 58 plays it cool, bowing low and saying there's no need for the extra thanks, it's all just part of the job description. Cut to the mountain village. A young waiter walks up to our protagonist, Chu Leang, asking what he wants to order from the menu. Chu Leang scans the place, looking like he owns the joint, and casually orders 2 jars of immortality. Talk about a thirsty request! 30 minutes later, the vendor finally shows back up, apologizing for the wait because, immortality takes a second to brew. He leads the boy through the tavern, and they end up in a fancy room decked out with a lush red carpet. Now we're getting somewhere. Sitting there is a girl who looks like she knows exactly who he is. She asks if he really came all this way just to see her steed. She notes that he's the one who ordered the immortality jars and introduces herself as Gu Ernie. Remember that? She tells him he can ask her anything, but there's a catch: she doesn't give out secrets for free. Every answer has a price tag attached. She's an info broker through and through. If you want the news, you got to pay the tax. Those are the rules of the city. And Chu Lang doesn't even blink. He tells her not to sweat it. He's got the cash, and he's more than happy to follow her rules. Gu Ernie smirks, telling him to fire away. So Chu Leang gets right to the point. He wants to know about the divine envoy who's been caught. He wants the location of the guy who committed the big crime in the city, but Gu Ernie just shakes her head. She claims that's the one thing she doesn't know. She's got no clue who pulled the job or where that specific envoy is hiding out. Our boy realizes that even the best info brokers have their limits. Knowing a lot, he decides to pivot his strategy. If she can't find the man, maybe she can find the loot. He changes the question to something much more specific. He wants to know exactly who the divine envoy handed that golden lotus of the infernal sea to. Now that Gu Ernie's eyes light up. She realizes this kid isn't just some random traveler, he's deep into the divine envoy's business. She figures since he's this interested, she might as well spill the beans and tell him everything she actually knows about the situation. All right, she thinks this guy's serious. It's time to see just how deep this rabbit hole goes and what's really happening. Chu Lang leans in, ready for the reveal. This one piece of information could change everything in his search for the truth. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as she prepares to give up the names of the people holding the power. Gu Ernie starts talking, and it turns out the web of betrayal is way bigger than Chu Lang ever imagined. This isn't just about a flower anymore. It's about a conspiracy that reaches all the way to the top, and our hero's right in the middle of it. Our informant drops a bombshell. The Third Valley has turned up the heat on the village of black magicians. Things are getting ugly. The oppression is reaching a breaking point, and these villagers are truly suffering. But get this, 17 demonic villages in the south have officially teamed up for the ultimate power play. They've formed a massive alliance with the demon clan to take down the righteous sects once and for all. They even sent an envoy to seal the deal. Shu takes a moment to process all this chaos. No time to waste. Where's the envoy? He asks. Straight to the point, our boy doesn't do fluff. The full moon palace, she says. Shu has what he needs, ready to bounce, but wait for it. Before he can even hit the door, she stops him cold. Hey, you didn't think this was free, right? Now comes the price. Shu offers the location of a human jade essence flower that's almost ripe. This treasure is legendary, but the girl isn't impressed. That covers one answer, she says, not two. Even if he delivers it, he's still in debt. So she decides to tell him what she really wants. She pulls out this golden, money devouring insect. Yeah, a literal bug that eats pure cash for breakfast. The mission? This bug needs a massive mountain of gold to evolve. Shu is broke, so he needs a plan fast. And where do you go when you need quick cash? The gambling house, obviously. Classic Manhwa move. Our boy Shu just wanders into this place, looking totally out of place and completely unnoticed. A guide asks what he wants to play, but Shu is like, honestly, I have no idea. Wait, I know Mahjong, he says. Apparently, he used to play with his elders during New Year's. The guide leads him to the Mahjong room. Shu is worried his small stash won't be enough. But They welcome him with open arms, maybe too open. It smells like a total trap. Behind his back, the guide is already plotting with another guy to rob Shu blind later on. But then the unthinkable happens. Shu sits down, plays a few rounds, and boom, he actually wins. Jaws drop, the table confirms it. Man, you're lucky, they say, while hiding their absolute frustration. They pressure him to stay for more rounds. Shu thinks, wow, these guys are actually really nice. Poor kid. He thinks they're happy for him, but they're just trying to keep him at the table. They tell him it's fine to win, they're just happy for him. Yeah, right. Watch what happens next. Another round, another victory. Shu is cleaning them out, and it is not even close. He starts noticing something weird. The feng shui of this room, it is rigged to the teeth. Everything is perfectly arranged to make players lose, yet Shu is still crushing the competition. Suddenly, one opponent feels sick and runs off to find the big boss, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is losing his mind. 3 grown men can't beat one little boy? Are you kidding me? The lackey tries to explain, but Ju isn't hearing it. He spent a fortune on magic circles here. These circles are supposed to block cultivators from using any secret tricks to win the game. He must be some kind of master. Ju growls. He decides to handle this kid personally. He struts over to the table, kicks the other player out, and takes his seat immediately. 30 minutes later, and Shu wins again. Another total blowout. Lord Ju is absolute. Shu just smiles and apologizes, while his opponents start questioning their entire existence. Incredible. He's confused, though. How can 3 grown men not defeat one little boy? Something is definitely wrong here, but Chu isn't listening. He's too proud. He spent a fortune building a magic cycle just to stop cultivators from winning. Talk about overkill. He's convinced the kid is a secret master, and if you want something done right, you do it yourself. No more wasting time. He marches straight up to the table. Don't wait for the other guy, he says. I'm taking his spot. Let's play. Fast forward 30 minutes, another round down, and surprise, surprise, Chu wins again. He gives a fake little apology while his opponents wonder how they're getting wrecked by a kid. Chu can't help but notice this kid is terrifyingly good. His skills are just on another level. He's convinced the boy isn't just counting cards, he's literally memorized the entire deck. So he makes a move. He suggests the kid should probably leave since he's already cleaned them out. Basically, get lost before things get messy. Our hero plays it totally cool. Wait, winning isn't allowed here? Talk about a legendary poker face. He decides to head out, claiming he just came to have some fun anyway. No big deal, right? He acts all confused about the anger, even leaving a mountain of cash behind as he walks out. Before he disappears, Chu stops him. He asks for a name, thinking maybe they'll be friends later. Naturally, our boy lies through his teeth. Name's Gojin, he says with a total straight face. As he walks away, people are baffled why leave the money. But then the coins on the table start to literally. Chu is absolutely losing it. This kid didn't just win, he turned the house's entire bankroll into worthless scrap metal. He panics and orders a check on the main cashier. But it's too late. Way too late. Everything in the vault turned to dust. The owner's actually crying now, screaming that the boy is a thief. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, we see chests overflowing with actual stolen coins. Our boy pulled off the ultimate heist. He's feeling pretty good about it too, bankrupting a shady gambling house. That's just public service, honestly. With that massive pile of loot, he can finally evolve Nang's insect and finish their deal. Talk about a win win. Later on, he and his crew head back to the fortress in the Black Magician's village. They're hunting for the Demon Clan's envoy. Our protagonist is at least 80% sure the guy is hiding in the Full Moon Palace. He tells his friend to stay back while he goes in to investigate. If I'm in trouble, I'll yell, he says. Inside the palace, it's eerie, completely empty. No guards, no servants, just silence. He decides to call Brother Yun up to join him, thinking they've got the place to themselves. But then, something shifts. A strange pressure fills the air. Is this a mental attack? He wonders. Suddenly, he's being assaulted from all sides. He wonders if it's a trap set by the Black Magicians. He senses someone nearby. Whoever it is, he needs to shut this down, and he needs to do it now. Time to get serious. He activates his spectral glimpse and gives his weapon a simple order. Go. A swarm of swords launches toward his hidden opponents, turning the room into a whirlwind of steel. The enemies are totally blindsided. They didn't expect this much firepower from a kid. Just then, an elder walks into the hall. He's heard the rumors about a young genius with extreme powers. The old man introduces himself as a fourth realm black magician. He's being suspiciously polite. Our hero thinks it's a bit odd considering the boy is only a third realm cultivator. Why the respect? The elder says that since the boy was brave enough to come here, he must think he's on the right path. Then his tone turns cold. He admits his magic is usually meant for slaughtering low level trash. And he's perfectly fine with doing the exact same thing to our protagonist. No mercy here. Boom! He activates the power of the Forbidden Land. Suddenly, the boy's swords. The elder starts laughing. What's wrong? Can't use your little tricks anymore? But our boy isn't panicking. He just looks at the ground and says, Huh, that's actually pretty interesting. The old man scoffs. He thinks that without his powers, the boy is just a defenseless mortal. He explains that he chose to target our hero instead of Chakan because while Chu is stronger, the boy is fragile. Our hero just stares at him. Fragile? Me? Are you sure about that, old man? The elder keeps bragging, talking about how he used to fight tigers and leopards with his bare hands back in the day. He claims even a master martial artist wouldn't stand a chance against his physical strength. He orders his subordinates to move in for the kill and finish the job once and for all. But as they step forward, the elder freezes. He notices something off. There's something terrifying in the young man's gaze, something that says he isn't the one who's trapped in here. The subordinates hesitate, the air gets heavy. This defenseless mortal is looking a lot like a monster right now. And that's when they realize they might have picked the wrong target. Big time. Word on the street is the boy lost all his magic, zero powers. But fear, none at all. His opponent is just laughing, mocking him like a total amateur. Then he gets annoyed. He snaps, asking again if our protagonist plans to stay this calm forever. He's losing it. The guy lunges, but Chu, he's a ghost. He dodges the crowd like it's a Sunday stroll. Everyone is just standing there, jaws dropped, like, what just happened? Where did he go? The old man blinks. Chu is gone. Then it hits him. The boy is right behind him. Too late, old man. Way too late. By the time the elder notices, he's already cooked. A massive strike. Red liquid splatters everywhere. It is a absolute bloodbath in there. Chu stands there, cold as ice. The other subordinates, they're shaking in their boots. Even so, they try a group attack. Desperate times, I guess, but they're clearly terrified. Chu doesn't even flinch. He prepares his defense and then just deletes them all. Easy. Afterward, he pauses. He knows Yun's cultivation strength is huge, like way beyond this level. So why didn't his friend help sooner? Something definitely doesn't feel right about this. He wonders if Yoon ran into a hidden boss or maybe that legendary divine envoy. Time for a reality check. Our boy heads out to see what the deal is. He spots movement. Something's wrong. His friend Kian is in the fight of his life. Kian is swinging everything he's got at this monster. It's powerful, it's huge, it's bad news. He tries to land a solid hit, but the opponent is just taller and stronger. Unreal. Chu watches from the sidelines, thinking, should I trigger the form of 1,000 swords? Plot twist! That monster Yon is fighting, it's actually the divine envoy himself. The envoy spots Chu. His heart drops. This is bad. Really, really bad for him. Did those black magicians seriously get beaten that fast? He is sweating bullets now. He knows the boy of 1,000 swords is a literal nightmare. Terrifyingly strong. He's not even sure his defense will hold. The masked envoy is feeling the pressure. But get this, he hasn't even used the special red sword effect yet. He's hesitating. He knows Chu could break his power in a heartbeat, so why hasn't he done it? Are they just playing with me? He wonders. He is getting completely paranoid now. He's so focused on the sword wielding kid that he totally forgets about young Chin. Chin leaps. He's in the air, telling the monster to eat his massive halberd. The envoy thinks he's ready. He's going to tank the blow. Spoiler alert, he is not. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area. Smoke is everywhere. Total tactical chaos. Chu watches the smoke clear. What a disgrace, he says. The guy is totally useless now. He calls Jan over to check the loot. What did these thieves actually steal from us? They start digging through the gear. The search for the precious items is finally on. Chaikin rips the mask off, while Chu spots it, the legendary green leaf of life. The martial artist approaches, thanking our protagonist once again for the massive save, but Chu just shrugs. Even if I didn't show up, you would have handled it, bro. Talk about a humble king. Meanwhile, Jan is watching them and thinking Chu is awesome. He realizes Chu gave him the kill on purpose. He didn't want to steal the spotlight. He hugs the boy. You're wise, man. I'm fully committed to this friendship, real talk. After that, they check the envoy's corpse one more time. And guess what? Surprise treasure. They find the lotus flower, the one thing they've been searching for this whole time. This is the ultimate win of the journey. This thing is going to be incredibly useful. But the plot thickens. The Shu Mountain sect and Big Dipper are both involved here. Chu and Yoon find the official government documents. This conspiracy goes all the way up. Back in the city, the atmosphere was buzzing after everyone saw the aftermath of the Divine Envoy's work. The government wasn't stingy either. They rewarded each of the young heroes with 500 taels of silver. Kian, being a total bro, insisted that the protagonist did all the heavy lifting and tried to give him his share. But our boy turned it down. He's not about to let a few coins ruin a solid friendship. Yoon got a bit sentimental, saying the world is massive and who knows when they'll actually cross paths again. But there's a silver lining next year. A huge event is going down in the capital, the Immortal Sect Conference. And get this, our protagonist is set to be the star representative for the. He agrees, secretly thinking it'd be pretty awesome to run into Yoon on that big stage. Then reality hits. This is where the absolute elite of the immortal sex come to flex their power. Those rankings aren't just for show, they carry the entire reputation and pride of the sex involved. Plus, there's Sister Jang to worry about, facing her in that kind of high stakes environment, peer pressure. Motivation unlocked. He knows he needs to grind twice as hard to actually be worthy of that rep spot. On just a normal, quiet morning, Shu decides it's finally time to head back home to Shu Mountain. His plan? Spend that prize money on some high quality koi fish. He's going for that peak aesthetic. He was all about that nurturing the soul vibe and getting some top tier feng shui for his place. He rolls up to a shop ready to buy, but looking around, the place is completely empty. The vendor looks absolutely stressed out and apologizes, saying he's fresh out of fish at the moment. Turns out the Gino River, the main source, is currently infested by a literal swarm of bees. With those nasty insects buzzing around, nobody is brave enough to even go near the water. Liang steps up, introducing himself as a disciple of Shu Mountain Time to flex those sect credentials. He figures it's monster work and claims he's got the perfect remedy for a pest problem. After leaving the vendor with some goods, the boy decides if you want a koi, you catch it yourself. He heads straight to the Gino River, solo mission style, to see if he can snag those fish. Boom! He unleashes his powers, driving those bees back and completely clearing out the entire area. Past the forest and deep inside the mountain, he stumbles upon a hidden, mysterious cave. While tracking a fleeing venomous bee, the little runner, our hero, finally discovers the main hive. There's just one problem. The entrance is tiny. No way a human is squeezing through that gap. The bee slips through a crack, leaving the protagonist standing there staring at a narrow fissure. He peers inside. It's deep, like can't even see the bottom deep. That's definitely a red flag. He tries to use his spiritual perception, but the space is so massive he can't even gauge it. He decides to bench that mystery for now and focus on something a bit more practical. Time for some science. He refines those venomous bees and whips up a batch of experimental honey tea. Back home, his table is buried under origami. It looks like a paper bird sanctuary in there. Among the birds, there's a letter from Lady Jan and a whole stack from his buddy Lin Bai. He starts responding to his sister first, catching her up on his wild trips and saying thanks. He knows for a fact that without her guidance, that last journey would have been a total disaster. He even asks when she can help him train again, always looking for that next power up. As for brother Lin, that guy is sweating it out, preparing to break into the middle stage. Lin's basically swearing that the next time they meet, he won't be the weak link anymore. Before he even realizes it, Shu has powered through a mountain of letters from the young man. Next up, reporting to the master. But when he arrives, he finds a girl buried in a book. She's practically weeping, muttering about how the working world is just way too cruel and heartless. Apparently, the romance in her story just got absolutely wrecked, and she's taken it personally. She just keeps rambling on and on about the plot twists and the tragic ending she just read. Shu finally has to jump in and interrupt her, honestly. He's just sorry he walked into this drama. She finally pulls herself together and starts asking about Lord Ming's sudden disappearance. After he explains everything, the young woman tells him to stay safe, but then she drops the bombshell. She wants the Jade Talisman back. Right now. Hearing those words, our boy starts sweating bullets. The master isn't letting it go. She asks him again now that his business is handled, why keep it? He tries to play it cool. Didn't she say this thing was a literal lifesaver for her disciple? Well, turns out she's been a nervous wreck for days, terrified she wouldn't make it in time. She was so afraid she wouldn't be able to hurry to him if she ever got a call for help. She's been dragging herself out of bed at 5 a.m. every single morning because of the stress. Seriously, if this keeps up, she's headed for a total nervous breakdown. She's at her limit. Our protagonist is just standing there, completely lost by everything he's hearing from her. Then he remembers the drink. He brought it for the lady he met back on the mountain. He tells her it tastes amazing. She looks at it, clearly suspicious of his sudden generosity. What is this? She asks. Are you trying to get me drunk or something? Then suddenly, her eyes start to shine. This stuff is incredible, delicious, beyond anything she's ever tasted. He asks if she actually likes it, and she tries to act all cool. It's not bad. He promises to buy more next time and makes a break for it before she can change her mind. He claims he has matters to attend to and vanishes from the place in a heartbeat. And just like that, it worked. The master completely forgets to ask about the jade talisman. Next, he heads to the second floor of the sword hall to handle some real business. He finds a man who can refine the item, but it's going to require a specialized touch. Two sets of formation patterns for flight and defense. Price tag 100 coins. Our boy just hopes for success. The man, he's got the experience to back it up. He promises to maximize the power, but admits the risks of doing so are insanely high. Chu looks at him and thinks this guy's young and has failed a lot, yet he's still busy. The hall elder must be really optimistic about him. There has to be some hidden merit there. Liang reflects on the deal. The leaf is precious, sure, but it's not the most important thing. He suggests 70 swords in exchange for letting the boy try his hand at the refinement. He realizes the young man hasn't had a request in ages, and he's hungry for a win. The kid is absolutely desperate for a chance to prove himself by refining weapons. The man locks in, telling him not to worry. He's going to do his absolute best. Later, walking through the city, the reality hits him. That refinement cost, savings gone. Doesn't matter how powerful you are, you can't escape hunger, cold, and being totally broke. It's a harsh reality to face. Later, he gets home and spots a new letter on the table. He reads it and realizes Sister Jiang responded way faster than he ever expected. They've already got a meeting scheduled for later. Things are moving fast now. Cut to Pagoda Peak that morning. While everyone else is busy, the scene shifts. A handsome kid at the third realm is strolling through the area, looking confident. Jiang is there, caught up in a story, when the young man interrupts her mid read. He tells her he missed her, but she just puts her book aside with a sigh. Oh? She asks. So you decided you actually want to learn some new skills now? He asks if he shouldn't just follow in the footsteps of his elders instead. She agrees, but there's a catch. She's about to teach him a very difficult lesson. Get ready, she warns, ordering him to prepare himself for what's coming next. They both head toward Pagoda Peak and settle down to begin the training session. Jiang looks out, thinking about how she's always believed in her own strength. Being the most gifted kid in the room is just another Tuesday for our boy, totally normal. After a full day of comparing him to every other genius cultivator, she's left completely stunned. She realizes confidence is a double-edged sword. It either makes you a legend or a total joke. Chuang's secret to cultivating so freely? He started late, meaning no bad habits, just pure, unfiltered talent. First lesson on the menu, the talisman sword form. This is where things get serious, folks. Even Jen knows this is a brutal teaching. It's the ultimate test for any young cultivator. Our hero is like, wait, she actually thinks I can pull this off? Talk about high expectations. See, in this sect, this technique is high tier stuff, strictly mandatory for the Golden Core. We're talking major league requirements here, like mastering all 5 elements first, no big deal, right? The young woman looks him in the eye. Well, do you actually think you can handle this? Slay, smooth as ever, he tells her that with a teacher like her, he's got all the confidence. Sister Jane keeps it real. It's a tough skill, but it's different from your typical immortal abilities. You don't need to understand the deep, complex laws of the Tao for this specific move. Here, raw power levels don't matter. It's all about perception, having that it factor to succeed. She starts the lesson breaking down the core principles of how to actually wield the talisman sword. The real magic happens when your power peaks, you can combine the form with other talismans. Imagine one sword splitting into 10, then 100, then 1,000. Talk about absolute. Then she drops the big question. So, can you actually make a talisman yet, or what? Silence. Pure, awkward silence. Shu's just standing there like, next question. Jang thinks back she didn't even touch this form until she hit the elite Golden Core stage. 12 days? Please. Learning to craft talismans that fast is basically impossible, even for a prodigy. She feels like she's finally won one. A little victory over her overachieving student this time. But then she stops. Why does she even care about winning against a junior disciple like him? Shu just smiles, thanks her for the epic explanation, and offers her a special mountain drink. One sip, and she's hooked. Her eyes literally light up. The flavor is absolutely out of this world. Our boy notices immediately. He sees that look and realizes he's sitting on a gold mine. This drink is a total hit with the ladies, and where there's a hit, there's money. He makes his move. I'll bring you more of this if you do me a little favor. Cut to the Red Cotton Peak Market. The posters are up, and the hype is real. A group approaches, losing their minds because they realize Sister Jang is actually there in person. Everyone's starstruck. She looked at me. She smiled. The Jang fan club is out in full force. She plays her part perfectly, asking what the drink is and requesting a little taste test. Shu serves her up. She takes a sip and gives the ultimate endorsement. Actually, it's not bad. I'll take 2 jars. Just like that, the marketing genius has the crowd eating out of his hand. They say their goodbyes, and the protagonist tells his friend to stay safe out there. And after her purchase, it's a total stampede. Everyone in the city is begging for a taste. 20 jars of ginger honey sold out in the blink of an eye. Pure profit, baby. Shu has to break the news to the long line. Sorry, folks, we're officially out of stock. He tells them to come back tomorrow, but he's low-key worried about his supply chain. Those bees he caught were a one-time deal, but hey, he walked away with a heavy purse. Next stop, the fish shop. Time to check in on his old pal, shopkeeper Chen. Shu is shocked to see the man looks even worse. The medicine should have kicked in by now. He's wondering if the meds failed, but the truth is way more painful than any illness. 2 days ago, his wife went to find a doctor, discovered his little secret, and, well, the poor guy admits it. He messed up, and his wife gave him a world-class beatdown. Poor guy. This middle-aged vendor is going through it, apologizing for his life being such a mess lately. He's convinced he's losing his mind. Maybe it's just a weird side effect from his meds, but he can't stop talking. He tells Chu he even tried to head down to the river to catch some koi, but the moment he arrived, those bees were back in full force. But Chu just shrugs it off. It's cool, man. He was already on the case. Turns out our boy had already gone out to investigate exactly why those buzzing pests were swarming again. The man is worried, though. What are you going to do if they return tomorrow? And Chu, he's totally chill. He simply says he'll just have to deal with them every single day. Talk about a dedicated grind. The vendor is practically teary eyed, saying the whole city is honored to have a hero like him watching over them. Cut to the Jinor River. Chu is already there, casually lobbing potions at the bees like it's target practice. Suddenly, those terrifying venomous insects don't look so ugly anymore. To Chu, they actually look cute. He's literally seeing them as flying gold coins. Meanwhile, as he celebrates, a fish, it swims straight to the bottom to alert the elder. Emergency! The cultivator is back in our territory. She warns that he's absolutely slaughtering the venomous bees, the ones she worked so hard to put there. The fish is terrified. She can't understand why this human keeps coming back to their little corner of the river. Like, seriously? Does he have literally nothing better to do with his time than bully their bees? Little Cryon is freaking out, asking if they should just pack their bags and relocate to a new home. If they can't find a solution soon, moving seems like the only way to escape this persistent monster. But the elder tells her to stay calm. Cultivators are busy people. He won't come back every day just for bees. Famous last words! She claims her magical power will be more than enough to protect the koi and keep them safe. Cryon is still sweating, though. But Master, what if he actually does show up every single day? The elder remains stone cold calm, saying humans only want to train and hoard resources. Eventually, they'll leave. She's convinced they can just wait him out and defend the river, and for a second, the little fish feels better. You're right, Master, she says. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chu takes a long, satisfying sip of his drink. He wipes his mouth and sighs. Man, I really want to go kill those bees every single day. The irony is, peak! After finishing his delicious drink, he decides it's finally time to hit the books and study. He starts obsessing over the talisman sword essence, trying to figure out how to combine its power with the others. He replays every lesson Jay gave him, but he knows he can't just copy them. He needs to find his own path. The clock is ticking. Chu knows he has exactly 1 month to master the art of making these talismans. No more games. He dives into the scrolls, determined to learn it all before his time runs out. And that's where we're leaving things for now. If you want to see what happens next, hit that notification bell. Don't miss the next epic update. See you guys next time, right here on Tob's channel.